Chapter 57. Green Gates 55+ Community. Trout shoved the pistol into the waistband of his jeans. He stood in front of Volker, looking down at the doctor with undisguised contempt. "Listen to me, you piece of shit. We're going back to Stebbins. If one person is infected, if one single person dies because of what you did, I'll make sure every newspaper in the world runs this story with you as the villain." Volker leaned back from Trout's intensity, but there was some defiance in his blue eyes. "You were there to report on a man being killed by pumping poison into his veins, Mr. Trout. You profit from such stories. The public loves to read of such things. Should I believe that you're naive enough to think that we are not all monsters, each in our own way? Save that crap for a jury, asshole. Or is it that you're so arrogant," Volker continued, "that you believe that your moral worldview supersedes all others? Can you tell me that you would not have executed Homer Gibbon, or even tortured him a little, knowing what you know, the horrors he inflicted on women and children? Yeah, sure. I might have even enjoyed waterboarding the fucker," snarled Trout. "That's not the point. I wouldn't have risked using radioactive water to do it, though. There's revenge, and there's primal satisfaction, and then there's risking the health and well-being of others just to satisfy your own bloodlust. Don't try to put me on the same playing field as you, Volker. As far as I see it, with the destructive potential of what you shot in Gibbon, you are every bit as bad as Gibbon. You're every inch the monster he is." Trout's blood roared in his ears. Volker shook his head and turned away. "I hope you rot in hell." Then he turned and ran for the door. Goat lingered a moment longer, staring at Volker, but unable to express the horrors that screamed in his head. He spat on the floor in front of the doctor, then followed Trout. The Explorer roared down the lane, burning through the rainwater to leave skid marks on the asphalt. Trout and Goat both had their cell phones out, punching numbers as fast as they could. In the wreck of a Stebbins County police cruiser, lost under a seat amid a jumble of spent shell casings, Des Fox's cell phone began ringing. The ringtone was from a Dwight Yoakam tune. The phone rang 4 times and then went to voicemail. Des's message was, "You got the machine, leave a message and a number. If I don't call back, your message wasn't interesting." When Trout heard the call go to voicemail, his heart juddered in his chest. "Come on, Des, come on." At the beep, he said, "Des, I need you to call me back right away." He paused, trying to word a message that she wouldn't immediately delete. "I got a reliable tip that someone infected with a dangerous disease is in town. Call me now." He clicked off and tried JT. Straight to voicemail. He left a similar message, hung up, and called Marcia. The phone rang 3 times, 4, and then she answered. "Marcia." "Oh, Christ, Billy," she said. Her voice was weak, and she was breathing too fast and too hard. It sounded like she was having sex. "Billy, God." "Marcia, what's wrong? What's going on there?" "Billy, I tried calling 911. They didn't answer." "Marcia!" "It hurts, Billy. Oh my God, it hurts so bad. I can't stop the bleeding." The line abruptly went dead. Trout screamed into the phone. Nothing. He redialed and got nothing. No voicemail, not even a ring. "What was that?" demanded Goat, his eyes filled with fear. "Marcia, she was hurt. She said she was bleeding and then the line went dead." He looked at the phone display. "Says the number is unavailable." "Oh, shit. I called my roommate," said Goat. "He started to say something about hearing sirens and some gunshots, then nothing. You think the storm knocked the lines down, or—" Trout cut him a brief, savage look. "Try the police." Goat hit 911 and got the regional dispatcher. He put it on speaker and asked to be patched through to Stebbins County. He expected to hear Flowers' voice. A stern male voice answered. Instead of asking about the nature of the emergency, the operator asked for his location. Trout hung up. "What'd you do that for?" asked Goat. "That was the military," said Trout. "I'd bet my ass on it. They're intercepting all the calls to Stebbins police." "Oh, "Oh, shit," said Goat softly. "Oh, shit." Trout cut in and out of traffic. Cars blared horns at him, but he didn't even slow down long enough to give the finger. His heart was racing faster than the engine. Goat licked his lips. "The military, that's good, right? I mean—" His voice trailed off. A moment later, he said, "We're in deep shit." "I know," said Trout, and he stepped down harder on the gas. Chapter 58. Wolverton Regional Hospital. "Where is he?" Irene Compton, the desk nurse, looked up at the intern, who looked about a year younger than her daughter. "Pardon?" asked the nurse with a half-smile. The intern, a petite redhead who could not possibly be out of high school, let alone a medical student, was not smiling. "Patient in 16. Chart says he presented with a bite." "Oh, that's Mr. Wieland. One of the farmers picked him up at a gas station and brought him in. We took vitals and put him in, She punched a few keys on the computer. "Yep, in 16. The intern, whose name tag read Slattery, narrowed her eyes. "No, he's not in 16. I just came from 16. There's no one there." Nurse Compton kept her smile in place. She was well aware that she looked matronly, and these interns usually started thinking of her as a mom figure. "Maybe he went to the bathroom." Dr. Slattery turned and stalked away. No thanks, no nothing. Nurse Compton watched her slim figure retreat down the hall. "Bitch," she said quietly. Dr. Gale Slattery pushed through the double doors leading to the emergency unit. There were 2 central nurses' stations surrounded by rows of curtained bays. Each bay was marked with a number that was painted on the floor and stamped onto a bright plastic disc mounted on the ceiling just outside the curtain tracks. She stomped past bays 11 through 15. Most of them were unoccupied. 14 had a broken hip, 15 had a 17-year-old skateboarder, 16 was supposed to be the bite victim but wasn't. The room was a mess, too. Bloodstains on the sheets, pillow on the floor, open suture kit sitting on a chair. She snorted and kept going, peering into bay 17, also empty, and 18, probable torn ACL. The last bay, 19, was next to the bathroom. The patient in 19 was one that Slattery had already seen, Mona Green, a geriatric with chest pains. Woman was 93, a smoker, and had a history of angina, emphysema, and congestive heart failure dating back to the Clinton presidency. And it was a wonder she was alive, let alone able to drive herself here about once every 3 months for chest pressure. The curtains were drawn, and Dr. Slattery parted them for a quick peek. She was about to say something, but she froze. Her lips parted. Mrs. Green was there, sure enough, but so was Mr. Wieland. He was bent over the old woman, and for an odd moment, Gale Slattery thought that the man was kissing her, or whispering something in her ear. He wasn't. Dr. Slattery gasped. Mr. Wieland heard the small sound, and his head jerked up, eyes darting toward the part in the curtains. He roved over the curtains, not lingering for even a moment on the narrow part. Those eyes were completely empty. His mouth, however, was full. Red bubbled on his lips and ran in lines down his cheeks and over his chin and splashed on the ivy pattern of the Wolverton Hospital patient gowns. Mr. Wieland's mouth worked, and even across the 12 feet that separated them, Dr. Slattery could hear the sucking, smacking sounds as his teeth chewed on what he had taken from old Mona Green. Dr. Slattery should have backed quietly away. She should have cleared the area and called security. She should have called the police. She did none of those things. Instead, Gale Slattery did the one thing that she should not have done. She screamed. Mr. Wieland's eyes snapped back toward her, and now he did see the narrow part, and the eye that looked through it. His lips curled back from his teeth, and he dropped the remains of the stick-like arm he'd held. With a howl of insatiable hunger, A hunger not at all satisfied by all that he had consumed, Mr. Wieland rushed around the bed straight toward Dr. Slattery. She screamed and screamed. She screamed as long as she could, as long as she was able. Chapter 59. Magic Marty in the Morning, WNOW Radio, Maryland. This is Magic Marty at the mic with new tidbits for travelers. Well, it's official, campers. The cow manure has hit the fan. We got a major storm clamp down over the region. Airports and bus terminals are shut down. Schools are closed, and all non-essential activities have been canceled all across our listening area. And there's still some police activity on Doll Factory Road in Stebbins. And we have unconfirmed reports of an incident at Wolverton Hospital on the Stebbins-Bordentown border. No details yet, except that state police are on the scene. And one more thing, kids. I know that big storms are kind of fun in a haunted house roller coaster ride sort of way, but this is serious business. Folks are out there dealing with this. Police, fire, and rescue units are going to be pushed to the limit, so please, no more of the crank calls about monsters eating people. Aunt Marty likes a good prank as much as the next gal, but come on, guys, now's not the time. Chapter 60. The Forest, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. Hartnip moved through the woods a dozen yards from the road, paralleling Doll Factory, heading toward Mason Street. He had no control over where his body went, just as he had no idea where it was going. There were more like him in the woods, some close enough to see, others merely gray shapes in the rain. Some headed in the same direction, drawn by some force beyond Hartnip's perception. Others walked across his path, going north or south or east, drawn by other needs, other calls. The body around him moved stiffly, and he could still feel it. The hoped-for rigor mortis was upon him now, slowing him, making his limbs move like stilts, but they kept moving. It hurt, too. No human before could ever appreciate the terrible, ceaseless pain of rigor. He knew the science, and that was no comfort. The pain was going to get worse and worse. It was a process that starts as soon as respiration ceases. Muscles begin an inevitable and irreversible contraction. It was worse than a Charley horse, worse than stomach cramps. It was everywhere at once, and each jarring step sent nerve flashes through the dying muscles. Hartnip's world was pain. He tried screaming to endure it, but there was no way to escape this hell. All he could do was experience it. "This is hell," he thought. "I've died, and now I'm in hell." His body moved like a badly managed puppet, and there, beneath the pain, was something far worse, something that burst through the cracks of agony in each contracting muscle. Hunger. That hunger was so big that Hartnip could not grasp its dimensions. It was the god of this thing. The hunger was all, and all was hunger. The dead body in which he floated staggered on, heading down a slope, away from the road, heading into the farmland, to where the food was. Chapter 61. Mason Street, near Doll Factory Road. Des woke up in the back seat of the state police cruiser. She was alone. J.T. was nowhere to be seen. Her hands were cuffed, and her head hurt like she'd been kicked by a horse. She had been slumped over as far as the seatbelt would allow. Now she straightened, and just that little bit of movement sent a wave of nausea sloshing through her head and guts. "What the hell happened?" she growled. The windshield wipers slapped back and forth. The trooper in the front ignored her. Des kicked the back of the seat. "Yo, fuckface! I asked you a question!" Without turning, the trooper said, "I can pull over to the side of the road and tase you again, Officer Fox, or you can behave yourself and wait until we get to your station." "Is that where you're taking me?" "Yes." Why the hell didn't you just say so? Whatever happened to professional courtesy? He made a sound. She thought it was a snort of laughter. She kicked the seat again. Hey! He barked. Why did you ass monkeys tase me in the first place? And who hit me in the head? You struck your head on the counter when you fell. An accident. And I'm sorry about that. Doesn't look serious, though. Feels pretty goddamn serious, she snarled. Des considered throwing up on the screen. That would make her stomach feel better and would really piss this guy off. But she didn't. Instead, she asked, What the shit is going on here? You've been arrested, Officer Fox. I'd have thought that was clear. Even to you. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He didn't answer. Des looked at her cuffed wrists. For most prisoners, the chain of the cuffs would be threaded through a D-ring on the floor, but they had given her the smallest slice of courtesy by cuffing her hands in front of her without attaching her to the ring. Even so, the rear doors were reinforced and could not be opened from inside. The wire mesh cage separating front from rear seat was heavy-grade, and she wasn't going to kick her way through it. Des looked out the rain-slick window. They were halfway across the county from the hardware store, just a couple of miles from the center of town. Stebbins was a tiny community on a massive piece of land. The town proper was one traffic light long. 3 blocks in one direction, 2 in the other, and all of it clustered around a Baptist church and the public safety office, which served as the police station, post office, fire station, municipal offices, mayor's office, and various other one-person offices. The next biggest building in town was a Beano's coffee shop, a greasy spoon with aspirations of Starbuckshood. Even on its best days, Stebbins was a ghost town. The only thing that kept Stebbins from drying up and blowing away was some state and federal money from a regional elementary school that occupied the northwest corner of the township, and a slightly smaller regional middle school a few miles away from the town proper, and the county hospital, whose campus shared real estate with Bordentown. They stopped at a crossroads to allow 4 yellow school buses to pass, heading from the middle school toward the shelter of Stebbins' little school. Des craned her neck to look at the buses, at the pale, frightened faces pressed to each window. One of the kids, a little girl with yellow curls, waved to her. Des waved back, needing to lift both hands to do it. Then the buses turned onto Schoolhouse Lane and were gone into the swirling gray wind. "Where's my partner?" Des asked. "You'll see him at the station," said the trooper. "What's going on? We're the friggin' police, or were you too busy looking at my tits to read the wording on my badge? Don't flatter yourself. Fuck you and answer the question. Why arrest us? You'll have to discuss that with Lieutenant Hardy. How about you stop being a total prick and tell me? What happened back there? Did you stop them?" "Nothing." "Did you fucking stop them?" "Stop whom?" "What the Christ do you mean, stop whom? There were 50 of those things in the middle of the street. You had to have driven right through them." "I think we should get to the station, and you should listen to your Miranda rights before you say anything, Officer Fox. And that is professional courtesy." "What?" "I don't like seeing another cop in cuffs, and I don't know what happened out there or why you did what you did," he said. "But you need to have a lawyer in the room and your rights on record. That's me talking here, cop to cop." Des stared at the back of his head. The impossibility of the day had slid sideways into the surreal, and she sputtered, trying to find a root of logic that would take her back onto firmer ground. She suddenly stiffened. "You didn't even see them, did you?" "See who?" he demanded again. "Christ." Des tried to think it through. J.T. said that they were coming up the road, but he'd been hunkered down behind the pickup truck, and everyone else was in the store. The rain was getting heavy, and it was dark as the devil's asshole out there. Maybe that was it, she thought. Maybe those things lacked the brainpower or imagination to seek out prey unless they saw it or heard it or smelled it. Walking uphill toward an empty road in a downpour, they might not have had anything to go on. So, where did they go? There was forest on both sides of Mason, forest with farmland beyond it. She tried to remember if you could smell the farm animals from Mason. Probably. You could always smell cow shit. "Did anyone go to the crime scene at Hartnip's?" The trooper shook his head. You really don't want to do this now. Yes, I fucking well do, because you have me cuffed in the back of your cruiser when I should be out there. Somebody's made a big goddamn mistake, and we better do something before it bites us all in the ass, and that is not a frigging joke. Now pull over, undo these cuffs, and put me on the radio with someone who doesn't have his own dick in his ear. The trooper sighed. I'm sorry, he said. For what? For whatever happened to you. For whatever's wrong with you. I heard you were a fuck-up off the job, but I always heard that you were pretty good on the clock. What happened? No, wait. Save that for when we're doing this right. I don't think I want to hear it. Des leaned as far forward as the cuffs would allow. What's your name? She asked. There was no need for him to stonewall her on that, so he answered. Trooper Brian Saunders. Trooper Saunders. Good. Brian, I've seen you around. People call me Des. I know. I don't know how or why they think that I'm responsible for anything that's happened today, but I want you to hear me on this. I was protecting the public at all times. I was defending myself at all times. I am not irrational, and I have committed no crimes. Okay? His tone was neither encouraging nor dismissive, merely an acknowledgment that he heard her. There are people out there who are acting irrationally. They're sick, possibly as a result of a chemical agent or some kind of toxin. It might be a disease. I don't know. Whatever it is, it hits hard and it hits fast. I saw it hit one of the locals, a kid named Deviney from Bordentown PD. Deviney went apeshit and attacked fellow officers. We restrained him, and my partner, Sergeant J.T. Hammond, and I transported him to the hospital. This is a matter of record. Check with the hospital. Immediately after that, we received a call from dispatch to return to the Hartnett crime scene. Dispatch said that people were killing each other. Understand that? Killing each other. Whatever this thing is, it must have spread. That dispatch call is also a matter of record. Call the station. Talk to Flower. She's the dispatcher. Let her play the tape. Saunders said nothing. The sound of the windshield wipers seemed unnaturally loud. When my partner and I arrived at the scene, we were attacked by the infected. Some of those infected were police officers, including state troopers. We tried everything, verbal control, beanbag rounds, and then the situation forced us up a rung on the force continuum, so we defended ourselves to the best of our abilities and training. As any cops would. As you would, Brian. Saunders was shaking his head, but he didn't say anything. Brian, Des pleaded. Please, just check. They are checking, said Saunders with exasperation. They did check, and that's not how we're reading the scene. We didn't find any infected. All we found was evidence that 2 officers went batshit and began killing people, killing cops. We found Chief Goss with half his head blown off. Burn marks around the wound looked like the barrel was right against his flesh. His own gun was still in its holster. How would a cop let someone get that close, unless he knew the person? He was infected! What about the hospital? Have your people talked to them, Dr. Sengupta? I don't know anything about that. At least let me talk to— Watch out! Saunders suddenly yelled and turned the wheel violently to the right as a pregnant woman stepped out from behind a farm worker bus that was parked on the shoulder of the road. The fender of the cruiser missed her by an inch, and Des screamed in the back seat, sure that the woman was going to be smashed. God damn! Saunders stamped down on the brakes, and the cruiser slewed sideways on the wet asphalt, kicking up a wave of dirty rainwater. Des was thrown forward as the car rocked to a jarring stop. Saunders jerked open the door handle. Stupid bitch! Don't! Cried Des, but Saunders ignored her as he got out. Rain chopped in through the open door. Des twisted around in the seat to see what was happening. The pregnant woman was looking the wrong way, but she had stopped in the middle of the road. Her hair hung in wet rat tails, and her clothing was disheveled. Saunders crammed his Smokey the Bear hat on his head, hunched his shoulders against the cold rain, and stomped toward her, his back rigid with anger and stress, one stiffened finger jabbing the air as he yelled at her. Des knew this was all wrong even before the woman turned. It was wrong because the day was wrong, because the world was wrong, because everything was wrong. Don't, she said, her voice much smaller. She knew that the moment was already rolling downhill. The woman turned just as Saunders reached her. Her body was heavy with a late-term pregnancy. Her dress was a pretty farm country frock with a cornflower pattern. She was young, maybe 25, with long blonde hair. She had dark eyes, and nearly every scrap of meat had been torn from her face and mouth. Saunders juddered to a stop, frozen by what he was seeing, by the impossibility of someone so badly injured still standing. Through the open front driver's door, Des could hear the patter of raindrops on the wide brim of his hat. She heard him begin to say, "Jesus Christ! Lady, are you— Don't!" Des's shriek bounced off the closed windows of the cruiser. And then the woman was on him. She lunged at him with small, pale hands. Her lipless mouth opened wide, and white teeth streaked with black blood snapped forward. Des screamed. A geyser of blood shot 10 feet above Brian Saunders's head. Des screamed and screamed. She kicked the screen. She threw her shoulder against the door. Saunders's legs buckled and he dropped to his knees as the woman bent over him, her teeth locked on the side of his throat. There was movement on the bus, beside the bus, behind the bus. More of them. A busload of them. They converged on the trooper and dragged him to the asphalt. Des screamed one more time, and then she tried to stop it, realizing far too late what that scream would do. Several of the things looked up from their unspeakable feast, looked in the direction of the scream, looked at her. "Don't," Des whispered softly, as one by one a dozen of the monsters rose from the thrashing body and shambled toward the cruiser. The front driver door was open. Des was in cuffs. She twisted around and popped the catch on her seatbelt, but there was no way out of that car. She was trapped. No, she was preserved. Meat in a locker. "Don't," Des begged, even though Saunders was long past hearing her. "Don't leave me." They shuffled toward her. There was no need for silence now. Des screamed again and again. Chapter 62. Around Stebbins County. "What scares you?" The waitress working the counter at Murphy's Diner looked up from the coffee she was pouring. This wasn't the first odd question this customer had asked. He was a thriller writer, and he'd been around annoying other customers with questions for the last couple of days. Today, he was the only one crazy enough to brave the storm. "Slow days and bad trippers," she said. The writer smiled. He was a blocky man with white hair and a gray mustache that was at odds with a youthful face. He wore an expensive leather jacket over a sweatshirt that had the emblem for the Northern Illinois Huskies college football team. "Serious question," persisted the writer. He fished in his pocket and laid a business card on the counter and pushed it toward the waitress. The card read Shane Gurrick. The waitress, who wore a white plastic name tag with Sherrill on it, picked up the card and flipped it over. On the back was a full-color picture of his latest novel. "Torn Apart," she read. Then set the card down. "I don't read horror novels." "It's not a horror novel," said Gurrick, as he poured cream into his coffee. "I write thrillers." "What's the difference?" "No monsters." "Then who's tearing who apart?" "Serial killers, mass murderers. No vampires, no werewolves, nothing like that." The waitress made one of those faces that suggested that she wasn't likely to be interested in anything this guy wrote about. At least, not until she saw how well he tipped. If he dropped 20% or better, then she'd be a lot more interested next time. She knew a couple of writers. They were always broke. Only people who tipped words were college students. "You ready to order?" she asked, setting the pot down and pulling her order pad from her apron. "If I do, will you answer the question?" "You taking a poll?" "I'm researching a book. The lead character in my novels is out here from Illinois to participate in a multi-state manhunt for a killer. I'm trying to get a sense of what people are like here. Moods, politics, relationships, personalities. Why not just make it up?" He shrugged, blew across his coffee cup, sipped and set it down. "Better to draw on real life." "Small-town killer," she said. "Is that it? Make sure the hicks are properly redneck and uneducated?" Gurrick laughed. "I grew up in the burbs outside of Chicago. Not exactly big town. And no, I'm not profiling everyone as a redneck. It takes all kinds of people to make a town. There's no one type." He ticked his head toward the street outside. "I've met some interesting people so far. Chief Goss, a reporter named Trout, and—" "Billy Trout? You met him?" Cheryl managed a smile for that. Without the smile, she looked north of 50 and off the radar for personality vitality, but the smile dropped 15 years from her and chipped away a lot of the gray clay that seemed to have been built around her. "You know him?" Cheryl gave him the kind of laugh that said that she not only knew Billy Trout, but could tell you stories. "He comes in here every now and then," she said, with a wonderfully coquettish slant of her eyes that made Gurrick smile. He'd already planned to base a character on Trout, but he was starting to sniff a juicy subplot about the seedy newsman with a soul and the lonely but still sexy diner waitress. Maybe she pines for the guy, or maybe she's the one that got away. Something like that. Gurrick knew he could take that and run with it. Put some desperate sweat in the dark sex into the book. "I'm planning on writing him into the novel," said Gurrick. "Not under his name, of course, but a character based on him." Cheryl laughed. "Well, that wouldn't be a stretch, mister, 'cause Billy is a character." At the other end of the diner, the door opened, and a man in a rain-soaked hoodie stepped inside. "Damn, Sonny, close the door!" yelled Cheryl. Then she dropped her voice and, in a confidential tone, said to Gurrick, "Speaking of characters, this one never did have enough brain cells to know when to come in out of the rain." Gurrick hid a smile behind his coffee cup as he turned to look at the man. He couldn't see Sonny's face, but he was still standing in the doorway, his foot propping the door open. Rain was already pooling on the red tile floor. "Come on, Sonny!" barked Cheryl in a voice used to yelling out orders during packed lunch crowds of truckers. "In or out? Geez, were you born in a damn barn?" Sonny took a step forward, and Gurrick frowned. The man moved heavily, awkwardly. Drunk, this early in the day? He figured he could get some mileage out of a character like that, too. The door swung shut as Sonny took another couple of steps into the diner. He turned right and left, as if uncertain of where he was. "Come on and sit down," said Cheryl, affection tempering her annoyance. "Get some hot coffee into you before you catch your— death?" Her last word came out crooked and weak, because at that moment Sonny lifted his head and the fluorescence washed away the shadows inside his hood. Gurrick froze. The face inside the hood was two-toned, wax white and dark red. The skin was bloodless, but blood poured down from a ruin of a mouth and between broken teeth. "Holy Christ!" yelled Cheryl. She grabbed a clean towel and hurried down the counter as she yelled over her shoulder for Gurrick to call the police. "Sonny, good Lord, what happened to you? Were you in an accident?" She came around the end of the counter, raising the hand with the towel, her face showing both a clear revulsion and a take-charge strength. Sonny staggered toward her, reaching out as if to accept the towel, or a hug, or— "No," said Gurrick. The word escaped his mouth before he knew why he said it. A visceral, instinctive reaction. Then he said it louder as he came off his stool. "No!" Cheryl flicked a confused look at him. Sonny leapt at her, slamming her back against the counter, his fingers tangling in her hair, pulling her head back, stretching her throat wide and pale. There was a scream, a deep moan, and then a flash of bright red that shot all the way to the overhead lights. By then Gurrick was moving, running down the length of the empty diner. He had no weapon, he was not a fighter, but none of that mattered. He dove at Sonny like a defensive tackle, knocking the man sideways, breaking the ugly contact between him and Shirl. Hot blood sprayed the side of his face, and as he bore Sonny to the ground, Gurrick heard the wet, choking, burbling sound as Shirl tried to speak. In a weirdly disjointed and detached part of his brain, Gurrick wondered what the dying waitress needed to say so badly that she would try and force the words out through a torn windpipe. He would like to have put that in his next book. He and Sonny crashed to the floor, and suddenly all thoughts of writing and dialogue and curious characters were swept away. The only thing on Gurrick's mind then was keeping those red-smeared teeth away from his own throat. He never heard the door open, did not hear the wind and rain whip in, or the slap of slow, shuffling feet on the soaked red tiles of the diner. Nick Pulsifer hated the place. The motel had been seedy when it was built back in the 70s, and it had lost ground since. On the best nights, he got a couple of decent family types looking to break up a long drive in a cheap room. Once in a while, there were some bikers worth talking to. Sometimes even somebody from his home state of Nevada, people who had actually heard of Henderson, where he grew up, though never anyone from Caliente, where he had lived before moving east to this place. Nick thought it might be an upward move, going from desk clerk to manager in the same chain of roach motels, but after 3 years here, it was his opinion that if Caliente was the absolute asshole of America, then Stebbins was the taint. As career moves go, this one wasn't going into the history books. At least the motel office had cable, if the storm didn't knock that out. The lights had already flickered, and he wouldn't have bet a torn dollar bill on making it through the night with lights, power, and cable all intact. The rain was like a constant animal roar. The customers in the 6 rented rooms might as well have been on the moon. He hoped none of them needed anything from him. Nick did not want to go out in this shit. Winds like that, you don't hold on to something. Next thing you know, you're wearing ruby slippers and skipping down a yellow brick road. He went around the counter and peered out through the window. The awning kept the rain from hitting the glass, but even with that it was hard to see all the way across the parking lot. The Crescent Motel was actually built like a blocky letter C, and Nick could see lights glowing in a few windows, and one doorway. Nick bent closer. Yep, the door to Unit 18 at the far end was wide open, and the damn wind was blowing that way. Son of a bitch, he muttered. The carpet would be soaked, and when it dried it would smell like old underwear. He saw 3 people run in through the open door, but with the failing light and the rain, it was hard to make out who they were. 18 was rented by a woman traveling with her grown daughter, heading to Washington, D.C., for some political thing. At least that's what they told Nick during check-in. One-nighters. All well and good, but not if that one night left him with a soaked carpet and a mother of a cleanup job. He saw 2 more people come out of the rain and enter the unit. Then another, and another. What the hell are they doing over there? What was it? Some kind of party to celebrate the storm? Ditzy broads. The carpet was going to be ruined. That came out of his maintenance budget. His bonuses were based on a percentage of the budget left over at the end of the month. Replacing carpets for a whole unit was going to cut that down to chicken shit. Nick debated what to do. Call them, or go the hell over there? He called. The phone rang and rang. He slammed down the phone, looked up their cell number on the register card, and called that. It rang 3 times and went right to voicemail. Shit. He grabbed his raincoat off the peg behind the counter and pulled it on, then crammed a pirate's baseball cap down hard on his head. Even with that, he knew he was going to get soaked, but he was so mad that he didn't care. He pushed the door open and had to force it closed against the claws of the wind. Then he hunched his shoulders and bent into the blow, trudging through the rain like a man walking through mud. The gale winds were intense, and the rain was numbingly cold. By the time he was halfway across the parking lot, he was drenched, with lines of water running down inside his clothes. Rain pelted his face with the stinging force of hail, and runoff dripped from the tips of his long chin beard. Through squinted eyes, he could see the crowd of people gathered at the open door, some of them inside Unit 18, some outside. None of them had umbrellas or rain hats. They stood in the rain like they didn't give a shit, and Nick was 20 yards away from them when that fact started to bother him. He was 10 yards away when he realized that everyone was chewing. They stood with their hands cupped and held to their mouths, each one totally absorbed in whatever they were eating. The hell? What was this? Some kind of crazy storm tailgate party? Beer and ribs and... He was 5 yards away when he realized that he was wrong. About the nature of the gathering. About the menu. About everything. The people closest to him raised their faces from their meals and stared at him with eyes that were far too dark and mouths that were far too red. Nick was 3 yards away when he stopped walking and turned to run. That was 2 yards too late. Jillian Weiner felt the darkness closing in. The calm-down drugs were taking her below the level of pain and stress, and soon the big, dark, soft wave of anesthesia would roll over her, and she would go down into a sweet nothingness. She wouldn't feel the scalpel as the doctors went in and removed her appendix. Who needs an appendix anyway? She knew that there would be pain when she woke up, and more pain during the recovery, but for now, it felt like rolling down a hill that was lined with silk and covered with pillows. Sounds were becoming muted, distorted, softened, so that they made little sense other than as background noise. She could hear the doctor and the nurses speaking, and even understand snatches of what they said, but if it made any sense to Jillian, she was too deep to care. The hell's going on out there? Someone's hurt out in the hall. Oh, my God, my God! Please, oh, sweet Jesus, please don't let it end here! The screams became the cries of seagulls over a lazy beach. Even when blood splashed her, it was nothing more than salt spray from the summer waves. It's nice down here, she thought. So sweet, so soft. Jillian felt hands on her. Nurses? Doctors? Who cared? She couldn't exactly remember what a doctor was, or why she was here. The darkness was flowing around her, filling up the room. The figures that moved around her were painted in tones of mint green and bright red. Then the colors swirled as she went deeper and deeper. She felt the others' hands, the colder hands, on her, but she didn't care. She felt the dull pinch of teeth. That registered as pain, but as far away, on a shelf, over there, somewhere else. As Jillian's eyes closed, as the anesthesia took her all the way down, she had one last glimpse of the room. A doctor with an Indian face and eyes filled with blood, bending toward her stomach. Another pinch, another bite. The anesthesia pulled her under, and she was smiling as Dr. Sengupta, the nurses, and several patients gathered around her gurney and devoured her. Chapter 63. Mason Street, near Doll Factory Road. The dead moved toward the cruiser. Trooper Saunders had stopped screaming by now. Dez's screams died slowly in her throat as she stared through the rain-smeared window at the monsters. Most of them were clustered around the body, but the rest were coming her way. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. There was no way out. The rain was getting heavier by the moment, obscuring the window, making it hard to see what they were doing. "Shit!" Des breathed, and immediately slid down off the seat, crammed herself into the footwell, and tried to disappear. The rain was so loud, she could not even hear the moans of the dead. "Please, please, please!" Then she heard the driver's door creak against its hinge. She dared not look. Above her, around her, there were soft sounds, hands touching, bodies bumping without force against the skin of the cruiser. Des held her breath. "They can't see me down here. Not through the rain on the windows." The thin hiss of fingernails on wet glass and dripping metal. "They can't smell me. The rain stings of earth and manure and ozone." The vehicle rocked as something entered it. "Please, God, they don't know I'm here." The rain was so loud, it drowned everything out. Des willed it to drown her out. The air began to burn in her lungs. "JT, where are you?" Outside there was a whooshing sound as another vehicle drove by, and then a change in sound as it slowed. "Hey!" called a voice. "Are you— Oh, Jesus Christ!" The scream of tires, turning, burning as the water on the blacktop evaporated and the rubber smoked. A higher shriek as the tires found purchase, the roar of the engine as the car accelerated away. Then nothing but the rain. So much, so heavy. It fell and fell. A steady thunder on the roof and the rear windshield. Cold and wet breeze coming in through the open door. But beneath the rain, nothing. Des had to let the breath out. It was a fireball behind her sternum. She let it out open-mouthed, slow, forcing her throat open wide. No stricture, no sound. Exhale it all out. Hold. Wait. Inhale. Silent. God, don't let them hear me. She waited for the dead limp hands to start beating on the glass. She turned her head an inch and peered up, wanting to see and terrified to see the worm-white fingers poke through the grill. Waited. Watched. Des breathed as silent as a ghost while she waited for the dead to come for her, to take her, to devour her. She didn't have her gun. Saunders had taken it. If they got to her, if they infected her, there was not going to be a way out. No exit strategy. No fast ride on the night train. She would die and be consumed and— God, please don't let me be a monster. God, please. 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 Mommy, please. Daddy. Please. The rain hammered down and the wind blew, and she waited to die. Chapter 64. Magic Marty in the Morning, WNOW Radio, Maryland. This is Magic Marty at the mic, and we are in a world of hurt out there. The storm is parked over Stebbins County, and we're seeing torrential rains and gale-force winds. Small and moderate streams are flooding, and we're getting reports of road washouts. Telephone and cell lines are taking a beating from the storm, which seems to have knocked out communication with local police and fire. That's the bad news, and I wish I had some good news to throw at you campers. If you can hear my voice, then get to high ground, lock your doors, and we'll ride this out together. Chapter 65. Conroy's Acres. Selma Conroy said nothing as Homer Gibbon paced back and forth across the dining room floor. He was agitated, his eyes jumpy, his fingers twitching. Every step was an awkward lurch as he fought the increasing stiffness in his muscles. "He lied to me," Homer snarled. "He lied to me! To me!" He turned and swept his arm across the table, knocking dishes and stacks of magazines and a week's worth of mail onto the floor with a crash. Homer slammed his fists down on the tabletop and leaned on them, shaking his head slowly back and forth.
I thought he understood.
Selma said nothing. Magazines and unpaid bills littered the floor around her like fallen leaves. Homer stopped moving and looked down at his hands. They were caked with blood. They were cold hands, pale and dead. That's what Volker had told him. You are a dead, damned thing. The doctor's words down the phone line, venomous and filled with betrayal, not the voice of the red mouth at all. He held his right hand up to his eye, studying it. The flesh did not look right. Even apart from the scratches and blood, it looked wrong, on a deeper, more troubling level. Wrong. His skin moved, like the way flesh crawls when it contracts in the cold, or when there is so much fear the skin wants to retreat from it. Like that, only not like that at all. It rippled, as if something were moving just below the surface. He could barely feel it, though. His arms and legs were stiff and sore. Everything hurt. It was all he could do not to scream with each step. You are dead. Dead. A damned thing. The doctor had done something to him. Volker had admitted it. He had thrown some scientific bullshit at him, parasites and crap like that. The doctor had actually tried to hit with some shit about voodoo. Dead. Homer pressed his left forefinger to the back of his right hand. The flesh trembled with a sensation like squirming.
Oh, God, fuck me,
whispered Homer.
What the fuck did you do to me?
I damned you, Mr. Gibbon. I damned you to suffering so that you'll understand.
Yeah, well, fuck that, Doc.
Homer's voice was hoarse.
I already know. I've known all my life. The black eye shows me everything. The red mouth tells me everything I need to know. Maybe you fooled it, you cocksucker, but the red mouth will whisper to you. Oh, hell yes, and no doubt about it. Ain't that right, Annie?
Selma said nothing.
But what did you do to me, you Frankenstein fuck?
He pressed thumbnail against his skin. Below the surface, it felt like something popped, something wet and small. Setting his teeth in a grin that was wired in place by pain and hatred, Homer pressed his nail into the skin, rubbing it back and forth until it made a pale groove. Not a red welt, but a pale trench. That only made him madder. He pressed the thumbnail in, finding a cracked section and using that like a plow to cut the flesh, constantly rubbing back and forth, squeezing his fist to force the blood out. Only it wasn't blood. It was a black muck, thicker than oil and filled with white threads. No, not threads. Worms, or maggots. They wriggled and twisted in each black drop that rolled outward from the cut. Homer Gibbon stared at the goo, and what swarmed and thrived inside of it. Inside of him.
No,
whispered Homer. The truth of it, what Volker had told him over the phone and the proof crawling from his veins, staggered him. He backpedaled drunkenly until his back crunched into the wall. He slid down to the floor, his mouth opening and closing as a scream kept leaping up from inside his chest to rip loose and break the world.
Hattie.
That word, small and plaintive, was the only sound he made. It was faint, nearly a child's voice, a lost voice. Aunt Selma did not answer. She could not. She had no mouth with which to speak, no lips, no tongue. She sat amid the debris from the table, her robe soaked scarlet from the blood that flowed from all the red mouths Homer Gibbon had opened on her skin. Homer stared blankly at her, and it took him almost a minute to understand what he was seeing. There were black spots in his mind, obscuring memories both recent and old. But not Dr. Volker's words. No, each and every one of them was as clear as if he were crouched behind Homer and whispering in his ear. But Selma? Homer knew what had happened to her. He could feel the weight of meat in his stomach. He understood what that meant. It's just that he had no memory at all of having done it. Homer had not wanted to do this. Not to Selma, not to her. He sat and stared and tried to weep. He strained to force out a single tear.
"Come on, you fucker!"
he yelled, as if Volker was right there in the room.
"Give me that much. Let me still be human enough for that."
He felt a tingle at the corner of his eye, and with great relief he touched his fingers there, needing to see the ordinary glistening wetness of that tear. The world began spinning around him. The drop of liquid on his fingertips was as black as the black eye. Tiny worms wriggled in it. Homer Gibbon screamed. And this time the scream was real, full and charged with all of the power of his hate and rage. He screamed and screamed. He jumped to his feet and raged through the house, tearing it apart. Be damned to the pain in his muscles. He took that pain and fed it in like fuel to his fury. He shattered windows and threw chairs across the rooms. His hands swept pictures from the walls, and his feet kicked side tables to kindling. He overturned the sofa and slashed at the curtains with fingernails and teeth, and then with knives from the kitchen. And then he stopped dead in his tracks. Aunt Selma stood in the doorway to the dining room. Her face was a death mask of exposed bone and empty eye sockets. Her clothes hung in stained tatters, exposing wrinkled, bloodless skin. Some of her fingers were broken and bitten.
"Auntie?"
Selma raised her hands toward him and moaned. A deep, aching moan of blind and unbearable hunger. Homer stared at her, watching as she shuffled toward him. Even from 10 feet away he could see the black goo leaking from between the exposed teeth, and inside the goo, the worms. It was then, in a grand leap of understanding, that everything Volker had told him about Project Lucifer, the coupe poudre and the parasites, coalesced into a shared body of knowledge with the things the black eye had witnessed all of Homer's life, and which the red mouth whispered incessantly in his ears. Homer looked at the ripped skin on Aunt Selma and touched his own mouth, making intuitive leaps, making connections. Over the years, in the service of the red mouth, Homer had used every kind of tool. Knives, saws, drills, pliers, hatchets, clubs, forks, and even dentist tools. Each of them had opened red mouths in the people whom he sacrificed to his inner gods. But now he ran his fingers over his teeth, feeling each one. shape and size and sharpness. Ordinary teeth. But not really. Not anymore. He could feel the worms wriggling beneath the flesh of his gums and within the meat of his tongue and the walls of his mouth. "Yes," whispered the red mouth. There was a soft thump from the cellar, and a low moan, and Homer knew that the church lady was trying to climb the stairs. He knew that without having to look. It all made sense now. Everything was clear. The state had captured him and chained him. Dr. Volker had tried to transform him into the living embodiment of suffering, but a higher, grander purpose was at work in Homer's life, and now he understood the purpose of that power. Like a grub that turns into a wasp, it was all about transformation. Just as Aunt Selma had transformed from living meat to a servant of the red mouth, Homer Gibbon understood that he was no longer Homer Gibbon. He was the red mouth. "God," he said aloud, meaning himself. He felt the hunger inside. In the same instant, he felt all doubt and confusion decay and die. He opened the door and let Aunt Selma stagger out into the rain. Then he looked through the debris until he found the keys to the church lady's car. With them in hand, he stepped out onto the porch, smiling, filled with purpose. He remembered a snatch of an old poem that one of the older cons in Rockview used to repeat. Standing on the top step, he said it aloud. "This is how the world ends," he whispered to the rain. "This is how the world ends," he said to the wind. "This is how the world ends," he shouted to the storm, not with a bang, but a bite. Part 3. The Dead Land. No one who, like me, conjures up the most evil of those half-tamed demons that inhabit the human breast and seeks to wrestle with them can expect to come through the struggle unscathed. Sigmund Freud, Dora, An Analysis of a Case of Hysteria. Chapter 66. Magic Marty in the Morning. WNOW Radio, Maryland. This is Magic Marty at the mic, and we've been informed that Pennsylvania Governor Harbison is going to make an announcement. Okay, we're going live to the state capitol in Harrisburg. My fellow citizens of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, said the governor in a deep, somber voice. As of 7 p.m. tonight, I am declaring a state of emergency for Stebbins County and a state of high alert for the following counties: Beaver, Allegheny, Washington, Greene, Armstrong, Indiana, Westmoreland, Fayette, Somerset, and Cambria. We have been offered, and I have accepted, assistance from the federal government and FEMA. I have mobilized the National Guard to shore up flood-affected areas and to assist with evacuations and other rescue operations. A pause. However, the storm is not our only concern. With police, rescue, and fire departments taxed to their limits, we have been receiving a number of accounts of looting and violence. So far, most of this has been concentrated in Stebbins County, which is also being hit hardest by the storm. For that reason, I have authorized the National Guard to place Stebbins under temporary martial law. A curfew has been imposed, and guardsmen will work with local law enforcement to restore order. It is a sad thing when a corrupt few take advantage of the many, especially during a time of crisis. We saw similar acts of cowardly opportunism during Hurricane Katrina and in the wake of the earthquakes in Haiti. However, I am convinced, and will remain convinced that the overwhelming majority of the people of this glorious Commonwealth are working shoulder to shoulder with their neighbors to save lives, protect property, and do what is necessary for everyone to survive. The many will not be tainted by the heinous acts of the few, and I can promise that order will be restored in a timely and efficient manner. If you are in one of the affected areas, please follow the instructions provided by the police, emergency agencies, and the news services. Stay at home, stay safe, and pray for those in peril. Together we will weather this crisis and see our way to the other end of this storm. Thank you, and God bless the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Chapter 67. Mason Street, near Doll Factory Road. She was a huddled ball down in the footwell of the back seat, her entire body clutched as tightly as a fist. The state police cruiser was still and cold. Outside, the wind was a tireless, howling monster. Des had no idea how long she lay there. 30 minutes? More? Probably more. She knew that, despite everything, despite all need and logic, she had fallen asleep. There had been no other direction in which she could flee. In her sleep, she thought she heard the chatter of automatic gunfire, the screams of men and women, and the roar of truck engines. But now that she was awake, she heard none of those sounds. Every muscle ached from the tension of remaining perfectly still. Her head hurt horribly where she had struck it when they'd hit her with the taser. Her chest hurt from the strain of keeping silent, even while the sobs tore their way out of her. And she was cold. God, so cold. The November wind blowing in through the open door cut her like knives. Frigid rainwater dripped from the wire cage and pooled under her. There was no escape from the cold. Rain soaked into the tight knot of her French braid and burned like drops of boiling water on her scalp, especially over the bruise she had gotten when falling. It crept down the collar of her shirt and the waistband of her pants, soaking her underwear, pooling inside her clothes as she lay shivering. He left me. Those 3 words hung in her mind like an echo frozen in time. She knew that the thought was illogical, but what did logic have to do with her world anymore? Logic had been consumed back at Doc Hartnep's. Logic was torn flesh and gnawed bones. Logic was dead. He left me. She'd warned him. God damn it if she hadn't warned him. She told him not to get out of the car. He hadn't listened. They never do. That was a lesson Des had learned when she had begged her daddy, begged him on her knees as she clung to his legs not to go when they wanted to send him to Kuwait. She had soaked the knees of his pants with her tears, and Daddy had been forced to peel her off of him. He'd been so frustrated that he'd yelled at her, told her to grow up. Des had known that it was wrong for him to go. There were monsters out there in the darkness. There always were, hiding in the shadows, right beyond the corner of your eye, waiting to take you. Daddy had gone anyway. On the last day, on that terrible morning at the airport, he had tried to make it all right with her. He had knelt down and stroked her blonde hair and kissed her nose. He'd said, "Don't worry, Pumpkin, you know I'll come back for you." That's what he had said. Not come back to you. Come back for you. Then he left. 6 weeks later, he was gone forever. His helicopter blown out of the Arabian skies by a rocket-propelled grenade fired by someone in his own platoon. Friendly fire, they called it. Mommy was dying already when they got the news. She was leaving Des one ragged breath at a time as cancer gnawed at her with relentless hunger. When the man from the army read the letter, Mommy had simply closed her eyes and looked away. A single silver tear rolled down to the pillow. She never spoke a word after that. Not to the army man, not to anyone. In 3 weeks, Mommy was gone. She went away from Des, too. First into her own grief, and then into the darkness, and finally into the ground. Des was in 2nd grade, too young to understand the mysteries of death, but too old not to grasp the concept that anyone could leave at any time, for any reason. Daddy had proved that. So had Mommy. So had everyone. Even this trooper, this young guy named Saunders, left her, alone, in the cold rain, with the monsters. So, why not sleep? Why not fall into the deepest, darkest hole that opened up in her mind? It was so much safer down there because you're all alone. No one can leave you when you're all alone. She lay there in the footwell and listened to the rattle of the rain on the roof, fighting the shivers, trying to ignore the cold, trying to block out the pain in her cramped muscles. Wondering, though, why she was alive. Why hadn't the monsters taken her? She couldn't run. She was cuffed, battered, helpless, meat in a fridge for those fuckers. Des listened for the sound of moans threaded into the wind and the rain. Listened. She heard absolutely nothing except the storm. Why? She lay there, waiting, aching, needing for J.T. to come. Not as a rescue. She did not see it that way, not even now. Des did not need anyone to come and rescue her ass. Not even J.T., who was the only man who had never let her down, the only man who didn't have his head shoved all the way up his ass. Backup, though. That would be great. Cop to cop. And now would be a good time. "Come on, Hoss," she whispered. "Little help here?" But J.T. did not come, no matter how many times she asked. Des even thought about Billy Trout. God, what a pansy-ass jerk. Even so, she wished that he were here. Des could make a long, long list of Billy's faults. Too much emotion, for one thing. That was top of the list. But if he opened that car door right now, she'd drag his ass to the nearest chapel. If Billy could figure out how to pick the lock on a pair of cuffs, she'd bang him blind, maybe even squeeze out a kid or two just like he wanted. She promised it to Jesus and the saints as she lay there in the wet and cold. She closed her eyes and remembered how warm he always was. His skin always felt like sunlight was shining on it, even when they made love in the dead of winter. Des remembered doing that, clinging naked to him as snow fell outside, her arms and legs wrapped around Billy's sun-tanned limbs, the heat of their breath as they gasped and panted into each other's mouths, the heat at the core of her as Billy moved his hips and she moved hers, creating a friction as old as the world and as fragile as a snowflake. She remembered the heat as he came inside of her, crying out her name as if it was the single word that would buy his way into heaven. And the heat after, as he held her close, stroking her hair, whispering promises to her deep into the night, as all around them the world froze into perfect whiteness. Then she remembered the heat in his eyes on that last day, when he had come into her trailer with the flowers and the ring and Big Ted was there. Billy's eyes had filled with blue fire, and Des imagined that she could feel the flare of heat as the furnace of his heart burst apart. Billy. He was the last heat in the world that she could remember. "Billy," Des called out, her lips tasting the shape of his name. "Billy, I'm so sorry." But Billy Trout did not come either. "Damn you," Des said to the storm, pretending that her tears were rainwater. No one came for her. No one at all. Not J.T., not Billy, not the state police. But Des's eyes snapped open. Why? Why had no one come? Why had the dead not come? She wanted to move, needed to move, but Des needed to understand that even more. Saunders had left her, and they had torn him to pieces. Des had screamed, and the dead had come shambling toward the car, toward her. Only they hadn't done that. The front door of the car was wide open. Des took the risk. She knew before she moved that it was the most dangerous thing she had ever done. The most foolish, which was saying a lot. She straightened her left leg. The muscles began to cry out in a long, slow voice of pain as she flexed her thigh and straightened her knee. Then she froze as a new and awful terror struck her. Her right leg was dead. She couldn't even feel it. "Oh, God!" Her thoughts rang inside her head like a scream. "They did get me. I'm dead, like them. I'm dying." These thoughts collided and cracked apart like billiard balls, all logic gone. She rocked sideways, trying insanely to get away from the dead side of her body. Then there was a sudden and intense flare of pain all along the dead leg and hip. And that fast she realized that panic was making her stupid. Nerve endings burst awake with scattershot pins and needles as blood flowed into muscles that had been crushed to numbness by an hour laying on her side in the cold. "You stupid bitch," she told herself, keeping her voice almost silent, but loading it with enough scorn and venom to strip the bluing off a gun barrel. "You stupid pussy-ass fucking idiot!" Scorn was a good lash for Des. It made her angry, and for her, anger was the only thing that could outfight fear. Anger was an old friend, an ally since she was in the 2nd grade. It made her want to hurt something, herself, or the first thing she could find that would scream. Even so, she moved cautiously, slowly, unfolding her cramped limbs, even smiling with the rictus grin athletes often wear during physical therapy. Loving the pain, hating the weakness, forcing strength back into the body, at the same time listening for changes in the ambient noise, listening for the moans. Nothing. She sat up. It took 5 minutes. Her wrists were bruised and raw from the cuffs, but she thanked God that Saunders had been compassionate enough not to have cuffed her behind her back. That would be a death sentence. In front, there was at least a chance. She could not see out of the window. She was too short, and the window was fogged with condensation. That meant that she had to get up onto the bench seat. "Come on, you lazy cow!" She reached up and threaded her fingers through the mesh of the wire cage that separated the front seat from the back. Her fingers ached from the cold, but Des fed that pain to the furnace of anger that she was stoking in the center of her chest. She set her teeth and pulled, pushing with both legs. It felt like hauling a transmission out of a pickup truck, but her body moved. Then she was on the seat. She immediately lay back down, stretching herself on the seat as she listened for moans, listened for anything that might be reacting to the noise of her movement. The wind and the rain did not change in pitch or tone. Des slowly sat up again. She leaned and tried to look out through the open driver's door, but the angle was bad. All she could see was a bit of blacktop and tiny waves of runoff cascading toward the shoulder. She shimmied over to the left-hand rear window and used her sleeve to wipe away the condensation. Everything outside was still a blur, the shapes smeared by the constant rainfall. Even so, those shapes were constants, unmoving. What had happened to the damn dead? It didn't make sense. Until it did. The hammering of the rain on the roof was half the answer. Noise. And the smell of the rain, charged with ozone and rich with earthy odors from the flowing mud, was the other half. The dead could not hear or see her. Not in that downpour. Not hidden in the back of the cruiser. Not through those same smeared windows. Well, fuck me blind, Des said out loud. She grinned. A real grin this time. Then she looked down at the footwell, at where she had been, at what she had been down there. Small, broken, weak, abandoned. Her head abruptly rose and snapped around like a spaniel, her eyes focused to the east, as if she could see through car and storm and buildings all the way to the elementary school. Where the kids were. Where the old folks had been taken. Were they trapped there? Abandoned by parents who could not get through the storm to pick them up. Or by parents who had encountered some other problem, like Saunders had. Christ, growled Des. She patted her pockets in the vain hope that Saunders had somehow overlooked her handcuff key. Not a chance. Damn! The cage was heavy-gauge wire, and she was never going to kick that out of its frame. The doors had no handles inside. But the windows... Des sneered at the glass. She had knocked in her fair share of car windows in her time. With her baton and the end of her flashlight, with a standing kick more than once, and even with the head of Rufus Sturco after Des had busted him for beating his wife with an electrical cord. Side windows weren't that tough. Safety glass was made to shatter under the right kind of impact. The problem was going to be one of angle and resistance. She couldn't stand up, and that was the best angle, and lying down meant that there was nothing to really brace against. This was going to have to be all muscle and speed, snapping speed. She turned and lay down on the seat and scooched down so that she could place her heels on the window with her knees bent. Then she wrapped her cupped hands in the nylon seatbelt strap, took a deep breath, and kicked. Her heels hit the glass and rebounded, and Des knee-punched herself in the mouth, smashing her lower lip against her teeth. She tasted blood as pain flared along the inside of her lip. The glass remained unbroken. "Motherfucker!" she snarled. Her anger stoked all the way up to white-hot rage, and she kicked out again, and again, and again. There was a sharp crystalline pop, and then her heels shot through the disintegrating window out into the rain. However, the jagged teeth of the window raked her ankles and calves. Des jerked her legs back into the car, her chest heaving in anger and pain. Hot blood trickled down the back of each calf, but cold rain slanted through the window, driven by stiff wind. She froze and listened once more to the sound of the storm. Still no moans, no scuffling feet on the wet blacktop. Des leaned forward and cautiously stuck her head out the window, looked left and right. The bus was still there, but that was it. None of them. Not even the remains of Saunders. Had they totally consumed him, flesh, bone, and clothes? No, that was stupid. He was one of them now. Des knew that for sure. The way you know bad things when the shit is really coming down around you. Saunders was out there somewhere, half torn apart but walking, hunting for food. Her stomach did a sickening spin. "Stop mooning around, you cow!" screeched Des. "Get out of the car! Get out! Get out!" Des reached her hands through the shattered window and fumbled for the door handle, found it, hooked her cold fingers in it, clumsied it up, and felt the lock pop open, She shoved the door with her knee, and then she was out of the car, moving as fast as she could, and then dropping into a low crouch, studying the road. Nothing moved but the wind-blown rain. Des crept sideways down the car to the open driver's door, found the trunk release, jerked it. Then she duck-walked to the back of the car, making maximum use of cover, peered around, and saw that the coast was still clear. She straightened and pushed the trunk hood all the way up, and smiled. Her hat was there, as was her gun belt, her Glock, and her ring of keys. Des grabbed for the keys, fumbled the small cuff key out, and worked it into the lock. When they clicked open, she turned and threw them as far away as she could, her face twisted into a mask of disgust. Then she wrapped the belt around her hips and cinched it tight. She had used up her pepper spray on Andy. Didn't matter. The shit didn't work on those dead sons of bitches anyway. She dropped the magazine in her Glock. 9 bullets left, and 1 in the chamber. That was the bad news. The good news was the shotgun attached by aluminum clips to the underside of the trunk lid. It had beanbag rounds, though. Good for knocking them down. No good at all for killing them. The keys to the cruiser were... where? She went back to the driver's side, but the ignition slot was empty. Saunders had been a dutiful little trooper and had taken the keys with him. Shit! Des turned and surveyed the road, hoping to see the keys glinting on the asphalt. No such luck. She knew in theory how to boost a car, but she needed a screwdriver or some tools, and her fingers were so numb with cold that she wasn't even sure she could pull a trigger. Des looked around, considering her options. Her car was parked at the station, 4 blocks from here, but her car keys were in her briefcase in her own cruiser, and that was back at Turks's, miles away. And if the Stadies thought she was a mad psycho killer, if the actual truth of what was happening hadn't yet come to bite them on the ass, then going to the station was a quick way to get arrested again. Des knew that she wouldn't let that happen, even if it meant kneecapping a couple of troopers. Would she kill one of them if she had to? She weighed the shotgun in her hand. Beanbag rounds might be a way to muscle through them. Or just to avoid that whole can of worms and figure something else out. She looked up the road. The elementary school was 2 miles from here. A long, cold run in this rain. Her trailer home was the same distance, but off to the southwest. It was way out of her way, but she could feel the old place pulling at her. There was a locked trunk in her bedroom. In it, Des had 2 hunting rifles, a shotgun, a Sig Sauer 9, a Raven Arms 25, and enough boxes of bullets to start a goddamn war. Her landlord, Rempel, had a big Toyota Tundra, too. That thing could drive through a brick wall. If Rempel wouldn't lend it to her, then Des had no problem at all knocking him on his ass and taking it. Or kneecapping him, if it came to that. He really was a prick. She could change into warm clothes, grab her leather jacket and riot gear, put all the guns and ammo into the Tundra, and then smash her way right up to the doors of the elementary school. She chewed her lip. That wasn't a great plan. It wasted time, but it was the only plan that sounded like it ended with her alive, and the kids alive, too. The wind howled and the street remained empty. Where the fuck is everyone? For that matter, where was JT? Was he in lockup, sweating this out in a cage, or had his driver stopped, too? "Tim and Hoss," she said to the wind. "Don't you leave me, too!" There was a catch in her voice as she said it, and it made her mad. "Fuck it," she told the storm. "It's only rock and roll." Des turned and ran down the road toward her home, toward her guns. Chapter 68. Bixby Road, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. Homer Gibbon drove the back roads away from Aunt Selma's house. He had no idea where Selma was. Homer had dropped her off on a neighbor's porch, rang the bell, and was a quarter-mile down the road when the screams began. He got stuck twice in mud. Homer took it in stride. He had the radio tuned to WNOW, listening to Magic Marty talk about the storm, and then hearing her voice change as she began reading news reports about outbreaks of violence in Stebbins County. That confused him for almost a full minute, and then he got it. As he drove, he tried to put it all together, to connect the chain of events that stretched from the execution chamber at the prison to this moment in the church lady's car. He remembered the needle, and he remembered going to sleep. Then he remembered waking up and seeing the man at the mortuary and the ugly Russian lady. Homer remembered fighting with them, biting them. That had been the first real taste. It wasn't really his first taste of human flesh. He had bitten parts off a diner waitress once, but it was the first time he had tasted it out of need rather than curiosity. And oh, how he had needed it. Waking up in that bag, that fucking body bag, had been awful. Dark and terrifying, like being inside a womb or a coffin. Worse still had been the hunger. It was so deep, so massive that he almost bit his own skin, and he would have too if the mortician hadn't unzipped the bag and bent close. Deliciously close. He wondered if the mortician and the Russian lady had come back, like Aunt Selma and the church lady. Yes, he decided, they had. They'd come back as slaves of the black eye, and now they were probably out there somewhere, spreading the truth of the red mouth. That was... He fished for a word that was grand enough, glorious enough. That was perfect. It was delicious, and it was fun. He hit the button to roll the window down, leaned his head out of the cube as the rain stung him, and screamed at the storm, "Fuck you, Volker!" Homer laughed for the next 5 minutes. The old fuck doctor at the prison hadn't punished him, or damned him, or any such bullshit. Volker had given Homer the keys to the goddamn kingdom. He had empowered him. Homer liked the word empowered. He had learned it from a Dr. Phil episode. Empowered. It tasted good to say it. The only thing that bothered Homer was the fact that Aunt Selma and the church lady seemed a little... Again he fished for a word. The only thing that seemed to fit was dumb as shit. He thought about it some more, not liking that. It seemed disrespectful. Not dumb. Empty, like a hollowed-out gourd. Nothing inside except the hunger. Auntie didn't even seem to know her name. Granted, without a face, she couldn't speak, but she didn't even respond to her name. Church lady still had a face, but she couldn't talk either. They just were. Would that be how all of them were? He was pondering that when a figure staggered out of the brush and walked right into the middle of the road. Homer stamped on the brakes and had to steer like a madman to keep the cube from spinning and crashing into the rain-swept trees. "You stupid fuck!" Homer yelled. But then he stopped and peered through the windshield as the wipers slapped back and forth. He knew this man, and Homer grinned. Holy shit. The man turned toward the car, staring with eyes that were dark and empty of everything except hunger. He wore the remains of a blue smock over street clothes. The smock, the clothes, and the man were covered with so much dried blood that even rain this heavy could not wash it away. The face that peered through the windshield at Homer was the same one that had bent to peer at him when the body bag had been unzipped. The mortician. Homer got out of the car, and the man suddenly staggered toward him, taking 2 quick steps as if preparing to attack. Homer knew that he wanted to attack. He was hungry, after all. Homer knew that on a gut level. Then the man stopped and stood in the rain, looking lost, looking empty.
"Guess I'm not your Happy Meal, sport," said Homer.
The dead mortician lifted his head at the sound of Homer's voice, and the barest shadow of perplexity flicked across his dead features. Then he turned and began staggering in the same direction he'd been going before Homer stopped. On the other side of the road was a farm field, and beyond that, a farmhouse.
"Nice,"
Homer said with approval. There was more movement up the road, and he saw a cop step out of the woods. His shirt and throat were ripped away, his eyes dark and dead. The cop crossed the road and headed in the same direction as the mortician.
"Very nice."
Homer got back into the car. He felt satisfied. He had wanted an answer to his question, and the universe had given it to him. No muss, no fuss. The empty ones, like Aunt Selma and the mortician, were no different than the worms under his skin. They did what they did, but there was no one at the wheel except the will of the red mouth.
"Kinda perfect,"
he said, nodding to himself.
"That's right on the fucking money."
He pounded the side of his fist on the steering wheel. Then he rolled up the window, put the car in gear, and kept driving. A mile down the road he came to a crossroads. Turn left, and the road would take him into the town of Stebbins. Turn right, and he could pick up Route 381, heading to the county line. In the rearview mirror, a military-style Humvee materialized ghost-like out of the rain, and a moment later a troop truck appeared. And another. Homer waited for the red mouth to tell him, but there was silence inside his head. Then he remembered that he was the red mouth now. Beneath his skin the larvae wriggled, and in his stomach the hunger howled. The crossroads waited. Left or right? Smiling, he made his turn. He even used his turn signal, just for the hell of it. Chapter 69. Main Street, Town of Stebbins. Des Fox ran along the side of the road. Main Street was empty, and on any other day Des would have blamed the storm. Today, though, she could no longer take anything for granted. The downpour reduced visibility to a dozen yards. Everything beyond that was a confusion of gray. Threatening shapes seemed to materialize out of nowhere, and Des suddenly tensed, bringing the shotgun up, finger slipping inside the trigger guard, only to take 2 more steps to reveal them as mailboxes, a stand of cornstalks left over from Halloween, a sheet metal cutout of a smiling car salesman outside of Dollar Bill's used cars. Nothing. None of them. A mile and a half from her trailer park, she found 3 dead bodies lying in the middle of the road. 2 men and a woman. Civilians. Each of the bodies had been virtually torn to pieces by automatic gunfire, multiple head wounds. The ground was littered with brass, 5.56 by 45mm NATO rounds, M16s. Des looked around and saw muddy impressions from truck tires and boot marks from at least a dozen men. The National Guard. Had to be. Hope flared in her chest. If the Guard was here, then someone was using their head. Someone asked for some serious backup, and the Guard had come in here to kick ass and take names. She kept moving, and as she ran, questions filled her head. How much did the government know? Did the government know anything? The guardsmen could have been here to sandbag the riverbanks or evacuate the townsfolk. They might have fired as a response to an attack. If so, did the guard take any injuries? Were any of them bitten and possibly infected? That was the ugliest thought of all, because they went everywhere in the state. It would be a real bitch if the good guys riding to the rescue were the ones to spread this. She realized with a sinking stomach that she had already seen that. That's what happened to Andy Deviney and the others, and Chief Goss, probably Trooper Saunders, too. Somebody had to warn them. "Oh, shit," she growled, and increased her pace. Running hurt her head, but she didn't care. She slogged through the mud as fast as her weary legs would carry her. She got answers to some of her questions a quarter-mile down the road. She saw the smoke first, and as she rounded a curve in the road, she saw the burning car. It was a Toyota RAV4. The vehicle was completely gutted by fire, the tires melted, the windows gone, bullet holes everywhere, spent brass all over the muddy road. There were 6 bodies there. 2 of them were still inside the Toyota, both strapped into car seats in the back, burned to charred lumps. God, no! She turned away in grief and horror. The bodies on the road were all adults, 2 women and 2 men. Des knew the women, Katie Gunderson and her sister Jean. Both of them were married. Both had kids in preschool. Had. God! Lying partly under Jean was a man Des vaguely recognized from town events, a farm worker. She had no idea what his name was. The 3 of them were riddled with bullet holes. The farm worker was clearly one of the infected. His face and throat had ragged bite marks, but Des couldn't see any trace of bites or the black goo on the women. The last body was a real puzzle, and again it made Des's heart sink. It was a National Guardsman in a torn white hazmat suit. Des squatted down and gingerly lifted his gas mask to reveal a young face, maybe 20. He had a bite on his left hand, but it wasn't the disease that had killed him. Someone had put 3 rounds through his forehead. But why hadn't they taken the injured man into quarantine, given him some kind of treatment? Why leave his body here? Even if he had died as a result of the bite, or if they'd killed him because they were terrified of the disease, why leave his body? Leaving a soldier behind is against everything soldiers are taught. They didn't even take his dog tags. They blew his head off and left. That made no kind of sense. Unless... "Oh, shit," she said, and she could hear the panic in her own tone. It made no sense unless the guardsmen were that afraid of the plague. Unless the plague was so desperately dangerous that even the respect for a fallen soldier had to be prohibited. Des licked rainwater off her lips. How bad was this thing? She looked at the bodies and then down at the dead soldier. Do I have it? The dead kept their secrets, but their silence seemed to mock her, to promise awful things. Then she heard a squawking sound. At first, she couldn't understand what or where it was, and then she heard it again, and she knew. It was a squelch from a walkie-talkie. Des found it under the man's hip. Des tore off a handful of leaves from a roadside bush and wiped the device clean of blood and mud. She began fiddling with it as she jogged down the road toward her trailer park. When she found a channel where there was some chatter, she slowed to a walk and pressed the device to her ear, sticking a finger in her other ear to block out the sound of the storm. There were a lot of voices, lots of overlapping chatter, a lot of emotions running high. The result was a jumble from which Des could only harvest a few scraps. Last the state cops are in the holding pen. Primary shooting line with a fallback at 20 yards. Helo's grounded. 2 cars of farmers tried to run the south barricade. CDC wildfire team delayed by storm. Only bits and pieces, but it was enough for Des, and more than enough to convince her not to say anything into the walkie-talkie. If they shot their own and shot civilians. She heard the phrase Q zone at least a dozen times. Quarantine zone. Had to be. That was both good and bad. Good for the rest of the state, or maybe the rest of the country. Bad as shit for her and her fellow citizens in Stebbins County. It wasn't a surprise, but it confirmed her worst fears. Almost her worst. There was another phrase that was peppered through the chatter. 3 words. 3 terrible words. Shoot on sight. Des stuffed the walkie-talkie into her jacket pocket and began running again, faster. A few cars and trucks appeared in the gloom, but each time they were ordinary, parked where they should be parked. No sign of further violence. Until she found the second state police cruiser. It was smashed into a telephone pole half a block from the road that led to her trailer park. The front end was wrapped like a cruller around the shattered stump of the pole. Wires lay across the road like broken spider webs. Chunks of safety glass sparkled as raindrops struck them. Des raised the shotgun as she approached the vehicle from a quarter angle. The windshield was spiderwebbed out from a black impact hole. The driver, seatbelt notwithstanding, had hit the windshield hard. From the degree of damage and the lack of skid marks, it looked to Des as if the driver had been driving at high speed and never touched the brakes. There were multiple lines of bullet holes stitched along the passenger side of the cruiser. The brass in the middle of the road were from M16s. All 4 doors were open. She darted forward and aimed her gun inside. The front seat was torn and slashed, and there was an inch-deep puddle of bloody rainwater sloshing around the puddles. Standing like bleak islands in the puddle were small lumps of meat and a man's left thumb. Des's mind cruelly supplied a name for what she was seeing. Leftovers. She swallowed a throatful of acid and checked the back seat. Blood there, too. Whose blood? The thumb had been from a white man, not from J.T. "Come on, Hoss," Des murmured. "Give me a happy ending here." But there was no more to this story. She moved around to the back of the vehicle. The trunk hood was bent and had popped out of the lock. The shotgun was gone. She tried on a smile, hoping that J.T. had been the one to cowboy up and blast his way out of there. The back seat was bloody, though. "No," she breathed, and hearing the word drove a spike of doubt and fear into her heart. "Come on, no." The rain was so loud that she never heard the wet footsteps behind her, but suddenly icy fingers clamped around her arms and dragged her backward. Chapter 70. Stebbins County Line. Billy Trout suddenly swerved the Explorer off the road and pulled behind a billboard for a year-round Christmas store. "What'd you do that for?" demanded Goat. "Look," Trout said, pointing. Goat peered through the storm. 100 yards ahead, almost invisible in the relentless rain, a line of military vehicles was barreling along Hank Davis Pike, the road that cut across the county line and went directly into Stebbins. There were at least a dozen troop trucks and 2 Humvees with top-mounted machine guns. They were bucketing along, and when they hit the crossroads, they didn't even slow down, burning straight through the red light. Only the last vehicle slowed to a stop, sloping through mud onto the shoulder. Immediately soldiers piled out and began removing sawhorse barriers from the back of the truck. They erected them across the road that led into town. The guards were dressed in rain ponchos, but their M16s were visible on slings. The soldiers were dressed in white hazmat suits. "Oh, man," said Goat. "This shit must be totally out of the box." "Yeah," murmured Trout dryly. "God, this story has to get out. Damn. I wish the phones worked. Fucking storm. Screw the storm, Billy. Our calls were going nowhere before the rain even started. Those goons cut the lines and jammed the cell towers, and you know it. We'd need a satellite phone or the broadcast uplink to get the word out." "Don't suppose you brought that stuff?" Trout asked hopefully. "Pretty sure I'd be fucking using it right about now if I had." Goat stared at the guardsman down the road. "We're screwed, Billy. We'll never get in." Maybe. Let me think. Trout turned and looked the way they'd come, and then looked farther up the road, chewing his lip in thought. Okay, they've got this road blocked, and there are 4 other significant roads that lead to town. Hank Davis becomes Doll Factory once you pass the reservoir. Then there's Sawmill Road at the west end, Brayer Bridge Road at the southeast corner, and Sandoval Road that crosses into Maryland. They're going to block those, no doubt about it. How many other roads does that leave? Including farm roads? Asked Goat. About 1 million. Right. So if they're just now blocking the big roads, we can still get in on a farm road. What's close? Forest Lane or that crappy little utility road by the Miller place? Goat looked uncertain. Wait, man, let's think this through. Why exactly are we trying to get into town? Are you serious? As a heart attack? Think about it, man. Doc Volker infected a psycho-serial killer with a bunch of parasites that are probably going to make him even more of a murderous whack job than he already was, and which are likely to spread like wildfire. He said that the infected would be, what's the word he used? Suborned by the parasite's need to replicate and feed. We're talking full-on zombies running around, maybe biting people, maybe doing who knows what to spread the parasite. Exactly, agreed Trout. Then why in the wide blue fuck are we even thinking about going in there? We're reporters. Yeah, save that shit for the rubes, Billy. Trout turned in his seat. Okay, then all bullshit aside. Everyone knew that this storm was coming, so by now they would have evacuated the middle school and bussed all those kids over to the elementary school. That's the town's shelter point. They'll probably be bringing in the old folks from Sunrise Home, and anyone who lives in areas likely to flood. That's what, 2,000 people? More than half of them kids. Most of the kids' parents will have picked them up already. Maybe from east and north, but anyone coming from west and south will have been flooded out. Or maybe stopped by the military. No matter how you spin it, Goat, there are going to be hundreds of kids and maybe as many old folks and townies who have nowhere else to go. They're going to be inside that shelter. Okay, so, if they don't know what they're facing, then they're going to take in anyone who comes to the shelter doors. That includes wounded people who might have been bitten. You heard what Volker said. This thing is completely infectious. If even one wounded person shows up and they let him in, then Lucifer 113 is going to sweep like wildfire through the shelter. Everyone is going to get sick and die, Goat. And I have a pretty bad feeling that the military is going to let them. Goat turned away. They can't just let everyone die. Yes, they can, Trout said. We can't let them. We can't let Stebbins be erased. Goat shook his head. Jeez, what are you, Captain Avenger? You don't even have family in Stebbins anymore. It's still my town, Goat. My friends are there. Des Fox is there too, right? When Trout didn't answer, Goat nodded to himself. You're going to get yourself eaten by zombies or gunned down by the National Guard over some chick who wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. Trout said nothing. Billy, if you go in there, then whatever happens to everyone else is going to happen to you. Maybe, Trout snapped. Or maybe I get to Des or JT or someone and they get everyone over to the school and lock it up and we ride this out. What about the infected? We check for anyone with a bite, anyone who looks sick. And do what? Shoot them? Christ, kid, who do you think I am? No, we lock them up. There's plenty of rooms in the school. We take all the infected, anyone who even might be infected, and lock them up until this settles down. Then the feds can figure out a way to help them and rescue us. Goat stared at him for a long time. Damn, I wish I had your optimism. I'd blow my entire paycheck on scratch-off tickets. He shook his head. Look, you can play Captain Avenger, but count me out. Don't worry, Goat. I'm not saying you should come with me. In fact, I'd rather you didn't. I want you to get out of here. Hitch a ride to Bordentown or someplace. Get someplace where you're safe. Goat narrowed his eyes. Why? Because you're going to take this stuff with you. He fished Volker's flash drives and his own small recorder out of his pockets. If things go bad, then make sure the truth comes out. Goat made no move to get out. Billy, this is nuts. Yeah, well, we left sane and normal behind the first time Volker said zombie. Look, said Goat, taking the evidence from Trout. "Do this for me, okay? Before you do anything else, go to the station and get that little portable satellite uplink we use for field reports. It's at my office. There's an old sat phone, too. The Army can cut off the phones and the net, but they're not going to knock down a satellite." "I can contact you with that?" Trout asked. "Sure." Goat explained how the device worked. "You can reach me on Skype. The sat phone will give you audio but no video, so we can at least talk. Use it to let me know when you're going to upload a video file. Get one of my small digital cameras. Shoot everything. The zombies, the soldiers, dead people in the streets, kids hiding in the school, anything that will make news. Hell, it's all news." "Good," said Trout. "That's exactly what we need. We have to get the news out." Goat looked out the window, nodding toward the rain-swept fields. "Bordentown's about 4 miles that way." He glanced at his heavy satchel with the cameras and laptop. It was going to be a bastard of a slog through the mud, but he merely sighed. Then he turned back to Trout. "Tell me something, Billy. If you were in charge of the military for this shit, what would you do? Would you, I don't know, nuke the whole place?" Trout gave him a cynical laugh. "No, but I guess I'd build a big freaking wall around Stebbins. But no, I wouldn't nuke the whole friggin' place, and I don't think they will either." "That's good. They'll probably drop a couple of fuel air bombs," Trout continued. "Incinerate the whole place. Less risk, more efficient." Goat stared at him. "Jesus Christ, Billy. You're building a case for the military to kill every man, woman, and child in town. In the town you're about to return to. That's insane." "What Volker did was insane," said Trout. "What the CIA did in allowing Lucifer 113 into the country was insane. Burning this place down to save the entire country, maybe the whole world, it's harsh, but it's practical." "No, don't look at me like that. I'm not saying they should. I think they will." "Oh, man." Goat held out his hand. "Take care of yourself, Billy. You too, kid. See you on the other side." Goat shook his head as he got out. He stood in the wind, rainwater running in lines down his face as the explorer pulled back onto the road. Then he set his shoulders against the cold and began walking as fast as the storm and mud would permit. Chapter 71. Main Street. Des shrieked as the cold hands pulled her backward. Then she stepped back harder than the pull, jammed one foot flat on the ground, and used the leverage to spin her body as hard as she could. As she turned, she whipped the shotgun stock at head level, smashing the hardwood into the cheekbone of a tall man in mechanic's coveralls, shattering the bones in his face and sending shockwaves up Des's arms. The man staggered back, and for a horrible second, Des thought that she had just hit an infected survivor, but then he caught his balance and turned back to face her. One eye was half closed. The other stared at her from a red pit from which all of the flesh had been torn away. The rest of his face hung in tatters. A crooked little laugh of relief escaped her throat. It was only one of the dead. Or a ghoul. More laughter bubbled out of her throat as she raised the gun and fired. She thought it was loaded with beanbag rounds, but a load of double-up buckshot blew off the top of the creature's head. It crumpled awkwardly to the wet ground. "Yeah, fucking A!" she cried aloud. "Booyah! Kill 'em all, motherfucker!" Des stood over the fallen ghoul, feet wide and knees braced, chest heaving. The shotgun clutched so hard that her knuckles were white as bones. She could feel the fastenings that held her sanity in place, popping one by one. Part of her even wanted to go crazy, running batshit nuts through the street, shooting everything that moved until she fired all her guns dry, then running straight into a crowd of them, kicking, punching, biting, going down dirty and mean and in style. A warrior's death, like a lion pulled down by jackals. It was every drill instructor's dream, to die in combat, wading through a sea of your enemy's blood as they choked on yours. She recognized the man. Fred Warts, corn farmer whose spread ran alongside the trailer park. As she watched, a piece of Fred's skull fell away with a plop. It was a grotesque sight, but Des suddenly laughed out loud, and the laugh rose and rose until it was a piercing shriek like a gull's cry, and then the laugh disintegrated into a sob that almost brought her to her knees. "Stop it!" screamed her inner voice. "Stop, stop, 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 stop!" The sobs fractured and fell apart into a choking cough. No more laughter boiled out of her. "Fuck you!" The words were so loud they burned her throat, but the storm swallowed them whole, eating each echo before it could roll back to her. It hurt her that this was Fred. She'd had beers with him, sitting in lawn chairs outside of her trailer, talking football and Monday morning quarterbacking the war in Afghanistan. It was so wrong that she had simply killed him, even though she knew that he was already dead. How could that matter on a day like this? What mattered was that this was a guy she knew, a drinking buddy, a friend. And now he was gone, just as Trooper Saunders was gone, and Chief Goss, and Sheldon Higdon, and Doc Hartnett, and all the others. Everyone she knew was dying. Everyone she knew was leaving her. Everyone. Her stomach bubbled, and Des turned away and vomited into the mud. Then she heard something in the storm behind the waving sheets of rain. Moans. Not just one voice. Many. So many. She stared into the rain with mad eyes. "Come on, you pussies." Des jammed the shotgun stock against her shoulder and fired into the wind. Again and again. She turned and fired, turned and fired. The buckshot was wasted on the storm, but she didn't care. "Come on, you... Her words disintegrated into sobs, and Des sagged to her knees. She shook her head as the moans floated toward her through the rain. "I can't," she blubbered as tears and snot mixed with rainwater on her face. "I can't do this." Not with J.T. gone. Probably Billy, too. The bastard. And the chief, and Flower, and everyone. All gone. How the fuck was she supposed to go on without any of them still left? She let the shotgun fall to the asphalt as she collapsed forward onto her palms, head hanging down between her heaving shoulders. Voices, 1,000 variations on her own voice, spoke inside her head, telling her to get up, telling her to give up, telling her to just let go, telling her that it was okay, that she didn't have to be afraid anymore, telling her that this was all just a dream, and Daddy will come and tuck her in and kiss her good night and make everything better. Nothing but a dream. Only that. The moans changed into a hummed lullaby, a dozen voices humming in her daddy's voice. "No matter what happens, Pumpkin, I'll always come back for you. Come back for you." She looked up, her eyes wide and desperate, as if she expected to see her father come lurching out of the rain, his body twisted and torn by the explosion that had killed him. Daddy coming for her, to take her, to consume her, the way these monsters wanted to consume her. "Please!" she screamed. The moans were louder now. Des closed her eyes. "If it hurts, so what? It won't hurt for long. It won't hurt for long. And then what?" The voices muttered and yelled and whispered, but none of them had an answer. "And then what? Death? Sure, That was certain. And then what? Des heard a sound, a soft scuff, and she raised her head an inch, opening her eyes to a squint, as if afraid of a bright light. Raindrops swung pendulously from her eyelashes. She saw a foot, small with a bright red sneaker, white tights. Des looked up. White tights and a plaid skirt, and above that, blood. The face that came out of the rain could have been her own, years and years ago. Big blue eyes, corn-yellow hair, round cheeks, a pretty little girl. A little girl. The little girl reached out her hands, a soft and plaintive gesture. A child wanting warmth, craving the safety of strong arms to hold her and keep her safe from the boogeyman. The little girl could have been her, only it wasn't. "Please," whispered the little girl. That's what Des's mind tried to tell her. That's the lie her inner need created. Please. But it was a lie, and Des knew it. Some fragment of her still understood that much. The voices in her head yelled the lie, but some deeper part of Des was whispering back, no. The little girl had not spoken at all. She could not. All she could do was moan. An empty plea to satisfy a hunger that was vast and endless. Des looked into the little girl's eyes. She had seen the eyes of the other ghouls, Chief Goss, others. In their eyes, all she had seen was nothing. But here, for a fragment of a moment, Des thought she caught the flicker of something else. It was as if she looked through the grimy glass of a haunted house and saw the pale, pleading face of a ghost. In the second before the thing lunged at her, Des saw the shadow of the little girl screaming at her from the endless darkness. It was the single most terrible moment of her entire life. Worse than the lingering death of her mother as cancer carved her down to a skeletal parody of who she had been. Worse than the imagined ghost of her father who comes shambling into her bedroom months after he had been buried in a sealed coffin. Worse than all the intervening years of drinking to shut down her mind and fucking to try to feel something. Worse than all of the things that had happened today. The screaming face of the little girl, trapped inside the mindless thing that had been her, was worse than anything. Worse even than all the voices screaming inside Desdemona Fox's head. So, Des screamed too. And with a movement as fluid and fast as if she had been practicing her whole life for this single moment, Des drew her Glock and pointed and fired straight and true and blew out the lights in the haunted house. The little girl pitched backward and fell onto the asphalt. Des crawled over to her and looked down into the dark eyes. She bent close, staring. All that she saw, however, was her own pale reflection in the black pupils and fading blue irises. The ghost was gone. The screams in Des's head stopped, just like that, blown to silence by the blast of her gun, falling empty on the ground like spent brass. Des Fox raised her head. There were other moans in the storm, coming closer. Slow shapes with dark bodies and pale faces were emerging from the shadows of the downpour. Des lingered for one moment longer, looking at the victim of the small murder she had committed. However, Des offered no apology. This was not her crime. She had saved this little girl. She turned toward the side road. Her trailer was less than a mile away now. Go there, get the guns, get Rempel's truck, then get over to the elementary school. The Stebbins Little School at the end of Schoolhouse Lane, a gym for Pee Wee League basketball, an assembly hall for meetings and Christmas pageants, and a basement designed as a shelter for all civil emergencies and natural disasters. A safe haven, or a well-stocked larder, depending on who was in charge. All the children of Stebbins County, all of the little boys and little girls, needing help, needing her help. The ghouls were going to slaughter them all, and if not the ghouls, then the National Guard. Teeth or bullets or a fucking fuel air bomb. Either way, no one was left to protect them. Everyone else had run away or died. Except Des. No, she said to the storm and the moans and to her own pain. No! Des holstered her pistol and ran. Chapter 72. Stebbins County Line. As soon as he rounded the bend, Billy Trout cut sharply off the road and crashed through a screen of brush onto a deer path that snaked between two farms. The brush closed behind him, and if some of the bracken was crushed and twisted, Trout figured that anyone would blame it on the storm. There were trees falling. Who cared about some brush? Branches and shrubs scratched along the sides of the Explorer, and mud splashed as high as the windows as he bumped and thumped over ruts and roots. This path wound around the Miller and Rubino farms and then crossed a paved road that would take him right into the back of the regional satellite news parking lot. With any luck, the whole staff would be there, reporting the storm and manning the journalistic bastions. They'd help him get word out to whatever cops were left in town and definitely to the authorities. Some public appeal might coax the feds into considering other choices. Of course, getting the word out would put his neck on the federal chopping block. Prison was a real possibility, First Amendment notwithstanding. They could beat him to death with the Patriot Act, disappear him to some hellhole for a few decades and call it interests of national security. It was no joke, and Trout wasn't laughing. "What the hell are you doing, Billy Trout?" he asked himself. Even though the heater was only set for defrost, he was sweating badly and his mouth was as dry as old cloth. It wasn't simply the threat of government retaliation for what he had planned. Things were much, much worse than that. Trout was still in his 30s, but he'd seen his share of life's awful moments as a reporter. First in Pittsburgh after college, and then here in Stebbins. Nothing he'd seen, however, ever filled him with anything approaching the fear that was screaming in his head. He had always considered terror to be more of an abstract political concept rather than an actual state of human experience. That was before Volker and Lucifer 113. Now he was truly and completely terrified. He wanted to pull off the road, curl up in the back, and pull his coat over his head, or drive to Pittsburgh and buy a ticket for the first flight out of the state, maybe out of the country. For once, that wasn't a joke. What if he ran into Homer Gibbon? That thought made Trout want to scream. It was one thing seeing that maniac in leg and waist chains in a courtroom or strapped to the execution table behind reinforced glass. It was something totally different thinking about meeting him out here. Meeting a Homer Gibbon who was free, insane, and infected. A Homer Gibbon who was a zombie. Zombie. The word was still so unreal. Suddenly something broke from the foliage on his left and ran across the road. Trout stamped on the brakes and skidded through mud, fishtailing as he rocked to a stop. He flicked on his brights and stared. The lane was empty. Whatever it was had cut into the woods on the right. And then the same shape moved back into the road, standing there in the glow of the lights, head swiveling in fear and panic. A deer. Only a damn deer. On a deer path. Who'd have thought? Trout began to smile, but then he bent close to the windshield and took a closer look at the animal, and his smile bled away. The deer was covered with open wounds that bled sluggishly in the rain. Not bullet wounds. Bites. Clearly, bites. The deer kept looking from one side of the road to the other, ignoring the car completely. It was a doe, maybe 2 or 3 years old, lean and strong but dying on its feet, its sides heaving with exertion or panic. Trout put it all together. It wasn't hard. Everything Volker had said was burning in his mind like words written in fire. "No," Trout said. "Come on. No." Then a figure stepped out of the woods and stopped in the middle of the road, 10 feet from the hood of the Explorer, 30 feet from the doe. A woman. Raven black hair, pale skin, ample curves in a velvet and lace dress and spiderweb patterned stockings. The heart-shaped face stared at him, ruby red lips parted in a soft "oh." A goth look, heavy-set but sexy, and heartbreakingly familiar. "Oh, no," whispered Trout, and the ache in his chest became 10 times worse. The woman's face was totally unmarked. The rest of her was not. Her arms and legs, her generous breasts and stomach, every other part of her was torn, bitten. "No." Trout knew every line and curve of the woman's face, from her liquid green eyes to her full-lipped mouth. Eyes that always twinkled with wicked fun. A mouth on which 1,000 variations of a saucy smile flickered. Now those eyes were as empty as green glass, that mouth slack. Her expression was a total blank. No pain, no fear. Not even the wry, self-aware humor that perpetually defined her. There was nothing. "God," said Trout, as tears broke from his eyes. "Marcia." Another figure stepped out into the lane. A young man in mechanic's coveralls and a baseball cap twisted sideways on his head. A stranger. His lower face and throat had been savaged, and even with the rain, the whole front of his coveralls was dark with blood. He shambled into the path, turned awkwardly toward the headlights for a moment, and then wheeled around toward the deer. Without hesitation, he lunged at the animal, but the deer pelted away down the road, uttering the strangest cry Trout had ever heard a deer make. The mechanic lurched after her. Marcia, however, stood her ground, her head tilting first to one side and then the other, as if she were trying to see past the high beams. But as she did that, her expression maintained its bland vacuity. It was as unnerving as it was grotesque. This was the secondary infection that Volker described. Bodies totally enslaved to the parasites, hosts without conscious control. But where was the consciousness? Volker had intended for Gibbon to retain consciousness while in the grave, unable to move but able to feel and experience. Was that what he was seeing here? Was Marcia trapped in there? It was the most horrible thing Trout could imagine. Her body hijacked by mindless insects that functioned on a purely instinctive level, And her mind. Marcia's beautiful, clever, cheeky, delicious mind, trapped and unable to control what the parasite made her body do. Like a ghost haunting a house that once belonged to it in life. He wished he'd killed Volker. God, he wished he had taken that gun and beat that fucking maniac to death with it. Or better yet, he wished he'd made Volker come with him, so he could see firsthand what horrors he'd wrought. Then he'd kick the son of a bitch out into the rain and let Marcia have her way with him. He gagged and almost vomited on the dashboard. Marcia was a monster. An actual monster. Trout knew that if he stepped out of the car, she would attack him. Or rather, her body would. Marcia would have no control over it. She would have no choice. She would have to watch her body commit murder and cannibalism. Jesus Christ, Trout said. How widespread was this? How many people had been infected? Where was Des? That thought ignited like a flare in his mind. Where the hell was Desdemona Fox? Was she alive or dead? And if she was dead, what kind of dead was she? Tears brimmed in his eyes again. He had the pistol, but Trout had no idea how to use it. He'd never fired a gun in his life. Even if he knew how, he was sure he couldn't bring himself to use it on Marcia. Or Des. Maybe on himself, though. That thought was whispered constantly in the back of his mind. If Des was infected, if she was truly lost to him forever, then he would use Volker's gun and give her peace, and then he would join her. If he could not have her in life, then he would follow her into death. Tears ran down his face, and he wiped his eyes on his sleeve. Screw this. Des was probably already as dead as Marcia. Maybe everyone in town was. Say goodnight, folks, and thanks for coming. So long. Marcia took a small step toward the explorer. Marcia, Trout said softly. I'm so sorry. She took another step. Trout tried flicking the lights at her. Her lips curled in a brief snarl, but then settled back to rubbery slackness. Trout took his foot gingerly off the brake, allowing the engine idle to move the SUV forward a few feet. Marcia did not move. He stepped down on the brake pedal. Come on, Marcia. Please, Trout said, sniffing at the tears. Cut me a break here. The pistol was on the seat beside him. Even a bonehead like him could suck on the barrel and pull the trigger. He thought about Goat and what they had planned to do about this. There were hundreds of kids at the shelter, maybe more. If they'd gotten there when the storm started, then there was a good chance they were still alive, still safe within the blocky walls of the elementary school. And Des was out there somewhere. Fuck! He yelled it. Outside, Marcia heard him and took a more definite step toward the car. Inside, a clock was ticking in Billy Trout's head. He eased his foot off the brakes again, and the car moved forward once more, slowly closing the distance between the Explorer's grill and Marcia. She didn't move out of the way. She reached for the hood, and Trout watched her red nails scratch long lines in the paint. One of her nails bent slowly backward and then broke, tearing away a flap of skin. Trout yelped in imagined pain. Marcia did not. The Explorer moved against her, bumping her with a soft, heavy sound that made Trout clench his teeth. Marcia leaned into the car, pushing and clawing at it as if she could tear through it to get to... A fresh wave of sickness washed over Trout as he realized with perfect clarity what Marcia intended to do. It was something he had known all along, but not quite accepted. Until now.
"Please,"
he begged. He hit the horn. She clawed at the hood. He tapped the brakes to try and jolt her away. The lane was far too narrow to go around, and there was no side road. But she would not, could not, be deterred. She knew that he was in there, and she wanted him. Even though her eyes were dead, her mouth worked constantly, snapping at the air.
"Please,"
he said again. But even as he said so, he touched the gas. Just a tap, but it made the Explorer surge 5 feet forward. Marcia was flattened against the grill and hood for a moment, her feet sliding in the mud. Then she slipped. Just a few inches, her weight pulling her down as her feet lost their support. Trout touched the gas again. Just a whisper of extra power. The Explorer lurched forward again, and Marcia slipped farther down.
"I'm sorry,"
Trout said. And then a sob broke in his chest as he pressed down on the gas, driving the car forward and watching Marcia slide slowly backward off the hood and sink down, inch by inch, in front of the car. In front and under. Her arms were stretched forward, nails scratching and scrabbling at the wet metal. Rain pounded her, dancing along the white skin of her hands and arms. Another few feet forward. Another few inches down. She was disappearing in horrible slow motion, sinking into the mud as the weight and mass of the Explorer pushed her down. Trout stared into her empty green eyes as they peered at him over the very edge of the hood, and then they were gone as she slid down. Her hands slid away from him, and they, too, were gone. There was a moment when the car seemed to stall, but then Trout realized with even greater horror that it was because the wheels were trying to climb over an obstacle. A second deeper sob tore itself from Trout's chest as he fed the car more gas and the four-wheel drive found purchase. The Explorer rocked sideways as it climbed awkwardly over the obstruction. Wheel by wheel it thumped back into the mud, and the vehicle rolled forward without further hindrance. Trout kicked the brake pedal to the floor and bent forward as if in physical pain. His forehead rested on the knobbed arc of the steering wheel. He let go of the wheel and punched it, and punched the dash, and punched his own head. Trout screamed as loud as all the pain in the world. When he finally began driving, he dared not look in the rearview mirror. It would kill him to see Marcia lying broken in the mud. It would kill him to see her getting to her feet.
"Oh, Christ,"
he said through his tears.
"Des!"
He gunned the motor and kept driving. Chapter 73. Around Stebbins County. "Where is everyone?" asked Jimmy Hobbs, as he and his girlfriend, Elizabeth Donald, stepped into the foyer of the offices of Regional Satellite News. He was 5 years younger than Elizabeth and was the company gopher, doing everything from chauffeuring camera crews to replacing broken toilet seats. With his shocking red hair and freckles, he looked like Archie from the comics. Elizabeth had curly black hair and dark eyes and a goth style she modeled after Marcia's, minus all the piercings. "Where's Marcia?" asked Elizabeth, as she shrugged out of her wet coat. She was not smiling. A faint frown tugged at the corners of her mouth. The receptionist's chair was pushed back against the wall, and her styrofoam Dunkin' Donuts coffee cup was on its side, still dripping into the pool that was spread under the desk. "Maybe she went to get the mop," suggested Jimmy. "I'll go see." Without another word, he pushed through the Batwing saloon doors that led into the newsroom. Elizabeth bent over to shake droplets from her hair. From that angle, she could look under the edges of the flapping saloon doors, and for a moment She didn't understand what she was seeing. Jimmy seemed to be dancing with Murray Klein's secretary, Connie. Dancing? Even as she saw this, Elizabeth knew that it was wrong, that her perception was skewed, and not merely because she was bent over. The picture she saw would not fit into her mind. She straightened slowly and peered over the top of the doors. Jimmy was not dancing. Of course he wasn't dancing. That was crazy. What he was doing, however, was crazier by far. Connie and Jimmy were locked in a fierce embrace, and it seemed to Elizabeth that Connie was forcibly trying to kiss Jimmy. No, not kiss. Bite? Jimmy was twice the secretary's size, but shock and the ferocity of the attack was crippling him. In a moment, it would kill him, unless... Elizabeth burst through the doors and into the newsroom. She stopped, momentarily forgetting even the weird and absurd gavotte being performed in front of her. The newsroom was in shambles. Desks were overturned, papers thrown onto the floor, computer monitors had been smashed and some still leaked smoke, and someone had splashed bright red paint everywhere. Once more Elizabeth's mind rewound that thought and edited it with new words. Not paint. Blood. Pints of it. Gallons. Walls. Floor. And even some on the ceiling. Bodies lay scattered around. The rest of the afternoon staff. The weatherman, Gino Torelli, was spread-eagled over a desk with his crotch and the inside of both thighs simply gone. Torn away. Elizabeth could see torn muscles and white bone. But worse than that, someone had jammed a letter opener into one of his eye sockets, angling it to drive all the way into his brain. "Oh," murmured Elizabeth. The other secretary, Wilma, was slumped in her chair, as if she was trying to awaken from a terrible dream. There were others, too. 2 reporters, an engineer, a copy editor, and a man dressed like a state trooper. The engineer was lying face down on the floor. The others knelt around him like picnickers, pulling red pieces out of him. Elizabeth uttered a single, sharp, high yelp, a sound with no meaning beyond an expression of horror so profound that adjectives for it did not exist. Their white faces turned toward the sound, toward her. Jimmy, still wrestling with Connie, yelled, "They've all gone crazy! Get out!" Elizabeth liked Jimmy. A whole lot. She'd been waiting for a decent guy like him for years. And, irrational as it may have been, she felt her disgust and horror suddenly drain away to be replaced with a towering indignation. She did not know what kind of madness was unfurling around her, but she was goddamn well not going to let anyone take Jimmy away from her. With a growl that was as inarticulate as her yelp, but filled with much greater purpose, Elizabeth strode over to the wrangling couple, grabbed Connie by the back of the hair, and yanked her away from Jimmy with such ferocity that Connie's feet momentarily left the ground. The smaller woman lost her grip on Jimmy and landed with her heels in a puddle of blood. Possibly her own blood. Elizabeth didn't care. She spun Connie around and belted her across the face with every ounce of strength she possessed. Connie's head whipped to one side, and she staggered several steps away. The things that were crouched around the engineer dropped the pieces of meat they held and began to get to their feet. Which is when Elizabeth's brief rage slammed into the wall of reality. "Oh, fuck," she said. "What the hell's going on?" demanded Jimmy. His eyes were glazed, and sweetheart though he might be, he was clearly not capable of handling this. "Get out, Jimmy!" Elizabeth bellowed. "Run!" He stared at her, clearly unwilling to leave her. But then the state trooper spat a mouthful of black mucus at Jimmy, who backpedaled to avoid it. His body, once in motion, apparently wanted to keep moving, and he turned and crashed through the saloon doors and then out through the vestibule and into the rain. The monsters, Elizabeth couldn't think of any better word for them, began to lumber after him, drawn by the sound and movement of his departure. "No fucking way," snarled Elizabeth. She hooked a foot around the leg of a wheeled chair and kicked it into their path. The state trooper fell over it, and the others fell over him. Elizabeth laughed by reflex, even though the moment possessed not 1 ounce of comedy. Even to her own ears, her short laugh had an hysterical note. Connie turned toward her. Her lips writhed back from cracked white teeth. "Shit," said Elizabeth. And then she was running. Not after Jimmy. She had the presence of mind to go another way, to give him a chance. Instead, she shoved Connie out of the way and ran between her and the other monsters, barreled down the corridor past the editing rooms, and hit the crash bar on the back door with both hands. She ran into the rain and darkness. Behind her, she heard the crash bar strike again and again as the monsters followed her outside. Elizabeth was not a fast runner, and the monsters seemed awkward and slow, but every time she looked back, they were closer. She realized with even greater horror that a few of them could move fast. Not as fast as Jimmy, but faster than her. "I'm gonna die. Jesus God, I'm gonna die." As she ran, she knew with complete certainty that she was right about that. But it wasn't the dead who killed her. She cut across the parking lot and out into the street, and never saw the National Guard troop truck that came bucketing down Main Street. "What the hell was that?" yelped Corporal Nick Wyckoff as he fought to control the troop truck after the impact. Sergeant Teddy Polk was in the passenger seat. He cranked down the window and craned his head to look down the road. "Nice one, Nick. You got one of those fuckers." His voice was cocky, but his eyes were filled with terror. Wyckoff licked his lips. "Are you sure? You sure it was one of the infected?" "Has to be," said Polk. Despite the cold, he was sweating inside the hazmat hood. "You heard what the captain told us. Everyone in this damn town is already dead." "Dead," echoed Wyckoff. He crossed himself and touched the metal of Mary beneath his clothes. The truck raced along a side road, kicking up plumes of mud behind it. A figure suddenly appeared in the headlights, running along the shoulder of the road. "Christ, there's another one," said Wyckoff. In the pale glow of the dashboard, the sergeant looked 10 years old. "Get her," urged Polk. "Are you nuts? Hey, the captain said that we can't let any of them get out of here." "I know, Teddy, but she's just a— Run her the fuck down, Nick." However, when the driver swerved to clip the figure, it was gone, vanished into the woods beside the road. Wyckoff did not stop. He kicked down on the gas and headed toward the center of town. As the truck's taillights dwindled into the distance, the figure stepped out of the woods. She was panting, drenched, bedraggled, and furious. She held her Glock in a two-handed grip, and her lips were curled back from gritted teeth. "Fuckers," growled Des Fox. Then she lowered her gun, asking herself if she would have fired on them if they had stopped and gotten out of the truck. Could she have drawn down on soldiers who were out here doing their jobs, even if that job was the systematic extermination of everyone in town? Could Des even be sure that she didn't have the plague? She wasn't sick, but she knew that people could carry diseases that didn't make them sick. Typhoid Mary. She touched the walkie-talkie in her jacket pocket. If she called them and tried to explain things to them, would they even listen? At some point, she was going to have to find out. She checked the road for more vehicles, but there was nothing. Des holstered her pistol and kept running. She was almost there. Chapter 74. Regional Satellite News. Billy Trout sat in his Explorer and watched most of the people he knew and worked with at RSN close in around the office gopher, Jimmy, and drag him kicking and screaming into the shelter of a parked news van. Trout almost got out of the car to try to help, but as he reached for the door handle, he could see that Jimmy was already pretty far gone. The actual killing was over quickly. So quickly that it left Trout breathless. They grabbed Jimmy from all sides. The weatherman, Gino, had his teeth buried in Jimmy's cheek. Wilma had both arms wrapped around Jimmy's waist and was tearing at his thigh with bloody teeth. The young man's screams were as high and shrill as a girl's. There wasn't a goddamn thing Trout could do about it. And as he watched, the scene collapsed down into a feeding frenzy more savage than a pack of hyenas around a downed zebra. Trout reeled back from the sight, squeezing his eyes shut and wincing as if he could feel the pain of those bites. How had it spread so far, so fast? His mind kept replaying the image of Marcia falling slowly under the wheels of his Explorer. "Come on, you idiot," growled his inner voice. "You're wasting time." He opened his eyes and studied the building. From where he was parked, he could see in through the open front door, through the glass vestibule, and into the reception area. There was no movement inside. Trout licked his lips. Volker's pistol was a cold weight on his thigh, and Trout touched it with trembling fingers. He expected the solidity of it to comfort him, but it did not. To kill these things, to really kill them, Volker said that you had to destroy the motor cortex or the brainstem. Trout didn't like his chances with a headshot. He'd be lucky to hit the body, let alone a target as small as the motor cortex, not unless he was almost face to face with them. And that thought was unbearable. He got out of the car very carefully. The zombies did not look up from their meal. None of them appeared to notice the dome light come on in the Explorer. The rain was still an effective screen. Even so, every sloshing footfall, every ragged breath seemed insanely loud to him as he crept from the side of his car to the side of the building. It felt so strange to carry a gun, and despite everything, Trout felt vaguely foolish, like a kid playing cops and robbers. He paused at the entrance, looked inside and looked back, and cursed himself. That quick look into the lighted building spoiled his night vision. Taking the pistol in both hands, Trout sidled in through the vestibule and hip-checked the door so that it swung shut. The reception area was empty, and he cautiously crept into the newsroom. Trout bit down on a cry of horror. The station engineer, a gray-haired man named Jock Spooner, lay on the floor. The dead had been at him. The man was like a scarecrow with all the stuffing removed. His arms and legs were spread like a starfish and were strangely intact. But the rest of him, chest, stomach, organs, and meat, had been torn away and eaten. Trout was sure of that. The devastation to the man was appalling. It was dehumanizing on a level that Trout had never witnessed. But it wasn't the worst part of the grisly spectacle. Not by a million miles was it the worst. The man's eyes were open. His mouth was moving. Not trying to speak, trying to bite. Destroyed as he was, the engineer was trying to raise his head and bite. Trout stared down at Jock. "Oh, God, no." Jock's teeth clacked together. His arms and legs were attached by a few strings of meat. Compelled by a twisted fascination, Trout leaned as close as he dared and stared into the engineer's eyes. Jock snapped the air, causing Trout to flinch. "Shit. Huh. Jock? Hey, buddy. Are you still in there? Can you hear me?" The dead eyes stared at him without expression. Trout bent closer still to examine the wounds, trying to make sense of animation and apparent life in the presence of so much physical destruction. He caught movement along the lines of torn flesh, and when he realized what it was, he recoiled in terror. Jock's blood had coagulated to a dark, jelly-like substance, and it was teeming with tiny worms. They looked like maggots, though much smaller and thinner. He looked at the blood splashed on the floor. Some of it was bright red. Some was as dark as Jock's blood. All of the dark blood was pulsing with larvae, but where the black blood and the red blood intermingled, he could see waves of even smaller larvae and tiny spots of white. Eggs and hatchlings. Had to be. But it was so fast. Insanely fast. "Volker, you sick bastard!" Trout backed away, looking frantically round the office, but aside from Jock, the place was empty. He turned and ran down the hall to Goat's editing room. Trout was moderately tech-savvy from being around the equipment for so long, and he gathered up what he needed and shoved it into one of Goat's big canvas rucksacks. Then he tiptoed to the door and ran through the rain to his car. The zombies raised their heads as the engine roared to life, but by the time they lumbered to their feet, Trout was back on Doll Factory Road, rolling hot and fast toward the school. Chapter 75. Sweet Paradise Trailer Park. Brian Rempel sat on the floor next to the woman who killed him. 15 minutes ago, Rempel was alive, and so was the woman. She was Mrs. O'Grady, who had a modest trailer 3 pads down from the double-wide that served as Rempel's office and home. Mrs. O'Grady was a quiet old lady who paid her rent on time and, more often than not, preferred to live with something broken rather than bother Rempel for a repair job. That made Rempel like her, or at least tolerate her. Rempel didn't like any of the residents of Sweet Paradise. They were all white trash losers as far as he was concerned. Half of them were on welfare or unemployment, and Rempel considered both of those institutions to be socially parasitic. He worked his ass off, and he hated the idea that some of his tax dollars went into the pockets of lazy fucks who couldn't hold a job, or who were too lazy to try. There were exceptions, of course. There was that stuck-up waitress in 14E. That broad never even gave him a free refill of coffee when he stopped in the diner. Bitch. And that Irish layabout writer, Keelan Patrick Burke, who just moved here from Columbus. Guy won some awards for some goofy horror stories and thought his shit didn't stink. Thought he was Stephen fucking King. And as far as Rempel was concerned, even Stephen fucking King wasn't Stephen fucking King. Not anymore. Not since The Stand. Last good book that New England prick ever wrote. Rempel had not read any of King's books after that, and had not read a word of Burke's, but he was positive the guy was an overrated mick who was probably a drunk and a wife-beater too. They all were. Every writer he ever met was a drunk, and every mick he ever met was a wife-beater. Rempel was positive of this, so he disliked Burke on general principle. The queen bitch of Sweet Paradise, though, was Des Fox. Now there was someone who really thought that she crapped little gold bars and peed gin rickeys. And talk about stuck up. Rempel had asked her over for coffee 3 times, and each time Des Fox looked at him like he was a spitty place on the sidewalk. Granted, she was hot. Bitch had a serious rack of bombs on her. Rempel admired that. Nice ass, too. But she knew that she was stacked, and that's why she treated Rempel like crap. Except when something broke in her apartment. Then Des was all sweet, saying please and thank you like butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. What made him unhappy was someone making a mess, which is why he was very unhappy 15 minutes ago, answering a call at Burke's trailer in the middle of a rainstorm that would have scared the shit out of Noah. The writer called with some kind of hysterical rant about blood or something all over the floor, all over the carpeted floor. Rempel hadn't been able to get a straight story from Burke. The idiot probably cut himself shaving while drunk. Serve him right to bleed to death, the frigging Irish sot. But he grabbed his toolkit, pulled on his yellow rain slicker, and slogged through ankle-deep mud to the writer's trailer. When he got there, he started cursing at once. The door to Burke's trailer was wide open, and the rain was pouring in. But as Rempel approached the trailer, he slowed, frowning in consternation. The runoff that dripped out of the trailer was tinged a rust red. Christ, what the hell did Burke do? Cut his own head off? Rempel mounted the 3 metal steps to the open door and peered inside. Burke was nowhere to be seen. However, Mrs. O'Grady was lying flat out on the floor just inside the door. Shit! Rempel rushed inside and dropped to his knees beside her, ignoring the blood that pooled around her. The old lady had been terribly brutalized. Some mad bastard had beaten her face in. Literally beaten it in. Mrs. O'Grady's false teeth lay shattered and scattered around her, and from the bridge of her nose to her chin the skin was torn away and the bones smashed to pieces. Rempel stared in mute horror at the exposed splinters of bone that stuck up through the mangled flesh. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was the work of a madman, a maniac. Could Burke have done this? Rempel tried to imagine the soft-spoken Irish writer going apeshit like this. He didn't like Burke, but this didn't fit at all. It was hard to imagine anyone doing this to a nice old broad like Mrs. O'Grady. Killing her was bad enough, but disfiguring her was, well, Rempel thought, it was just plain crazy. Rempel got up and moved cautiously through the trailer. No sign of Burke. No sign of a mad killer either. He pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and punched 911. The phone went immediately to a no-service message. Not even a ring. Shit. He tried 411 and got the same thing, and he had no better luck with Burke's home phone. It made a weird electronic beeping sound, but there was no dial tone. Rempel had 2 thoughts about that: the storm and the killer. In the movies, it was the killer who disabled the phones, but that wouldn't explain the lack of a cell phone signal. He heard a sound behind him and turned, expecting it to be Burke. It was Mrs. O'Grady. She stood a few feet away from him, her eyes wide and dark and empty, and her face a ruin of jagged bone and ripped flesh. Rempel stared blankly at her. "What?" he asked. She answered with a bite. Not with her old false teeth, they were destroyed, but with a new set of teeth, formed by the jagged bones of her exposed jaws. It was a disjointed, improbable weapon, and he should have been able to block her, evade her, sweep her aside. Rempel was easily twice her size. Mrs. O'Grady wasn't even particularly fast. It was all about shock, all about impossibility. Rempel stared in shock 1 second too long. Which is how so many in Stebbins died that night. And it was why so many of the dying spoke the same last word, a single syllable, spoken with fear and wonder. "No!" Des slowed to a cautious walk as she approached the trailer park. Even from 100 feet, she could tell that the wave of the infection had already reached here and swept through it. 2 of the trailers were burning. Doors were open. Cars stood idling and empty. There was no blood, not in this rain, but she saw the glint of shotgun shells on the ground. Des wasn't sure how to react to this. On one hand, the violence seemed to have rolled around her rather than over her. On the other, she felt like she was losing what little grasp she had on exactly what was happening. How long had she been asleep in the back of the cruiser? It was full dark, and she didn't think it was an early dusk caused by the storm. This was night, the dead of night, she thought, and shivered at her own joke. She moved into the park. The closest trailers were dark, except for Rempel's, but he wasn't home. She wasn't sure if she was happy or disappointed that he wasn't the main course in a monster feast. A moment later, the implications of that thought hit her. It wasn't another bad joke. She really had been disappointed that Rempel wasn't dead, and that was really bad thinking. I'm losing it. As she continued deeper into the trailer park, she tried to knock down that observation, but it dodged every blow. God, how far gone am I? How do I even know if I'm crazy or just in shock? At the corner of Rempel's trailer, she paused. Her own double-wide was 60 feet across open ground. No cover, except for some flower gardens that had withered in the cold and were now beaten flat by the rain. She was about to sprint for it when she saw a figure come walking out from between her trailer and her neighbor's. It was a teenager. One of the Murphy twins from the F section of the park. He was dressed in jeans and a white sweatshirt. No shoes or coat. Even from 20 yards, Des could tell that he was dead. The realization drove a knife into her heart. The twins were 13. Still kids. She raised her pistol and aimed. The distance was far too great for an accurate shot, but she suddenly found herself running forward, the gun leading the way, her feet making the quick small steps she was taught in the military. Large steps jolt and jerk the body, spoiling aim. Small steps roll the body forward, keeping the gun level. She ran toward the boy, and as he turned toward her and began to reach, Des fired a single shot from 8 feet away. It took the boy in the forehead, blowing an apple-sized chunk out of the back of his head as the impact snapped the child's neck. Even with the roar of the rain muffling the blast, the gunshot seemed too loud. It would draw them. She knew that for a fact, which meant that she had just blown a hole in her own future. Hurry, you bitch! She ran to her trailer, jammed the key in the lock, opened the door, jumped in, and shut and locked the door behind her. Byron Rempel sat on the floor, dead but newly awake, inert because there was no prey to follow, when Desdemona Fox ran past the open doorway. The sight of her, the smell of her, the living reality of her triggered a response in the parasitic hive mind that now ruled his body. It was not a thought, merely a reaction, an impulse to follow, to attack, to feed, and to transfer larvae to a new host, to another host, one of many. Rempel and Mrs. O'Grady struggled to their feet and shuffled slowly out of the trailer, following the scent of fresh meat. Other figures emerged from trailers all along the path the running woman had taken. Chapter 76. Sweet Paradise Trailer Park. The trailer was dark. There was no backup generator, no emergency lights. Des unclipped her flashlight and used its beam to find the stove. It was gas, so she lit all 4 burners. The light filled the kitchen and dining room. She fished in the cabinets until she found a box of candles. She didn't have any of the thick, girly girl scented candles. All she had were thin-colored candles left over from JT's birthday, so she lit those and carried a fistful of them into her bedroom. Since she couldn't hold them all and do what she had to do, she grabbed her metal trash can and dropped the candles on the balled-up tissues, used makeup sponges, torn-up bills, and a card from Billy Trout that she had thrown away unopened. The tissues caught right away, and then the rest, throwing bright yellow light into the room. Des set the can down on the bedroom carpet, fished in her pocket for her keys, and fumbled the right one into the lock. The Yale clicked open, and Des lifted the lid. It was all there. handguns in wooden boxes, shotguns, hunting rifles with scopes, stacked boxes of bullets, knives, everything. For the first time in hours, Des Fox smiled. And then the dead began banging their pale fists against the walls and windows of her trailer. Chapter 77. Doll Factory Road. Billy Trout drove across town like a madman. At the corner of Doll Factory and Meeting House Road, he saw a National Guard Humvee. "Oh, thank God," he breathed. Guardsmen were mostly local guys, if not from Stebbins, then at least from this part of the state. If anyone would understand, they would. And if anyone had the resources to turn this thing around, they would. The feds might be willing to wipe Stebbins off the face of the earth, but he did not believe that of ordinary guys. The soldiers turned at the sound of his horn. Trout flashed his brights at them. He was looking for a sign, a wave, a smile, anything. The soldiers leveled their weapons at him. Trout slowed the car, still 40 yards from them. He tooted the horn again. There was a 2-second pause as the guardsmen bent their heads together to consult. Trout began to smile. Then they opened fire. Mud popped up in lines all the way to his car, and then Trout was down, cringing and curling himself onto the seat, screaming as the bullets tore into the grill and hood and punched holes in the glass. "Jesus Christ, what the fuck are you crazy bastards doing?" he yelled. There was a lull in the gunfire. The entire windshield was a lace curtain of cracks and holes. Trout raised his head, risking a glance over the dashboard. The soldiers were advancing on him, their barrels smoking in the rain, but still aimed his way. Trout reached out and threw the car into reverse and then shot upright in the seat and kicked down on the gas pedal. The Explorer lurched and jumped backward, rolling fast away from the soldiers who immediately opened fire. "I'm not infected!" he screamed. He knew that they could not hear him over the roar of their own guns, but Trout was furious. He kept yelling that as he hit the brakes, shifted into drive, spun the wheel, and went diagonally across Doll Factory Road. More bullets stitched a line of ragged holes in the passenger side. Both side windows blew out, and Trout was peppered with flying bits of glass. But the car was gaining speed now, clawing across the gravel parking lot of a closed-down Denny's, cutting over to a side road and blasting away from the soldiers. Bullets continued to whang and ping off the back of the car for a quarter-mile. Trout was panicking now. Wind and rain battered his face as he drove. He kept thinking, they didn't care if I was infected or not. They didn't care. God Almighty, they don't care. Chapter 78. The Situation Room, Washington, D.C. The President of the United States sat in his big leather swivel chair, fingers steepled, brow knitted, staring at the satellite map of Stebbins County. Phones rang all around the crisis room as his staff worked to implement the wildfire protocols. Above the main screen were several smaller screens, one of which was a Doppler radar display of the storm. The National Weather Service was giving a 50-50 chance that the storm could veer northeast or continue to stall over Stebbins County. If the latter happened, the computer models estimated that it might be as much as 6 hours before helicopters could fly. 6 hours during which ground visibility was compromised. Another screen showed men working in a raging storm to load thermobaric devices onto a row of parked Apache gunships. The President's mouth was dry and he sipped water. There were a lot of people in the Situation Room, and it took effort to keep his emotions off his face as he studied the weapons being installed. Thermobaric devices. Fuel air bombs. Massive cluster bombs that explode in 2 stages, the first of which creates a cloud of explosive material which is then ignited. As a general had once told him, "Mr. President, this is the most powerful non-nuclear weapon currently in existence. It is, I can assure you, the very definition of hell on earth." Those words had been said with pride by an officer fighting the endless war in Afghanistan. Now, however, he picked up a file from the table and opened it. The top page was a printout of the estimated rate of infection if Lucifer 113 could not be contained within Stebbins County. The numbers were impossible. They were bad science fiction. They were a horror story. The president closed the folder and leaned forward to watch the loading of the fuel-air bombs. "Dear God," murmured the president. Part 4. The Last Meeting Place. "But I've a rendezvous with death at midnight in some flaming town." Alan Seeger, I Have a Rendezvous with Death. Chapter 79. Sweet Paradise Trailer Park. Des looked up from the arms chest and snarled at the sound of hands beating on the thin skin of her trailer. She hurried to the window, peered out, and looked right into the face of her landlord, Rempel. There were others out there, too. Half the goddamn residents of the trailer park were out there. "You fuckers," she said. But the bravado was thin and fragile, nailed to the walls of her heart by rusty pins. She tried not to think about what she was seeing in rational terms. None of them were friends, but she did not even want to see them as her neighbors. She could not afford to pay that kind of coin, not if she was going to get to the school, and right now everything was about the school. If the school is even there. A nasty inner voice whispered it to her every few minutes, but Des could not afford to hear that either. She tore open a closet and pulled out a big gray canvas ski bag, threw it onto the floor, and began stuffing as many guns and boxes of ammunition as she thought she could carry. She strapped on an extra gun belt, crossing it with her regulation belt, so that both draped across her hips like a gunslinger's rig. Des pulled on a nylon shoulder rig and snugged a 6 Sauer 9 into that. Magazines were stuffed into every pocket. They were so heavy that she had to cinch her trousers belt tighter. The last thing she pulled on was a heavy leather biker jacket Billy Trout had given her for Christmas 2 years ago. She pinched the thick leather. "Bite through this, motherfucker!" As she slung the bag over her shoulder, Des caught sight of herself in the floor-length mirror that hung from clips on the bedroom door. She looked like a character from a video game. One of those improbably busty, impossibly well-armed super chicks who could do acrobatics and hit the kill zone even while firing guns from both hands during a cartwheel. "You look fucking ridiculous," she told herself. Her reflection grinned back at her. Des picked up a Daewoo USAS-12 automatic shotgun, slapped in a 10-round magazine, faced the door, and drew a deep breath. Yippee-ki-yay and all that shit. She kicked open the door and jumped out into the rain. Chapter 80. Stebbins Little School, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. Corporal Wyckoff let the Humvee roll to a stop just inside the big wrought iron gates of the Stebbins Little School. "Holy God," he said softly. Beside him, Sergeant Polk stared open-mouthed. The entry road wound upward from the gate to the block school that sat like a medieval castle on a knoll surrounded by neat rows of ancient oaks. The school looked solid enough to withstand a mortar assault, but that wasn't the problem. The road leading to the school was choked with dozens of crashed and abandoned school buses. Hundreds of passenger cars were clustered around them. A few were burning, several were overturned. Even in the downpour, 2 of the trees were burning as well, the fire having spread from a wrecked yellow bus that still smoldered. And everywhere, were the infected. Jesus Christ, Nick. There are hundreds of those things. Thousands, murmured Polk. Oh man, we are so fucked. The dead surrounded the school like an invading army laying siege. Wyckoff and Polk heard a few pops of small arms fire, but whoever was shooting was either in the crowd, in which case he was dead the second he ran out of bullets, or inside the school, and in that case he might as well be on the moon. Wyckoff stabbed a finger at the scene. We're supposed to go in and secure that? Not a chance. I know. Why'd they send us down here? 'Cause no one knows what the hell's going on, that's why. They don't know how bad this shit is. We got no air reconnaissance, Nick. We're the first ones to put eyes on this." Polk pulled his map out of its case and studied the position of the school, pointing out landmarks to Wyckoff. "Okay, here's the school and here's us. We have 2 squads, so we're sure as shit not going in there. Beyond the school is some forest land, what looks like a stream that feeds into a series of ponds, part of a golf course, and then the Maryland state line. That stream is going to be a river right now, so that's good news. No one's crossing that, and sure as hell not those awkward sons of bitches. That leaves the western side. There's a soccer field and a parking lot, and another fence. The east is a fence, and then a couple of farms." He chewed his lip. "We might be luckier than I thought." "How?" "We have a combination of natural and man-made barriers that could contain the infected, at least for now." "What do they come this way?" Wyckoff asked. "We hold them." "With 2 squads?" Polk didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed for the radio and called in a situation report to his commanding officer, Captain Rice. Each squad was composed of 2 4-man fire teams. That gave him 16 men to hold a gate and the road. It was ugly math, but at least the infected seemed to be focused on the school. None of them had noticed the vehicle sitting at the base of the long entry road. At least for now. Chapter 81. Sweet Paradise Trailer Park. Des landed too hard, the heavy bag driving her into the mud with so much force that her legs screamed in pain and buckled. She went down to her knees in the rain, but she kept the shotgun barrel out of the mud, and as the first of the dead turned toward her, Des fired. There had to be 40 of the monsters clustered around her trailer. Des fired and fired. Each 12-gauge shell was packed with 9 lead pellets. The blast caught a woman in a bathrobe full in the face and blew half her head away. The dead man behind her caught some of the pellets, and one went down with a hole through his eye. Des forced herself to her feet and fired, turned and fired, spun and fired. Rainwater hissed on the barrel as it flared hotter with each blast. The dead were so close to her that she barely had to aim and couldn't miss. Not every shot was a kill, though. Her own awkward gait as she slogged through the mud and the twitchy shamble of the dead threw wild cards into the point of impact. She blew the left arm off of Donnie Phelps and caught Lisa Davis on the shoulder. 7 of them went down before the magazine went dry. Des kicked one of the dead in the thigh, knocking him back as she reached for her second mag and swapped it out. This was worse than her worst day on the Big Sand. This was a different kind of hell. Rempel's Tundra was parked 30 feet away, in the slip by the office. But there were so many of the infected, and more were coming from the other trailers, drawn by the blasts of the shotgun. She fired, and the dead fell away, their faces splattered, their bodies pirouetting sloppily as they fell. Tears ran down Des's cheeks, but she didn't know it. She tried not to name the dead as she killed them. She knew that to allow them to be her neighbors, to be the people she knew was going to kill her. The process had already begun. So she opened her mouth and roared out an incoherent bellow of rage and grief and need, and kept firing. Then Rempel himself was there, and he was the last one between her and the Tundra. His Tundra. As Des pulled the trigger to fire the last round in the second magazine, she remembered something from that morning. After the hot water had cut off in her shower, Des had thought that she could put a bullet into Rempel's brain pan without a single flicker of regret. The blast caught Rempel on the bridge of the nose, and the top of his head leapt off with a geyser of blood and gray matter, and Rempel was falling. "God!" Des screamed as she leapt over him. I'm sorry, God, I'm sorry." She reached the Tundra, which was locked. Of course it was locked. Des dropped the heavy bag of weapons, whirled and charged back, swapping in the last magazine for the shotgun, firing at the McGill twins and old Mr. Paloozy, destroying them, erasing their faces, while burning their names into her mind. She knelt by Rempel, trying not to look at his ruined head, and fished in his pockets as the dead drew closer and closer, their moans louder than the rain. The keys rattled in his left front pants pocket, and Des dug into it, scrabbling at them with one hand while pointing the shotgun at the approaching monsters with the other. Then she had them and was scrambling away. She put the leather keyring between her teeth and took the shotgun in both hands, firing as one of them reached over Rempel's corpse to grab her. The blast caught Max Scheinert in the throat, pitching his body backward, but dropping his head right in the mud between Rempel's outstretched legs. Des gagged as she got to her feet and fired again, walking backward, killing the ones closest to her, trying to buy a second's room to breathe. Then the gun was empty. Des threw it in the face of the closest infected person. Then she leapt for the door of the Tundra, jammed the key in the lock, opened it, threw the bag inside, and climbed in as cold fingers began clawing at her thighs. She kicked at them and jerked the door shut. She put the key in the ignition, and it roared to life without hesitation. Des pawed tears from her eyes, put the truck in gear, turned the wheel, and smashed her way through a line of things that had been her neighbors. "I'm sorry," she said with each sickening impact. "I'm sorry." Chapter 82. Beaver Road, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. Billy Trout's panic eased down one notch, but not any further. His narrow escape from the National Guard had made him far more cautious, but it also filled him with equal parts rage and hopelessness. They don't even want to know if we're infected. It was a staggering idea, but he knew that this was true. The Guard were not here on a rescue mission. It was a hard, ugly truth, but it was irrefutable. If he had any doubts, then what he saw over the next few minutes clarified things for him. As he turned onto Beaver, he saw a silver Lexus askew in the middle of the road, both front doors open. Heather Faville, mayor of Stebbins, lay sprawled in the street a few feet from her husband, Tony. Neither of them bore the signs of infection. No bites, no black goo, nothing. However, they had been gunned down so comprehensively that their car and both bodies were ripped apart. Hundreds upon hundreds of shell casings covered the road. Trout stared. He knew the Favilles, liked them. He wondered if he would live long enough to grieve for them. The scene was almost a duplicate of what had almost happened to him. The Favilles had seen the guardsmen and had stopped, probably relieved. They'd gotten out of their car and died in a hail of bullets. This wasn't an attempt to contain the infection. This was murder. The genocide of an entire town. From then on, Trout went slower, checking each street to make sure there were no soldiers. White-faced things kept coming out of the rain, and most of the time he managed to veer around them, but several times he saw them too late, and the big SUV slammed into them. After the third impact, he felt some eccentricities manifesting in the steering, and there was a disheartening knocking under the hood. However, the tires hadn't blown and the motor still worked, so he kept going. There were so many of them on the streets, though. Block after block he saw the infected staggering toward the sound of his engine. He did not see a single living person. Not one. That tore at his throat. This thing was spreading so fast, even with the rain. It was far worse even than Volker had suggested, and he prayed that the National Guard barricades would hold. That thought felt weird in his head. On one hand, he hated the soldiers for what they were doing, and on the other hand, he was glad they were there. He had his doubts, though, about whether the soldiers could adequately monitor and defend the perimeter of the entire town. After all, he had been able to sneak into Stebbins without detection. That thought conjured a flicker of horrific memory. Marcia, sliding inch by inch beneath the Explorer's wheels. God. He was almost to the center of town when he heard more gunfire. Trout slammed on the brakes and the SUV skidded 40 feet into a sideways stop. He cranked down the window and stared at the scene unfolding before him in the big parking lot around Wolverton Hospital. A mass of about 100 of the infected, most of them wearing lab coats, surgical scrubs, and pajamas, was lumbering its way toward a pair of National Guard Humvees. Soldiers stood atop each vehicle, alien in their white hazmat suits, and fired pedestal-mounted machine guns at the crowd. Trout didn't know models or calibers of machine guns, but these brutes were tearing the front rank of the crowd to pieces, literally to pieces. Arms and hands and heads flew into the rain and were sent flying by the gusting wind. The mass of the dead never paused, though. Their bodies soaked up the bullets, and the ones that didn't fall kept moving, kept reaching. A figure came staggering out of a side street. He was heavily tattooed and dressed in the uniform of a corrections officer. Trout knew him, Michael McGrath, the sergeant in charge of the county lockup. McGrath staggered jerkily toward the soldiers, a pistol in one hand and the other raised. He called out to them in a voice that was completely human, and with horror Trout knew what was about to happen. He'd once done a story on this man. McGrath always walked like that. He had spastic cerebral palsy, and yet was able to maintain his job as a tough corrections officer. The soldiers did not know this. They turned and saw another shambling, twitching figure coming toward them. Trout tried to yell a warning, but his cry was drowned out by bursts of gunfire. McGrath's body shuddered and danced as the bullets tore into him. His pistol fell from his hand, and his face drained of expression. He took a single, final step, and then fell. The wave of the infected pressed forward, and the soldiers abruptly yielded ground to them. Maybe they were low on ammunition, or maybe this kind of butchery was becoming intolerable for those poor young men in the hazmat suits. Trout didn't know which, but the Humvees began rolling backward, and then in the parking lot of a Burger King, they turned and raced off along a side road. Heading where? Trout wondered, though he already knew. There was only one thing down that road: the school. He cursed, threw the car into gear, spun the wheel, and headed down a small side street. Chapter 83. Schoolhouse Road, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. As she drove, Des listened for news on the walkie-talkie. None of it was good. Squads and platoons were encountering pockets of the dead, and several of the teams were overrun. Des knew that each soldier who died would rise as one of the dead, adding to their numbers. The chatter between NCOs and officers was increasingly hysterical. Some of the soldiers were refusing to gun down innocent civilians. These weren't terrorists. They didn't look different from the soldiers, which made it even harder. No difference in skin color, no difference in dress, no way to separate us from them, Des knew. The soldiers were looking down the barrels of their guns and seeing men, women, and worst of all, children. Pulling the trigger on them, whether or not they were infected, was simply not something every man could do. The officers were alternating between trying to sound inspirational with a lot of God and country stuff and using flat-out threats. Des knew that it was all breaking down. The only chance to maintain control was to pull everyone back to the perimeter, the Q zone. Pull back and wait for the rain to end so they could bring in helicopters. It was so much easier to kill from 500 feet in the air. Hellfire missiles and Sidewinders didn't have hearts that could break. Des was tempted to cut in and say something on the radio, to beg them to protect the school. But some of what she heard made her doubt that civilian protection was any part of the operational plan. She heard the phrase, contain and sterilize, several times, and that sent chills down her spine. She busted through some backyard fencing and drove completely off the street grid, angling toward the school. Schoolhouse Lane was the only road that went to the school, but not the only way to get there. Des broke through a white picket fence and was on the 9th hole of the Stebbins Country Club. The grass was still green despite the cold, but the Tundra's wheels tore apart the perfectly maintained lawn. Fuck it. She agreed with Mark Twain that golf was a good walk spoiled. Over the next rise, she could see the upper floor of the school. There were columns of smoke rising to meet the black storm clouds, visible only by reflected firelight. But they were in front of the school, and as she bounced over the hill she saw trees, buses, and cars on fire. The school was untouched. She rolled to a stop and considered what to do. Schoolhouse Lane, in that part of the fence line, was completely blocked by National Guard vehicles. It was hard to see through the rain to tell what they were doing, but it looked like they were erecting a sandbag barrier. Muzzle flashes were continual, and in their glow she could see the thousands of dead in the school compound. Dez's heart sank. So many? There were fewer than 8,000 people in the whole county, and it looked like at least half of them were down there. Then she realized that it wasn't just the county folk, but kids from neighboring counties who were bussed in to attend the regional schools, and the families of those kids who had come to the shelter to fetch their children. Lambs to a slaughter. There was an army of the dead inside the gate, and an army of the living outside. And her. The only possible way in was to smash through the side gate. The upside was that she'd get to the school and maybe help save whoever was still alive inside. The downside was that she'd open a door for the dead to escape. Not that there weren't plenty of the bastards out here, but... Even while she was debating it, she began rolling down the hill toward the gate. At first, she let the car coast, picking up speed through gravity. And as she did this, she picked up the walkie-talkie and keyed the send button. She had listened long enough to pick up the key names. "Break! Break! Break! This is Officer Desdemona Fox, Stebbins PD, calling for Lieutenant Colonel Macklin Dietrich. I know you're on the line, sir. Please verify that you can hear me. Over." There was a confusion of voices, and Des repeated her call. And again. Finally, Dietrich's gruff voice responded.
"Who is this?"
"Already told you that, sir. Officer Fox, Stebbins PD."
"This is a military line, and—"
"Excuse me, sir, but cut the shit. Far as I know, I'm the last surviving police officer in Stebbins, and I am going to enter the Stebbins Little School to look for and protect survivors."
"The hell you are, officer."
"Pardon, sir, but the hell I'm not," she barked. "There are a couple of 100 kids in there."
"Everyone in that compound is compromised, Officer Fox. You need to report to a checkpoint
and get shot? No, thanks, sir. Besides, I see muzzle flashes coming from the second floor of the school. Those dead sons of bitches can't shoot a gun, so someone's alive in there."
"Officer Fox, I am ordering you to stand down."
"Sir, I'm calling to inform you, not to ask permission, and to tell you to secure the hole in the west gate."
"What hole?"
Des answered with a rebel yell as she gunned the engine and sent the Tundra smashing through the wrought iron at 70 miles an hour. The windshield cracked, metal crumpled, and glass flew into the air and was whipped away by the wind. The engine coughed but did not die, and Des fed it gas all the way across the lawn and up the far hill. There was a new crackle of gunfire, and she looked in the rearview mirror to see a Humvee with a top-mounted .50 caliber come racing along the fence line. The gunner was firing in her direction, though the range was too great and more than half the bullets hit the fence. "Trying to get my attention," she thought. "Okay, dickheads, you have it. Now let's play." She gunned the engine and raced across the parking lot, swerving only enough to avoid smashing into living dead who staggered toward the sound of her roaring engine. Des recognized faces and could put names to a few of them. Behind her, the Army Humvee was inside the fence now and continuing to fire. Des cut in and out between parked cars, letting them soak up the rounds from the heavy .50 caliber. A few of the dead went down, too, their bones shattered by the foot-pounds of impact as the bullets pounded them. Des circled the building to see what was what. She didn't like what she saw. There were thousands of the living dead in the parking lot. Littered among them were at least 50 corpses who lay unmoving in the rain. Somebody knew how to kill these things. As she shot past the crowd of monsters, they surged after her, and that effectively blocked the pursuing Humvee. She could hear the constant machine gun fire as she rounded the corner again. The real problem, the thing that drove nails of ice into her flesh, was what she saw at the back of the school. There were far fewer dead back there, 50 or so, but the back door of the school was open. As Des watched, 2 zombies shuffled inside. "You bastards!" she yelled, and angled toward the door, then suddenly thought better of it, and cut left in a tight circle, coming up behind a parked school bus and stopping. The engine idled roughly, the sound like the throaty growl of a wrestler waiting for the next round. She looked from the knot of dead milling near the back door to the corner of the building. Come on, come on. The Humvee roared around the side of the school and then slowed as the driver tried to spot the Tundra. From where she sat, Des was sure she could see them, but they would have a hard time spotting her. The dead near the back of the building turned toward the Humvee, which was 50 yards closer to the building than Des's Tundra was, and they began moving toward the soldiers. A few moved at a loping run, the rest tottered on clumsy legs. The soldiers immediately began firing at the living dead. "Perfect," Des said, grinning. She grabbed the stick shift, stepped on the gas, and shot out from behind the bus, driving at full speed in a straight line toward the Humvee. The driver and the gunners never saw her coming. Des gave the truck all the gas it could take, and the huge pickup slammed into the Humvee with the force of a thunderbolt. With that much momentum in the rain-slick ground, the Humvee was slammed sideways. Des kept her foot pressed to the floor, driving the other vehicle across 30 yards of asphalt. Then the Humvee's far side tires collapsed, and it canted down to the blacktop. It slammed everything to a teeth-jarring halt, and the Tundra's airbag deployed hard enough to punch Des to the brink of unconsciousness. But her mind was racing now, revving with fear and need. She struggled to remain conscious as she fished in her jacket pocket for a knife, flicked the blade open, stabbed the airbag, and slashed it down to ribbons. She kicked the door open and staggered out. The world took a few sickening sideways steps, and she followed with it. Then she grabbed the crumpled hood to steady herself. The closest dead were 30 yards away and closing. The Tundra was a wreck, but she didn't care. It was Rempel's anyway. The Humvee was also a pile of junk. The driver was slumped over, dead or unconscious. Des could not afford to pare off a slice of compassion. She knew they were following orders, but that cut no slack with her. The gunner had been flung out of the vehicle and was on the ground, groaning and clutching a broken arm. A third man, a raw-boned guy wearing sergeant's stripes stenciled on his hazmat suit, was struggling to get out of the Humvee through the shattered window. Des ran around to his side, grabbed him by the neck, and hauled him out. He thumped down on the ground and looked up at her face from behind the plastic mask of the biohazard suit. He reached for his sidearm, and Des kicked it out of his hand as the weapon cleared the belt holster. Des reached out and tore off his hood, mask and all, and screwed the barrel of her Sig Sauer in the man's eye socket. "Freeze, motherfucker," she said. "God, no, please, don't." "What's your name?" "Polk, Teddy Polk, Sergeant, Pennsylvania Army National." "Skip that bullshit." She pulled the pistol out of his eye and hit him on the top of the head with it. Not hard, but hard enough. Not a love tap. "Okay, Polk, why were you trying to shoot me?" "We have to. You're infected." "Do I fucking look infected?" "How can I tell? It's easy to hide a bite." "I wasn't bitten." "We were told that some of them spit infectious materials," and Des stiffened. The Russian woman had spat the black goo at her. So had Andy Davinny. Had she gotten any of it on her skin? She was almost certain she hadn't. Almost. "I'm not infected," she said again, her voice hard and cold. "Point is, you fuckers didn't even bother to check." Polk's eyes shifted away toward the approaching dead and came reluctantly back. They said what?" He flinched. "We were told that everyone in town was infected." "Christ. Well, newsflash, Einstein, they're wrong. Your commanding officers are lying to you. I'm not infected. The people in the school aren't infected. Were you in there?" He cut in. "No, but then you don't know. Everyone outside is infected. Someone inside is shooting. Have you seen any of them fire a gun?" "Some of them drive cars and—" She hit him again, harder. "Oh, God damn it! You dumb shit! If they're driving a car or shooting a gun or speaking, for Christ's sake, then they're not infected. Are you asswipes just killing everyone in town?" Polk did not answer. The rain was thinning. The roar of the wind was less intense, and they could hear the moans of the approaching dead. "Please," he said desperately. Des felt her anger flare to the boiling point. "Please? Seriously? How many of the infected said that to you? Please! She wanted to shoot this son of a bitch so bad it made her teeth hurt.
We only know what we were told, what we were supposed to do.
Des said nothing. Polk was right, and she was picking a fight with someone too many pay grades below policy level. She backed away, keeping the gun on him. "Listen to me, Polk," she said sternly. "I'm going into the school. I know that there are a lot of people in there, uninfected people, kids. This is the shelter for the whole county. This is where people go because it's supposed to be safe. You hear me?" He nodded. "You get back and tell your commanding officer that Officer Desdemona Fox, Stebbins PD, is in the school with the survivors. I'll make sure everyone who isn't infected is kept safe and in one place. I'll get the uninfected to safety inside the school."
"What if there are infected people in there?"
he countered.
"They said this thing spreads so fast that it can't be contained. Once a person's bitten or whatever, they're done. It's just a matter of time, and not much time either."
"The people in there are fighting back. They're not sick." She said it with venom. But in truth, the gunfire from the upper window had stopped, and she had no idea at all about what waited for her inside that old building. Polk was staring at her, reading the doubt on her face.
"They're probably dead inside there."
Des raised her hand to backhand him across the face, and he flinched. But she did not hit him. Instead, she lowered her hand. "What did they tell you about this thing? How did this start? What is it?" Polk rubbed his bruised hand and looked past Des. She smiled without turning. "Yeah, I know. Company's coming."
"We gotta get out of here."
"Talk to me, Polk, or I'll kneecap you and leave you here for those dead fucks." He squirmed as if weighing his need to run against the chances she'd really gun him down.
"They didn't tell us much, mostly about how to avoid the infection."
"They must have told you something. Terrorists," said Polk.
"They said that this was a terrorist bioweapon."
He licked his lips as he looked past her again.
"Come on, please."
Des smiled. She could feel the ice in her own lips. "Yeah, Polk. The big bad monsters are coming to get you. Sucks, doesn't it? Sucks to be afraid. Now imagine how those kids in that school feel. They were counting on you. People believe in you guys. You're the heroes. You come and save people." He said nothing. "Except when you don't," she sneered. There was a sound behind her. Des turned in place and fired 4 shots, double taps. One to the chest, one to the head, twice. 2 of the infected fell. The others were still far out of reach. Des turned back and pointed the gun at Polk. "You remember what I said. You tell them that people are alive in there."
"It won't matter what I say,"
he said.
"They won't care."
Des stepped forward and touched the hot barrel to his upper lip. Polk hissed in pain. "Make them care," she said. Polk stared up at her. His eyes were filled with doubt and fear and anger. But in the end, he nodded. Des lowered the pistol and stepped aside. "Get your friends and get the fuck out of here. I'll cover your ass." As he rose, he continued to stare at her.
"Why?"
"Because," Des said with a faint smile, "that's what we're supposed to do. Now go on. Get!" Polk went past her, giving Des a wide berth. He pulled the groggy machine gunner out of the crumpled turret. The man was badly banged up, but he was able to walk after a fashion. Together, he and Polk pulled the driver out of the wrecked Humvee. The man, a corporal, groaned but did not wake up. Polk and the gunner lifted him, and they hobbled off at a limping pace. Des watched them go and then turned to the wall of living dead that was coming toward her. When the 3 soldiers were at the fence, Polk paused and looked back at Des for several seconds. She was tempted to shoot him the finger, but she didn't. And before he turned away, Polk gave her a single, short nod. Des frowned, trying to ascribe meaning to it. A moan drew her attention, and as she turned, her bravado melted away like fog on a hot morning. There were dozens of the things. Mangled faces torn to raw meat, eyes missing, legs twisted, and with all that they kept coming. Dead things pretending to be alive, their mouths working with hunger. The open door of the school was on the other side of them, 70 yards. Might as well be on the moon. Shit! Des holstered her pistol and quickly searched through the wrecked Humvee and found 2 M4s. She did not have time to look for extra magazines. They had to do the job, or the job wasn't getting done. She pulled the bag of weapons out of the tundra, slung it over her shoulder, groaning a little at its ponderous weight. She slung one of the M4s on the opposite shoulder, worked the bolt on the other, and stepped out from behind the wreck of the 2 trucks. Des took a breath, sat her jaw, then set the selector switch on the M4 to semi-auto and started running, cutting to the left of the leading edge. The dead turned to follow her, but she didn't fire. Not yet. She moved in a wide arc, hoping to draw more of them away from the entrance so she could make a run at the doorway. They came for her, hungrier for her flesh than they were for whatever waited inside the building. Finally, she had no choice, and she fired a burst at the closest infected. The unfamiliar weight of her burden threw off her aim, and the bullets stitched holes in the chests of the dead closest to her. She corrected, steadying the gun, and fired again. One of the monsters staggered back with 2 new black holes above its empty eyes. As it fell, Des fired again and again. Some of them went down, but by the time she'd burned through the magazine, only 5 of them were down. With the gun bag on her shoulder, she had no aim at all. Without stopping, she dropped the first M4 and unslung the other, tried to aim better, fired, and it clicked empty. Shit! She dropped the second rifle and pulled her Glock. The rear security door of the school was closer now, and she could see a couple of the creatures standing just inside. She fired at them, dropping one but wasting 3 rounds on the brick doorframe, trying to hit the other. The angle was all wrong. She ran into the rain, toward the school, sloshing through the muddy grass, firing at everything that moved. She was only halfway there when her foot came down on a frisbee lying in a puddle, and she was sent sprawling onto the grass. The big bag of guns came off and went sliding away into the darkness. She kept her grip on the SIG, but the barrel punched 3 inches into the mud, totally clogging it. Something moaned, and she rolled onto her back as Harvey Pegg, the school's gym teacher, lunged at her. His hands closed around the open V of her jacket, and his head ducked down to bite her arm with terrible force. Des screamed and brought her knee up into Peg's crotch, knocking him forward and over her. As he tumbled over, she took her arm out of his mouth and gave it a quick, desperate look. Peg's teeth had scored the leather, but hadn't bitten through. "Thank you, Billy Trout," she said between gritted teeth. Des started to get to her feet, even as Peg got to his. He was a second sooner and began to rush at her, and there were 3 other dead behind him. Des fired 2 shots, and then the slide locked back. Shit! There was nowhere to run, and no time to grab another weapon. She was done, and she knew it. Then suddenly the world was filled with bright light and noise. There was a huge crunch as a black SUV slammed into the infected, splattering them and flinging their bodies away like rag dolls. The car slid 3/4 of the way around, and its engine died with a broken rattle. Des stared up in total shock as the driver jumped out. Voiceless with the impossibility of this, she mouthed his name. Billy? Chapter 84. Starbucks, Bordentown, Pennsylvania. Goat trudged through ankle-deep mud for miles. He was not built for this kind of physical activity, and by the time he was halfway to the highway, his muscles were screaming at him. He tried to buck himself up with images conjured from 1,000 news stories he'd watched. Soldiers humping 50 pounds of gear through 25 miles of desert under relentless Arabian suns. Medical teams for Doctors Without Borders walking for days through malaria-filled jungles in order to bring medical supplies to remote villages. Stuff like that. It helped, but not much. What really kept him going was Dr. Volker's voice. He had his earplugs in, and as he walked, he listened to the recording Billy Trout had made at the doctor's house. It had scared him then, and it scared him worse now. When he finally reached the highway, he thumbed a ride with a guy driving a semi from Akron to Baltimore. Goat spun a story about his car breaking down. The driver didn't care and seemed disappointed that he wouldn't have company for longer than the 5 miles it took to get to Bordentown. The trucker had the radio tuned to Magic Marty, who said that the storm showed signs of weakening. From where Goat sat, it was hard to tell. Well, maybe the rain was a shade less intense. The trucker dropped Goat at the Starbucks, accepted a coffee for the road, and left. Goat brought his coffee with him as he searched out the most isolated corner of the coffee house. He opened his laptop and went to work. The first thing he did was to download the files from Volker's flash drives and email them to himself at several accounts. He copied the email to Trout and their editor, Murray Klein. Then he updated his Twitter account with a "Breaking News Coming Soon" post. With that done, he downloaded the interview as MP3 files. Then he waited for Trout to call. Chapter 85. Stebbins Little School. Billy Trout had rehearsed this moment 50 times since bypassing the National Guard out on the highway and sneaking back into town. Not this exact moment. In none of his fantasies did he imagine that he'd swoop in and rescue Des Fox, but the moment where they'd meet again. In most of his scenarios, Des's mouth would soften from the angry stiffness it wore since the last time they'd broken up. Her eyes would glisten with unshed tears, and the two of them would fly into each other's arms, realizing the rightness of them here at their darkest hour. He knew it was a chick flick ending, but he secretly believed that such tender moments could happen. In each scenario, they would kiss. The kind of kiss Bruce Springsteen could get a #1 record out of. So he was already smiling and reaching for her when Des stared up as he looped the equipment bag over his shoulder and got out of the Explorer. "Billy." "Hey, Des," he said warmly. "I knew you'd be here. I knew you'd still be alive." She said, "What in the deep blue fuck are you doing here, you asshole?" Trout's smile faltered. "What? I'm rescuing you?" "Oh, great. So what am I supposed to do now? Swoon into the arms of the big, strong, fishing for news with Billy Superman Trout, hero of the day? Give me a fucking break." She dropped out the empty magazine and slapped a new one angrily into place. "Huh? No, Des, you should have gotten your ass out of town, Billy." "I was out of town," he snapped, his own anger flaring. "But I came back for you." "Oh, please. With all this going on, you expect me to buy that shit? You came back for a Pulitzer and a ticket out of this shithole. The only thing you care about is your next byline." "You know that's not true, Des." He shook his head in disgust. "Where's JT?" "He left me, just like the others." "Left you? You mean he was infected?" Her eyes shifted away from his. "I don't know what happened to him. He just left." "Just like that? No mitigating circumstances?" "No, not just like that, okay? They arrested us and put us in separate cruisers. His crashed. My driver got attacked. JT never came back to look for me." "Did you look for him?" "I tried." "You try his house?" "No, there wasn't time." Trout took a step toward her. "Des, JT didn't abandon you. You do know that, right? He left me alone. It always happens. The trooper, too." Trout came closer still. There was a strange light in Des's eyes that he had caught glimpses of before. Now it burned like a torch. "The trooper didn't leave you. He died. He was taken. It was something that was part of his life drama, and its effect on you, scary as it must have been, was a side effect. It had nothing really to do with you. Same goes for JT. You said his car crashed? Either he escaped from the back seat, injuring himself in the process, or he was taken. I don't think that in either case he was thinking, yeah, this will really fuck over Des. This will show her." Show me what? That you should be abandoned. That is what people do to you. That's bullshit. I'm not making this shit up. I mean, you left me. Really? This is the conversation you want to have right now? Fine, because God knows we have nothing else pressing. So here's the truth, Des. You left me the first 4 times, and the only reason I bailed that last time was because you were screwing that biker. Maybe I read that wrong, but it seemed to have "fuck off" written pretty clearly on it. She said nothing. God knows this isn't the time for you to try and catch up on 15 years of very heavily needed therapy, Des, but you have some serious issues. You always think people are abandoning you. Your mother did it. She had cancer. And your father did it. He was killed in the war. I know, Des. I'm the guy who does know this stuff. Maybe you told JT too, but I doubt there's anyone else you open up to about it. You think I'm crazy? Of course you are. You're crazier than a barn owl on meth, and you damn well know it. Look at your lifestyle. There's nothing about your daily habits that doesn't speak of self-loathing. You drink too much, you'll screw anything with even a high school level pickup line and a tight ass. You're a bitch of legendary proportions, and you've done just about everything you can, which is saying a lot, to make sure that nobody likes you. And definitely that nobody loves you. What makes it all so cheap and dime store is that it's pretty much textbook stuff. Child abandonment issues, played out with sex, drugs, and rock and roll here in backwoods Stebbins County. Tell me if I'm wrong. Des did not tell him he was wrong. She glared at him for a 2 count, and then she drew her Glock and pointed it at his face. You better run, Billy. Oh, Jesus Christ, Des. Let's not go totally over the edge here. Run! She screamed and fired. The bullet burned through the air an inch from his ear. Trout heard a wet thwack behind him and turned to see a zombie pitch backward with a neat black hole in the center of its pale face. Behind it were a dozen more, and at least 100 of the things were coming around the sides of the building. Oh, shit! Des shoved him hard to one side and fired again and again. Get the duffel bag! Trout looked around and saw the canvas bag on the ground. He ran at it and bent to scoop it up, but it was far heavier than he expected, and the weight jerked him back. He felt sudden pain flare in his lower back. Stop fucking around and get the bag! Des yelled. I'm getting the bag, Officer Hitler! He muttered under his breath as he bent and used his knees to lift the bag. He slung the strap over the same shoulder that was supporting Goat's equipment, hugged the bulky bag to his chest, and looked around. Go wide! Shouted Des, pointing. Trout nodded and went left, cutting a wide line around the closest mass of zombies. The way Des was indicating would take him behind the line of parked faculty cars. There were no dead visible over there. He understood her plan. Run wide around a big obstacle, get the dead to follow, and then cut between the cars and head to the open door. Good plan, except that with every step, pain shot down the back of his left leg. He realized that he must have pulled his sciatic nerve when he grabbed the bag. Well, that's just peachy, he growled, but he kept going, gritting his teeth against the pain. Des was right behind him, walking backward while she fired at the oncoming wall of the dead. Trout kept looking over his shoulder, watching with horror as Des brought them down one at a time. The girl who worked at Mario's Pizzarama, Archie from the Allstate office, the school's vice principal, Melissa Crawford, mother of new twins, and others. Trout knew almost every face, could put a name to almost every one of them. He knew that Des did too, and he knew that this must be killing her, just as it was killing him. The rain was thinning more and more, and Trout could see all the way to the wrought iron fence. The National Guard were there in force, and they had to be able to see what was happening, but they did nothing. Bastards, Trout thought. But his real rage was not directed at them, but at the insect-brained generals and policymakers who were so willing to accept a scorched earth policy rather than find a solution that would save American lives. Trout was moderate enough, even as a liberal, to accept that military power was necessary, and that even some wars needed to be fought. He wasn't a fool. On the other hand, he didn't like the obvious disconnect between the human element and most military theorists and the generals who paid them. Year after year he lost ground to the cynical view that humanity was far less important than either tactical advantage or financial gain. When he heard politicians use the phrase, "in the best interests of the American people," he knew that it was always a profit-based decision. And it wasn't just in war. The cold detachment was evident in the mishandling of Hurricane Katrina, the hesitation to provide financial support for the health needs of the Ground Zero workers, and the apparent abandonment of returning U.S. vets, especially those wounded and requiring expensive medical treatment. Here was another example, one that was biting him in the ass right now. Solving the problem of the Lucifer 113 outbreak would clearly be easier and less of a political nightmare if there were no survivors. Wipe the slate clean, maybe kick out a few bucks for a memorial, and do some spin control to blame it on terrorists, the former administration, the policymakers on the other side of the aisle, or on anyone who is the target du jour. Even if he lived through this, Trout doubted he would ever see the name Volker in the papers, and certainly no mention of Lucifer 113 or the CIA. That would all be erased, because the truth would cost too much to tell. To hell with that, he thought as he bit down on the jolts of pain. But what was the answer? How did he and Des and Goat fix this? Could it, in fact, be fixed? As he ran, as he listened to Desdemona Fox, the woman he loved, shoot their neighbors down, he began to get an idea. A really wonderful, ballsy, nasty idea. Des fired her last shot and swapped out the magazines. "How we doing?" she yelled. Trout looked ahead. "Clear, but only if we haul ass." "Then let's haul ass," she barked. She fired 2 more shots, spun, and sprinted to catch up with him. When she saw that he was limping, she grabbed him by the shoulder and hauled him roughly along with her. With the storm abating slightly, the moans of the dead filled the air. It was such a horrible sound that it made Trout's knees buckle. But then, as he thought about what those moans meant, the insatiable hunger of the parasitic zombies, he bared his teeth and willed more power to his legs. They ran down the far side of the faculty cars. A zombie lunged at them from behind a parked Highlander. "Des, got it!" She pivoted and shot the dead man through the mouth, just as the thing spat black goo at them. The bullet snapped its head back, and the black liquid geysered straight up and splashed back on the zombie's face as it fell. A few drops landed on Des's sleeve, but there was still plenty of rain to wash it away. Or so Trout hoped. At the end of the row, they cut toward the school. Most of the infected, frightening but without intelligence or imagination, had followed them on their wide course, and only 3 of the dead were lingering by the open door. Des pulled out in front, bringing her gun up in a 2-handed grip, and changed her pattern of running so that she took smaller steps to steady her body as she aimed. The zombies heard them coming and turned toward them. Trout saw that one of them was the attorney for his second wife. When Des shot him, Trout expected to feel a nasty little thrill in his chest. He didn't. This wasn't a video game, and that man was someone he knew. It didn't matter that Trout didn't like him. This wasn't about who liked who. This was a human being who did not deserve what happened to him. As he fell, Trout made himself say the man's name. "Mark David Singer." All at once, that began a ritual that Trout knew would be with him throughout this crisis. No one should have to die without a name, without some recognition of their humanity. As Des shot the second zombie, needing 2 shots to bring her down, Trout fished for her name. She was the music teacher here at the school. He had interviewed her last year about the Christmas pageant. She was 60, with gray hair and a corpulent figure. A nice lady. She loved the kids she taught. He watched her fall with the right side of her face blown to red ruin by Des's bullets. "Sophie Vargas," Trout said as he ran past her falling corpse. The last of the infected outside the school was a stranger, dressed like a businessman. Probably the father of one of the kids, Trout guessed. Come here to pick up his child. The businessman grabbed Dez's left arm and tried to bite her wrist, but Dez used her right to bring the barrel of the Glock to the man's temple. The blast knocked his head sideways, and he crumpled at Trout's feet. Dez was at the door now, pointing the gun inside. But Trout stopped. He looked over his shoulder. The other zombies were closing fast, but Trout was trapped by the needs of his new ritual. He bent down, hissing at the pain, and patted the man's pockets until he found a wallet. He pulled it out, shoved it in his jacket, spun, and hobbled to the door with 2 yards' grace. He staggered inside, dropped the heavy duffel, twisted around, grabbed the door handle, and gave it a ferocious pull. It slammed, but not shut. And with horror, Trout saw that a hand was caught between the door and jamb. He had to pull on the door to keep it from being whipped out of his hands. Behind him, Dez was still firing her pistol. "Dez! Not now, Billy!" she fired back. So he took the big risk. He stopped pulling and shoved on the door, slamming it outward into the faces of the crowd of infected. So many faces. Torn and bloody. They spit black blood at him, and Trout cried out as it splattered on his jacket. With a snarl of rage and fear, he raised his leg to kick out at the zombie whose hand was caught in the door. With a jolt, he realized that the man fighting to get in was Doc Hartnip. Doc? Hartnip's dead eyes looked right through him. But his mouth was a hungry snarl. Hartnip spat black blood at him, which splattered on Trout's chest. That sent Trout into a panic. Doc or not, he lashed out with his foot and caught the dead man in the stomach. Again and again before it lost its hold and Trout fell backward, hauling on the crash bar of the door, so that the heavy metal panel swung all the way shut with a huge clang. Closed. Locked. Fists pounded on the door from the other side. Trout tore off his jacket and flung it into a corner, then pawed at his shirt, looking for traces of the black mucus. Nothing.
"God almighty,"
he wheezed. Another gunshot made him turn, and he saw Turk, the little guy who owned the Getty station, go tumbling to the ground. "Turk," Trout murmured. "Danny Turkleton." Dez stood with her back to him, her shoulders heaving with exertion. 4 other zombies lay on the steps. Trout knew 2 of them, and he spoke their names aloud. The others were strangers. A corrections officer and an Irish guy Trout recognized from Dez's trailer park, but couldn't name. Trout pulled the wallet out of his pocket and flipped it open to the driver's license. "Keelan Patrick Burke." "What?" Dez asked sharply, then saw what he was looking at. Her expression changed slowly, and Trout could see that she somehow understood what he was doing. She looked down at the bodies around her and nodded. "Did you know them?" Trout asked. She nodded. "All of them." She said their names, and he repeated them. They looked at each other for a fractured moment, the stink of cordite, blood, and human waste in the air, the steady pounding on the door, the bodies sprawled in what, for them, was a second death. "It's all impossible," she said. "You know that, right?" "It's worse than impossible," he said. Dez narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean?" "I know how this started," he said. "And it's a lot worse than you think." A voice spoke from the shadows behind Dez.
"Then you better tell us everything, Billy."
They turned and stared as a big man came walking out of the shadows. His clothes were torn, and he had makeshift bandages wound around his head and left arm. His face was battered and bruised, and his eyes were haunted by the things they had seen. But for all that, he looked powerful and dangerous, and he had a hunting rifle held in his strong brown hands. "JT!" cried Dez. As Trout watched, She ran to him and wrapped her arms around him and buried her face against his chest and sobbed. Son of a bitch, Trout thought with an inward rueful smile. That's my goddamn scenario. J.T. Hammond gave Des a fierce hug and he kissed her hair. Then Des pushed herself away, glared up at him, and slapped him across the face. "You asshole!" she yelled. "You fucking left me!" And that's my girl, Trout thought, and this time his smile reached his lips. Chapter 86. Outside of Stebbins' little school. He stood as silent as a tombstone. A few of the hollow men pounded on the door, some of them milled around, drawn by trace scents of fresh meat that were tricks of the storm winds. But Doc Hartnett and most of the others stopped moving and stood, staring at the closed door. Hartnett had recognized the two people his body had been chasing. Desdemona Fox, whom he'd known for years, and the reporter, Billy Trout. Even as his hands tried to grab them and tear them apart, his mind tried to communicate with them. He screamed their names. He screamed his own name. He begged them to shoot him. Des Fox had shot so many of the others, and now they lay still and unmoving. Hartnett wondered, hoping, praying, whether they were really and completely dead now. He had seen others gunned down by the police and later by the National Guard, taken down with bullets to the brain. He believed that this was the trick. Any bullet was a magic bullet, as long as it struck the brain. He had to believe that, or there was no God, no hope, and all was red madness forever. Des Fox had not shot him. Each time she fired in his direction, there was another one of the hollow men to take the bullet. Some died, some were with him now, pounding or milling or standing. "Please," he cried within his darkness. "Please." Chapter 87. Stebbins' Little School. J.T. rubbed his face and grinned. "I didn't leave you, kid," he said. "It took about 6 state troopers to keep me from you after you fell." He touched his battered face. "They weren't very nice about it, either. Officious pricks." Wait, hold on," said Trout. "Why were you fighting the state troopers?" "They thought we were on a killing spree," said J.T., and he quickly explained the chain of events that started at Doc Hartnett's. "Doc's outside," said Trout. "He's one of them." "I know. I saw him from the upstairs window, but I couldn't get an angle on him," said J.T., though he looked sad. "Anyway, the Stadies put Des in one cruiser and me in another, and that was the last I saw of her." He glanced at Des, who nodded. "And now?" She explained what happened to her and about the death of Trooper Saunders, then told them about the guardsmen, the fight at the trailer park, and meeting Trout. J.T. said, "We were run off the road by the guard. As they were driving me to the station, the trooper got a call that all state police were being ordered out of Stebbins. Right now, no questions. But that isn't what happened." "I can guess," said Trout. J.T. sighed. "It was an ambush. Guess they didn't want any armed infected in town, and they pretty much decided that we're all infected. I was in the back of the cruiser when a Humvee opened up on us. We crashed and they drove off. The trooper with me was hit pretty bad. He managed to unlock the back and take off my cuffs, but by then the dead were closing in around us. It was all I could do to get out of there. Wish I could have helped the trooper, but he was dying already. 2 rounds, 1 in his chest. I fought my way out and went to the station, but that was a total loss." Sadness darkened his eyes. "I had to, take care of Flower." "Oh, shit, Hoss," Des said, touching his arm. "I'm sorry," said Trout. J.T. nodded.
"That was almost the worst thing today."
"Almost?" asked Trout.
"Yeah. Worst thing was the thought that my girl here was gone."
"Thanks, Dad," Des said with a twisted smile. "But I got home from the prom unmolested." Their grins were forced, and they didn't last.
"After the station,"
continued J.T.,
"I decided to head over here. It was already a mess. A couple of these things attacked the middle school kids while they were getting onto the buses to come here. By the time the buses arrived, the infection was rampant. Things went south from there."
Trout looked past him to a set of closed fire doors. "What's the situation in here?"
"One of the parents came out through this door to try to reach his car. His kid wasn't here."
J.T. shook his head.
"He left the door open and about 20 of those things got in. Me and a bunch of teachers have been searching the building. I think we got most of them, but we still need to check the top floor. And I'm down to 6 rounds.
Des nudged the duffel bag with her toe. "Merry Christmas, Hoss." J.T. glanced at her, then knelt and unzipped the bag. Trout peered over his shoulder and saw all the guns and boxed ammunition.
"Sweet Jesus on the cross,"
murmured J.T., lifting out a Mossberg shotgun.
"I'm so happy I could cry."
His tone was light, but Trout could see the tension in the big man's face, feel it vibrating in the air around him. Shadows moved behind J.T.'s eyes. Trout knew that, strong as he was, this was going to ruin him too. Des looked up the stairs. "What about the kids?"
"Everyone's in the auditorium,"
said J.T.
"We have a couple of guys in there with guns. They're watching the doors, but they only have a couple of rounds each. We got kids from both schools, a lot of parents, some townsfolk."
"How many?"
"In all."
His eyes shifted away for a moment.
800, give or take."
Des brightened. 800 kids? That's great."
"No,"
J.T. said softly.
800 all told. Kids, parents, and everyone else. We lost more than half the kids when those monsters attacked the buses. Some ran away, but—"
"End of story." J.T. shook his head.
"Do they even know what this thing is? Is this something that's happening everywhere, or is it some kind of toxic spill? We don't know anything about this infection."
"It's not an infection," said Trout. "Not exactly. It's an infestation, and it started with Homer Gibbon." "What?" demanded Des. "Gibbon? His body was shipped here after the execution," Trout explained. "His Aunt Selma was going to have him buried on her family farmland. It's a long story, but the short version is that his body is infested with a genetically engineered wasp larva. Parasites. Most likely Doc got it from Gibbon and it spread from there."
"How do you know that?"
asked J.T. Des pushed past J.T. and grabbed a fistful of Trout's shirt. "What do you know?" "I know everything," Trout said quietly. "And you're not going to like what you hear." "Well, gee, Billy, I guess I've spent so much of today laughing my tits off that I suppose I could use some depressing shit to balance it all out." Trout gently pulled her hand free and smoothed down the front of his shirt. He took a breath and told his story, starting with the call from the prison guard, the visit to Aunt Selma, and the horrifying discussion with Dr. Volker. He told them everything. And by the time he was finished, Des had gone dead pale and J.T. looked like he wanted to throw up. "This is totally fucked," Des said at last. "I thought this was going to be some kind of terrorist thing." "Terror begins at home," said Trout, and she shot him a withering look. "Oh, come on, Des. You're too smart to think that we're only ever the white hats. Wake up." "Oh," she said, letting out a breath. "It's just—" She shook her head. There were no adequate words to express how she felt, and Trout understood that.
Knowing how it started doesn't help us much,"
said J.T.
"'cause we sure as hell know how it's gonna end. I think the only reason they haven't nuked us back to the Stone Age is the storm."
"No," said Des. "They wouldn't nuke us. They'd firebomb us. It's safer for them, and the fire purifies," finished Trout.
"I thought of that. Great,"
J.T. said.
"That's just great. The storm's already lessened. Pretty soon they're going to be able to put birds in the air and fry our asses."
"I have a walkie-talkie," said Des. "We can talk to them."
"Let's give it a try,"
said J.T.
"We have 800 people in here."
Des turned on the walkie-talkie and adjusted the squelch. There was steady overlapping chatter, and it took her several tries to get through. Trout produced a small video recording and began taping. "Break, break, break! This is Officer Desdemona Fox, Stebbins PD, calling for Lieutenant Colonel Macklin Dietrich. Please respond." The chatter slowly died down, and then Dietrich's gruff voice responded. "This is a secure military channel, Officer Fox. You are not authorized to broadcast on this." "I think we've been through this already, Colonel. Let's cut the crap and get right to it," Des said forcefully.
"What is the reason for this call, officer?"
"Trying to make it to the end of the day without dying, sir." A pause.
"What is your location?"
"I'm at the Stebbins Little School. There are 800 people in here. None of us are infected. We have steel security doors, and this building is the town evacuation center."
"The infection has spread throughout the entire town, officer,"
said Dietrich.
"I'm sorry to have to inform you of this, but—"
"The town, yes, maybe. But the school is a secure facility. This is where the survivors are. We need you to come and get us out."
"I don't believe you understand the nature of this event, officer."
"Colonel Dietrich, you are incorrect, sir, when you say that we are unaware of the nature of this event. We are very goddamn aware, and we are asking how you intend to help." There was silence on the line. When Dietrich spoke, his voice was tight. It was hard to tell if it was anger or fear.
"There's nothing we can do. If you're in the thick of this, then you should be able to comprehend that."
"I comprehend some of it, Colonel. What I don't comprehend is why you're not even trying to rescue or protect the uninfected. This isn't an airborne disease. It's spread through spit or a bite or some other fluid contact." As she spoke, Trout panned the camera to show the dead zombies on the floor and the black goo around their mouths. He zoomed into focus on the wriggling thread-like worms in the muck. Then he panned back up to Des. In this light, with her disheveled hair, her hard beauty, her Valkyrie bone structure, she looked like a hero out of legend, a warrior woman who could have belonged to any of the great battles of history. Trout never doubted that he loved Desdemona Fox, but at the moment he felt like he wanted to shout the fact. Dietrich said,
"You are a police officer, I believe, in a small town, not a biologist or medical doctor."
"Yes, sir. I'm a small-town cop. I also spent a couple of years in Afghanistan taking orders from cocksuckers like you, so I know when someone's blowing smoke out of their ass."
"Watch your mouth, Officer Fox."
"Or what? You want to come here and arrest me? Go ahead. Otherwise, stop acting like you're in command of this situation. I'm asking you, telling you, to get in touch with your boss and tell him to get in touch with his as far up the line as you have to go. Tell them that we know who let this monster off the chain and who's responsible for killing an entire town, and who now wants to try and cover it all up by pretending that the surviving witnesses are infected just so you can slaughter us all. You tell them that." No reply. "Colonel?" No reply. In fact, there was no further chatter on the walkie-talkie. Not a word. Des shook her head and stared at Trout, who was still taping. "They're gonna let us die here. God, they're gonna murder all these kids." Tears broke from her eyes and rolled down over her cheeks. She weighed the walkie-talkie in her hand and then, with a snarl, turned to hurl it against the wall, but J.T. scooped it out of her hand.
"No,"
he said.
"We might need that."
"I blew it," she snapped back. "I pushed too hard and blew it. God, why am I always such a bitch?" "Actually," said Trout, turning off the camera and lowering it, "I thought you were magnificent." "Oh, shut up, Billy."
"No,"
said J.T.
"Boy's right. You are great. You smacked that officious prick's ass.
That'll look good on my tombstone. Let's face it, I played the wrong card. He knows that we're a liability, and now he's going to burn this town down just to keep us from telling the world. She glared at Trout. Why the fuck are you smiling? I taped that conversation you just had. Dietrich's voice is crystal clear. So? We can't do anything with it. The internet and cell service is as dead as we're going to be. Billy Trout unslung the equipment bag he carried and bent down, hissing a little at the pain in his back, to unzip it. You're not the only one who brought goodies to this party, Des. He produced a device and showed it to them, his smile never wavering. This is a satellite news uplink. If we're gonna go down, babe, then let's at least go down swinging. Chapter 88. Pennsylvania Army National Guard, Company D, 103rd Armor. Lieutenant Colonel Dietrich set his walkie-talkie down and stared at it for 5 long seconds. Across the table from him, Captain Rice stood in silence, not daring to intrude into this moment. He could see the fires that rage were lighting under the colonel's skin. His commanding officer's mouth was a tight knife slash. His nostrils flared wide like a charging bull. Rice tried to make himself invisible. He expected Dietrich to suddenly dash everything off the table or hurl the walkie-talkie the length of the room. But the colonel said and did nothing as the seconds splintered off the clock and fell like debris on the floor. Dietrich walked over to the window and looked out at the storm.
The wind's dropping,
he said. His tone was quiet, calm, and that surprised Rice, who had heard the full exchange between Dietrich and that crazy female cop in Stebbins. Yes, sir, said Rice. Weather Service says that we've seen the worst of it. The storm front is turning north by east. Winds are down to—
How soon can we get some birds in the air?
Asked Dietrich. Instead of directly answering, Rice made a call, spoke to another captain, listened, and hung up. As soon as the wind drops another 15 miles per hour, sir. We're still at the outer range of unsafe. Dietrich nodded. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued to stare out the window.
That cop is well-intentioned,
he said quietly,
but she does not understand what's at stake.
Rice cleared his throat, very quietly. No, sir. She was totally out of line. Probably stress. Or the onset of the disease.
Probably,
agreed Dietrich coldly. Your orders, sir? Dietrich said nothing for almost 20 seconds. Rice waited him out. Then the colonel turned.
Sound draws these things, correct?
The infected, sir? Yes, that's what we've heard from our people on the ground. Dietrich nodded.
Then here's what I want to do.
Rice listened in silence. Dietrich's plan was as solid as it was brutal. As Rice hurried out of the office to set things in motion, he said a silent prayer for the people in Stebbins. Chapter 89. Stebbins Little School.
Are you sure this will work?
Asked J.T., as Trout set up the satellite equipment. Goat said it would, and he knows this stuff pretty well, said Trout. I'm no damn good at all in a fight. I do this or I go hide in a closet. He handed the unit to J.T. and showed him how to work it. Then he stepped away and ran his fingers through his wet hair and straightened his soaked shirt. How do I look? Like a drowned golden retriever, said Des. Thanks. But a good-looking drowned golden retriever, she said, giving him a small, crooked grin. Trout flashed her a brilliant smile. That's probably the nicest thing you've said to me in 2 years. He expected her to smile at that. Instead, he saw a flicker of pain dart through her eyes, and he felt like an ass for making a bad joke at a time like this. He busied himself with clipping the lavalier mic to his shirt collar. Ready, he said. J.T. held up crossed fingers. Des merely nodded, her expression on the doubtful side of neutral. Trout cleared his throat and gave J.T. the nod to start recording. My name is Billy Trout, Trout began. I'm a reporter for Regional Satellite News in Stebbins County. Please watch this video. This is not a hoax. This is not special effects or a gag. This is real. People are dying and more will die. There's a good chance I'm going to die. Maybe today." Trout paused and took a breath. He was sweating and used his fingers to wipe the sweat out of his eye sockets. From behind JT, Des gave Trout a thumbs up, and he plunged ahead. If you've been watching the news, you know that the big storm is centered over southwestern Pennsylvania right now. You may also have heard of some problems here in Stebbins, rioting and looting. However, I am here to state for the record that there is no rioting in Stebbins. There is no looting. However, a lot of people are dying here. I am going to tell you the truth about what is happening here in Stebbins. If I live through this, I'll probably go to jail. That's okay, as long as the story gets out. Please watch this video. Please post it on YouTube. Put the links on Twitter and Facebook and everywhere else you can think of. I am in the Stebbins Little School, the elementary school here in town. There are 800 people in here with me. More than half of them are children. A lot of people have died here today, but unless we all work together, a lot more are going to die. I repeat, this is not a joke. This is not a hoax. This is real, and it's happening right now. He took a breath. His hands were shaking. This is Billy Trout, reporting live from the apocalypse. Chapter 90. Bordentown Starbucks. It seemed to take forever, but the call finally came through on Goat's Skype account. Routing it through the main RSN satellite was a firing offense and almost certainly illegal. Fuck it. So was turning people into zombies. Trout sent him 3 videos. One was for immediate release. The other 2 were to sit in their chambers until Billy told him to pull the trigger. Goat used his earphones, so no one else could hear the call, and he set Skype to record everything as a backup to the straight satellite feed, which was automatically recorded on the RSN server, which was in Pittsburgh, not Stebbins. Goat copied the whole thing on his hard drive, too. Then, as soon as it was done, he emailed it to himself at 3 different accounts. That would give him copies in his sent folder as well as the 3 inboxes. All of this took a few seconds, and now there were copies in places the government could not easily block, access, or confiscate. After the broadcast was done, Goat got a private Skype call from Trout. "Did you get them?" "Yes, I did, Billy. I'm sweating high-caliber bullets right now. Tell me this is all true. The National Guard's actually shooting people?" "They're shooting everyone." "Are they testing them first?" "No." "Then how do they know who's infected or—" "Goat, they're shooting everyone. No questions asked." "Oh, man." Goat felt the room beginning to spin. "How safe are you going to be in that school?" Trout was a long time answering. "Billy, you got to get this out. Listen, kid, this is 1,000,000 times worse than anything Volker said it would be. Goat, everyone's dead. Marcia, Gino, everyone." "Marcia?" Goat asked hollowly. Trout told him what he had seen and done, and been forced to do. When he described the encounter with Marcia, Trout broke into tears. "Oh, shit, man," said Goat, in a voice choked with his own tears. He looked around the Starbucks, but the place was so deserted that there was no one near, no one to see or hear. "Those fuckers! Marcia? God damn it, Billy! We can't let them get away with this! I have no intention of letting them skate, kid. We're gonna ram this up their asses." Goat wiped his eyes and nose on his sleeve. "What do you want me to do?" Chapter 91. Stebbins Little School. "Watch out!" yelled Trout, and Des whirled around as a zombie came at her from the shadows of the top landing. Des fired 3 shots, 1 to the chest and 2 to the head, and the dead woman spun into the wall, then slid bonelessly to the floor. "I don't know her," murmured Trout. Des glanced down. "Peggy Sullivan," she said. "Secretary here at the school." "Peggy Sullivan," echoed Trout. He nodded, and they moved on. They were a few steps from the second-floor landing. Des was on point, but she had turned to look down at the small body of a little boy who lay twisted on the midpoint landing. The child had been shot, but it was clear that he had been infected before he had been put down. Des was only distracted for a second, but it was enough for the other zombie to blindside her. This impact knocked her sideways, but she twisted around and put 2 rounds into the creature's face.
"You okay?"
JT asked from the bottom of the stairs. He was watching their back trail and carrying the heavy duffel of weapons. Trout was in the middle, unarmed and hyper-vigilant. "Yeah," Des breathed. She took her pistol in both hands and went up the last few steps, checking the corners. "Clear." They followed her up and waited for her to check the hallway. "I thought you cleared these things out of here."
"We locked some of those things in the first 2 rooms," said JT. "More upstairs."
Des moved cautiously forward. The classroom doors had frosted windows, but she could see awkward shapes shift and move behind the heavy glass. When she bent to listen, she could hear the low, hungry moans. "How many are in there?" JT came up beside her.
6 in that room, 2 in the other.
He nodded down the long, dark hallway. "Can't leave them here," said Des. "They'll get out one way or another." He drew in a ragged breath.
"Damn,"
he said. But he nodded. "Wait," said Trout. "What are you gonna—" Before he could finish, Des kicked open the door and she and JT rushed inside. All Trout could see from the hallways were shadows and bright flashes, and all he heard was the thunder as Des and JT emptied their guns into the living dead. When they emerged, their faces were wooden. "Des, Trout began, but Des pushed past him to the door on the other side. She and JT paused to reload. Then they nodded to each other, kicked open the door, and went in shooting. Trout stared in horror, not because they were doing so much killing, but because so much was necessary. When JT pushed open the door and stepped into the hallway, he looked 10 years older. So did Des. They stood there, faces dirty with gun smoke, reloading their weapons, their eyes fixed onto the middle distance and empty of all life. Like the eyes of the dead things they had just slaughtered. Des dropped a bullet, and Trout saw that her fingers were trembling. He knelt to pick it up, and when he handed it to her, she closed her fingers around his for a moment. She squeezed her eyelids shut and fought to keep her mouth from twisting with barely suppressed sobs. Then she released him, took the bullet, and finished reloading.
"The auditorium's down and around the corner,"
said JT gently, but Des pushed past him. She knew every inch of this old school. These drafty corridors and echoing fire towers were part of her childhood. She'd been a lonely girl who loved playing in her imagination, and the school was a castle under siege, or a grand palace filled with knights and ladies, an old haunted house, or the lair of a crafty wizard. She could walk the halls blindfolded. She hurried along, her gum-rubber soles making almost no sound. JT was as quiet on his feet, but after 2 flights of stone stairs, he was huffing like a dragon. Behind him, Billy Trout limped along. With each step, the sciatic pain was worse and his pace slower. It made him feel old and intensely vulnerable. JT had grown up in Fayette County, and his family had not moved to Stebbins until he was in high school, but Trout knew this old place every bit as well as Des. He remembered the lonely, lovely little blonde-haired girl, and he had loved her from afar even then. He thought about that as they hurried through the pale glow of the emergency lights. "All this time, and I'm still no closer to having her," he thought. "Or maybe I'm further away." It saddened him as much as the tragedy in town, and he could totally understand, now more than ever, Des's feelings of being abandoned by those she loved and trusted. "Ah, Des," he whispered, in a voice he knew could not carry to her ears. "You're crazy, but I do love you." How sane does that make me? Up ahead, Des paused by the double doors that led to the auditorium, looking back over her shoulder, almost as if she had heard him after all. Their eyes met, and she gave him a brief, sad smile. What does that mean? He wondered. Was it an acknowledgment of feelings as viewed from two sides of an uncrossable field of wreckage? Possibly. Or was it a goodbye? Did Des believe that they were all going to die here? Neither she nor JT had shown much faith or enthusiasm for the videos he had sent. Though they did not say so, it was clear that they did not think Trout could make his plan work. He wasn't entirely sure himself. Nor was Goat. It was a gamble of a kind he had never imagined making before, not even in his wildest Hollywood dreams. Trout held eye contact with Des, wanting to preserve the moment, to make this communication, however tenuous, last. But timing was against them, and that connection was too fragile to support it. Des turned away and reached for the door handles. Chapter 92. Bordentown Starbucks. Goat was quickly going crazy. He kept nervously toggling back and forth between Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook, watching the hits, the retweets, and reposts of Billy's video. In the first hour it was on YouTube, it had fewer than 100 hits, and most of the comments posted by viewers were cynical and mocking. They did not believe the video was real. Then something happened a few minutes into the second hour. There was a significant jump in hits. Goat backtracked and saw that the new rush was being driven by Twitter. A couple of key players had retweeted the URL. Some of these were conspiracy theory nuts who thought this was an early Christmas present. Some were anarchists, of the kind who thought Julian Assange's WikiLeaks posts in 2010 were holy writ. But a lot of them were serious players in the media. Goat had posted the link everywhere, and had sent it in mass emails to everyone in his media listservs. Thousands upon thousands of people in print, broadcast, and digital media. Some of them apparently knew Billy Trout, and that's where the traction started. They reposted the link to their contacts and included personal endorsements of Trout. The secondary wave of posts went out in a massive ripple. Someone who knew Billy also knew a producer on CNN, and that person included the link in a news update. That sort of thing happened again and again. By the time 90 minutes had passed, the spread was viral. Viral marketing. Goat considered that, and for a moment he thought that it was an unfortunate choice of words. Then he looked at it from a different perspective. It had a flavor of poetic justice to it. By the end of the second hour, the number of hits on YouTube had climbed to the high 5 figures, and every time Goat refreshed the page, the number jumped by hundreds, and then by thousands. The spread was geometric. But Billy Trout did not call back. Even though Goat's system could accept a satellite call via his Skype, the connection did not work in reverse. Goat could not reach Trout. Goat licked his lips and drummed his fingers and drank too much coffee, and felt his nerves burning down to the gunpowder. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, and he posted the second video. This was the one where Billy was videotaping Des Fox while she argued with the National Guard colonel on the walkie-talkie. If the first video was a slap in the face, then this was going to be a full swing of the leg kick in the nuts. He kept glancing at the door as if expecting federal agents to come busting in any second. Well, he thought, too bad if they do, but it's already out there, so fuck you. Chapter 93. The White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C. The President of the United States watched the monitors on the wall. The rain and wind had diminished significantly. 2 minutes ago he gave permission for the 6 Apache helicopters to take off, with 4 Blackhawks flying close support. The Apaches each carried fuel air bombs as well as their usual complement of Hellfire missiles, machine guns, and rocket pods. There was enough firepower aboard those helos to destroy an average-size American city. Far more than was necessary to wipe Stebbins off the face of the earth. The order he had given was to fly to Stebbins. Nothing more. Not yet. He couldn't imagine how he could shape his mouth to give the kill order for this. Scott Blair, the National Security Advisor, came hurrying into the Situation Room. He waved away the staff members, sitting closest to the President, and then bent to speak in a confidential tone. "Mr. President, we've just learned that someone in Stebbins is sending out messages." "What kind of messages, Blair? And to whom?" "The wrong kind, Mr. President," said Blair. "What's worse is that they're being posted on the Internet. YouTube, mostly, fed by links on Twitter and other social media sites. We're working to control those sites, but the Internet is volatile. The National Guard units in Stebbins are attempting to locate the sender and shut him down." "What's he saying?" "I can play it for you, sir. Do you want me to clear the room?" "If it's already on the Internet, there's no point. Play it." Blair nodded and punched some buttons on a computer built into the table. The screen switched from the weather report to a page of the YouTube website. Blair pressed play, and a good-looking white man with blonde hair and a pinstripe shirt appeared. The man was soaked, and his face was lined with stress. His eyes, which were robin's egg blue, stared into the camera with laser-like intensity. "My name is Billy Trout." Everyone in the room stopped to watch, and within seconds there wasn't a sound. Not a murmur or side comment. The President felt his throat constrict as he watched the video. The video included footage of infected bodies, mangled and partially consumed, torn by bullets, splashed with black mucus. There were two other people in the video, both police officers, both showing signs of injury and stress. A white woman and a black man. Trout named them and gave their badge numbers. The last few lines of the video hit the hardest. "This is not a natural disaster, and this is not a terrorist attack. This is a man-made disaster, and I know who is responsible and how this occurred. Please post the link to this video. The only thing that can save the lives of all these people, all of these children, is the truth. Call your local papers. Call the news services. Contact your local congressperson. This is not a local problem. This is not Pennsylvania's problem. This is a threat to the entire country, if not the entire world. Please. We are alive in Stebbins, and the devil is at the door. Do not let them commit mass murder. Save the children of Stebbins County." The video ended, but the room remained absolutely silent. All eyes were on the President. "You're sure this isn't a hoax?" he asked. Blair shook his head. "Billy Trout is a reporter for Regional Satellite News. Small time but well respected. Officers Desdemona Fox and J.T. Hammond are with the Stebbins police. She's former Army. DMV searches matched them to their photo IDs. This is real." "Several hundred people. Well, that's great news. I want the Guard to get to those children, protect them, and get them out of—" "Mr. President, I don't think you appreciate the complexity of this. Our wildfire containment protocols have 6 different response models for suburban outbreaks. All of them offer options for many aspects of the problem, but on one point they all agree. If hard containment is possible, then that is the only safe and reliable course of action." The President stared at him. "No way, Blair. I can't accept that. You're saying that a red wall response is our only response?" "Regrettably, sir, that is correct." "No, that is unacceptable." "Sir, you've seen the reports. You know that we can't let a single infected host out of the Q zone. Not one. This isn't cholera or typhus. We can't inoculate against this. No one has a natural immunity to these parasites. Each host is 100% infectious. One drop of blood contains enough larvae to— "I know, damn it!" Blair adjusted his glasses. "Then, sir, you have to understand the severity of this. We don't have diagnostic protocols for this. We don't have prophylactic measures beyond sterilization." "So, what would you have me do? Drop firebombs on that town while someone is broadcasting it to the world? There are 7,000 people in Stebbins County. I don't think I want to go down in history as the president who slaughtered more people than were killed in the entire war in Afghanistan, twice as many as died on 9/11. Blair sighed and shook his head. "Given the field reports we've received, Mr. President, I doubt as many as 10% of those people are still alive. Those are estimates, Blair, not hard numbers, and you damn well know it. There could be 4,000 or 5,000 people still alive. I won't authorize a strike unless we have exhausted all other possible options. Well, sir, whether we drop bombs or not, sir, we have to stop the sender. So far, nothing he said is damaging to your administration, Mr. President, but we can't take any chances. How would you suggest we stop him? Blair did not have to spell it out. His look was eloquent enough. Christ, growled the President. Is that the best we can do? React like thugs? This is a commanding response to a very real threat to this country, Mr. President. This isn't a hurricane or broken levees. If we drop the ball on this, or if we're too cautious in our response, then we could be looking at a pandemic that would make the Black Death look like Skip the Dramatics, snapped the President. Your pardon, but I'm not being dramatic. If anything, I'm understating the nature of this threat. The President shook his head. I'm not going to authorize a sanction against someone who is trying to save American lives. I've compromised a lot since taking office, Blair, but I haven't slipped that far. Blair took a breath. I understand your concerns, Mr. President, but our scientific advisors are in a panic over this. They are urging us to implement Red Wall. Urging, sir. I understand, said the President wearily. I've ordered the choppers in. Once they're over Stebbins airspace, we'll see where we are. Thank you, Mr. President. Chapter 94. Stebbins Little School. Des Fox looked out at a sea of faces. Hundreds of them, young and old, more young than old, all turned toward the open doors, their faces pale with fear and their eyes bright with hope. They must have heard the gunshots, Des thought. God, look at all the little ones in here, thinking they're safe. She wanted to find the two teachers J.T. had left to guard the door, find them and kick the living shit out of them for abandoning their posts, and for abandoning these kids. She felt J.T. and Trout move up to flank her, filling the doorway. The kids looked at them, and at the guns they carried, and at the uniforms they wore. Suddenly, and all together, they jumped to their feet, screaming and applauding. Des felt her lips part into a silent "oh" of surprise. She turned to J.T. in confusion. Trout leaned close and whispered in her ear. They're applauding because the cavalry has just arrived. But, she said, but we're not. Smile and wave, Des. That's what they're looking for. Smile and wave. Be the hero. Let them know you're here for them. After all, it's the truth, right? So let them know it. Let them know that you're here for them, to protect them, and that you won't abandon them, that you won't let the monsters get them. Des looked into Trout's eyes for a long time, even as the applause rolled like thunder around the big hall. She looked for the mockery, the joke in his eyes, and she did not find it. She slowly raised her pistol over her head and forced a smile onto her face. The applause rose in intensity. Teachers and parents made their way through the sea of kids, and they shook Des's hand, and Billy's, and even J.T.'s. Are we getting out now? Asked a woman who held a 2-month-old baby in her arms. Soon, Des lied. The, National Guard is still clearing things up outside. We have to sit tight for a bit. Might be a few hours, might be all night, but help is on the way. They need us to cooperate as best we can. Her use of key words like National Guard and they worked their magic. They promised order and answers. A woman, the stick-thin school principal, Mrs. Madison, came hurrying through the crowd and gave Des a fierce hug. That got applause, too. The crowd gradually settled down as teachers and some adults quieted the sections near them. It looked orderly, and Des guessed that Mrs. Madison had appointed these adults as section leaders. Good call. Thank you, said Mrs. Madison. God, thank you. Do we know what's happening? Des held up her hands to stop the flow of questions. Then she gently pulled Mrs. Madison into the hall and away from the other adults. Listen, we don't have a lot of time, so please pay attention. We're not leading a cavalry charge right here, and the National Guard are not our friends at the moment. They think we're all infected in here, and until we clear the real infected out of here, we can't prove that it's safe for the Guard to come in and rescue us. That means we have to make sure that anyone who's been bitten is secured." Mrs. Madison frowned. "Secured?" Des gave her a brief explanation of Lucifer 113 and how it worked. "Anyone who has been contaminated, no matter how and no matter if they don't look sick yet, will become like those things out there. Everyone who has this thing is going to have to be put down." Mrs. Madison blanched. "Officer Fox, we have kids with bites. Surely you can't expect us to shoot children. That's insane. It's inhuman. We have them in classrooms. We're giving them medical attention." "Then give me an alternative. If we allow the infection to stay inside the school, we'll all die. This is easy math." "God!" "JT and I will take care of it," snapped Des. "Mrs. Madison, I need you to stay inside the auditorium. Once we leave, keep the doors locked until either JT or I tell you it's safe to open the doors. Otherwise, you do not open up to anyone. Understand?" The principal nodded. "Mr. Chestnut is somewhere in the building. He heard some sounds, and he took 2 of the janitors with him to investigate." "Lucas Chestnut?" Des asked. Chestnut had been a very young teacher when she had attended the school. He must be well into middle age by now. "How long ago?" "Why, he left just after Sergeant Hammond did. I'm surprised you didn't see him." "Shit," said Des. Mrs. Madison began to say something, but didn't. Instead, she sagged back with a hand to her throat.
"Stay here, and don't let anyone else leave,"
ordered JT.
"You understand me? No one. Now, go back inside and put a smile on your face and tell everyone to sit and wait until we get back. Don't tell anyone else how things really are. Not yet. Got it?"
The principal nodded, and JT led Des out into the hallway. They listened at the open stairwell, but heard nothing.
"Let's try the top floor,"
said JT.
"It needs to be checked anyway."
Des looked up at him. "You be careful, Haas. No heroics." He snorted.
"I'm fresh out of heroics, girl."
They smiled at one another and were about to enter the stairwell when Trout came running out of the auditorium. "Hey, Des!" She wheeled on him. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" "With you. But I need a gun." "Not a chance, Billy. Stay here with the kids. I don't trust you." "What? How the hell can you say 'with a gun', dumbass? You don't know how to shoot, remember? Go find a baseball bat or something and stay the hell in there." "Des, She got up in his face, and though her mouth was hard, her eyes were pleading. "Billy, stay with the kids. Please." "Oh, fuck," he said. But he nodded. "Okay, Des." There was a brief look of relief in her eyes as she turned away and hurried down the hall with JT. For just a moment, and despite all of his conscious reasoning to the contrary, it felt to Trout that Des was not running off to a fight, but that she was running away from him. It made no sense, but it opened a little door of insight in his head. He turned away, and Des watched as the auditorium doors closed behind him. Des watched him go, and she had to smile at his willingness to help, at the courage he had shown in coming back to town, at his ass. He had a great ass, she decided. She sighed and turned away, aware that the members of her team were watching her. JT murmured,
"I thought you were done with that boy."
"I am."
"Doesn't look like it to me."
"Yeah, well, I thought you didn't walk with a limp," Des said.
"I don't."
She got up in his face. "Want that to change?"
No, I don't."
Des nodded. "All right then. End of discussion." If JT planned to say more, it was cut short by a piercing scream of terrible pain that floated on the sluggish air from the darkened stairwell. Chapter 95. Old Fairbanks Road, near Bordentown. Homer Gibbon heard the sound before he saw them. It was a big, deep bass sound that filtered through the rain and the radio and the sound of his wipers, the thrup-thrup-thrup of helicopter rotors. He pulled to the side of the road, rolled down his window, and leaned out to look. They came over the tree line like a flight of giant insects from some old monster movie. Homer had never been in the military, but he knew everything related to war. From movies, from books and magazines, from endless jailhouse conversations. These were Apache longbows, and he was pretty sure they were outfitted with 30mm chain guns, Hellfire, Hydra, Stinger, and Sidewinder missiles. At least that's what he remembered. Homer smiled. Nice. He turned up the radio. Jason Aldean was singing My Kinda Party.
Yes, sirree,
he said to the radio. Homer put the car back into drive and kept going. Chapter 96. The White House Situation Room. We have another video from Billy Trout, said Scott Blair. The president swiveled his chair to face the monitors. Let me see it. Blair hesitated. Sir, this is pretty delicate stuff. This is going to be a political nightmare. Run it, said the president firmly. The YouTube video played. It showed the same female officer standing in a hallway filled with corpses of the infected. She obtained a walkie-talkie from a National Guardsman that she attacked. Did she kill him? No, Blair said, dragging it out. 3 soldiers required medical treatment, and she wrecked their Humvee. The president shushed him as the audio played. They sat and watched the one-sided conversation Des Fox had with Lieutenant Colonel Macklin Dietrich. Colonel Dietrich, you are incorrect, sir, when you say that we are unaware of the nature of this event. We are very goddamn aware, and we are asking how you intend to help. There's nothing we can do. If you're in the thick of this, then you should be able to comprehend that. I comprehend some of it, Colonel. What I don't comprehend is why you're not even trying to rescue or protect the uninfected. This isn't an airborne disease. It's spread through spit or a bite or some other fluid contact. Blair leaned closer. This is the crucial bit. I'm asking you, telling you, to get in touch with your boss and tell him to get in touch with his, as far up the line as you have to go. Tell them that we know who let this monster off the chain and who's responsible for killing an entire town, and who now wants to try and cover it all up by pretending that the surviving witnesses are infected just so you can slaughter us all. You tell them that. There was a few seconds more silence, as Fox waited for a reply that was not going to come. Then she looked straight into the camera and said, They're going to let us die here. God, they're going to murder all these kids. Tears broke and rolled down her cheeks, and the tape ended. Blair flapped his arms. This was just posted, and it's already burning up the internet. It's everywhere. It's on CNN and Fox and everywhere. God. And I take it you heard that one line. About her knowing who let the monster off the chain? Yes. Do you think they know about Lucifer 113? I don't know, sir. I can't see how they could know. An aide came hurrying into the room. Excuse me, Mr. President. The helos have crossed into Stebbins airspace. Chapter 97. Stebbins Little School. They went up the stairs, Des first, with her Glock held in both hands. J.T. was right behind her with a Mossberg 500 bullpup with dual pistol grips, including one on the pump. 8 steps from the top, they paused to listen. God, help! Oh, Christ!
That's Lucas,
said J.T. They took the last steps, 2 at a time, swiveling their weapons around at each corner, expecting white faces to come lunging out of the shadows. They saw the blood first. A footprint, perfectly outlined in red. A heavy shoe. A Timberland or a good knockoff. Des pointed with her Glock.
I see it,
J.T. said quietly, as they moved up the steps.
Please, God.
Lucas Chestnut's voice was faint, depleted. Des already knew that they weren't hurrying up the steps to save him. He sounded hurt, and the day they'd lived through had taught them that hurt was a death sentence. No matter how small a bite, it was as good as a bullet to the heart. They rounded the last turn in the stairwell and found another footprint. And a foot. The shoe, ankle, and part of the shin stood on the top step. The rest of their owner was 20 feet down the hall, crawling along, inch by inch, toward a man who sat with his back to the door of the English room. A bloody fire-axe lay across the man's thigh, and his body was covered with bites. Dozens of them. 2 other figures crouched on either side of him. One held Lucas Chestnut's arm in both of her hands, and as Des watched, she bent and sank her teeth into the flabby flesh on the inside of the teacher's elbow. The other person, a teenage boy, knelt and worked at Chestnut's abdomen, biting and tearing to get through the tough abdominal wall. The zombie with the missing leg crawled inexorably forward, moaning piteously at the meal it longed to share. Chestnut was too weak to scream. He sobbed and shook his head over, back and forth, in a permanent denial of what was happening. Then, as Des and J.T. stepped out of the stairwell, Chestnut turned his streaming eyes toward them.
"Please,"
he begged weakly.
"For the love of God, please stop this."
Not stop them. Stop this. Des heard J.T. inhale with a hiss. "Steady on, Hoss," she said softly, and stepped past him. The maimed zombie heard her first, and he turned and snarled. Black saliva dripped from his lips. Des recognized him as one of the janitors, Roger something or other. She raised the Glock and fired. The bullet caught Roger in the temple, and the force blew one of his eyes out of the socket. He collapsed forward, the bones of his face crunching onto the hard floor. Behind her, Des heard J.T. gag. Des did not look. She shifted the barrel of the Glock to the teenage boy. Bang! Then the woman, a stranger. Bang! Lucas Chestnut raised his eyes to her. Blood bubbled from between his lips.
"Please,"
he begged. Bang! Des lowered the gun and closed her eyes. Behind her, a door creaked, and she whirled just as J.T. bellowed in surprise, his cry mingling with moans as the dead poured out into the hall. 5 of them. No, more. 8 or 9. "J.T., look out!" J.T. went down under a pile of them, and the impact made him jerk his finger on the trigger. The blast hit one of the dead above the elbow and blew away her arm. She did not even pause as she flung herself at J.T. Des fired 3 fast shots at the infected who were still standing, killing 2 and sending one staggering backward toward the top of the stairs. The creature fell and went tumbling and crashing down out of sight. Under the pile, J.T. pivoted his big shoulders and smashed the shotgun across the zombie's face, knocking the creature off of him. The dead man fell with a swatch of J.T.'s shirt between his teeth. Another of the dead immediately lunged into the opening, and then Des was there, kicking at them, slamming the steel toe of her shoe into the temple of one, stamping her heel down on another's spine, using her free hand to grab one by the belt and pull him back. When that zombie hissed and turned toward her, she pistol-whipped his mouth away from her and then shot him through the ear. J.T. rammed the barrel of his shotgun under the chin of the closest infected and pulled the trigger, blowing the thing's scalp and brains all the way to the ceiling. Des kicked one of the dead in the cheek and shot another through the eye. Then she grabbed J.T. and hauled. He kicked his way out, and they flopped backward, both of them flat on their backs. The dead came at them, and Des took the Glock in both hands and fired. J.T. blew the knee off of one, and as it collapsed down, he put the next round through its forehead. He kicked that body back and fired at the one behind it, catching it in the chest and the shoulder, and then the face. The last zombie was an old woman, and Des kicked her on the point of the jaw with all her strength. The woman's head whipped up and back, and her neck snapped. Then it was over. The 2 of them lay there, covered in blood and black muck and bits of flesh. Des recovered first. She saw the black mucus glistening on her thigh, and she screamed and scrambled over onto hands and knees, and then shot to her feet. J.T. was up at once. He snatched the big steel fire extinguisher from the wall and turned it on her, using the compressed blast to whip the infectious goo off of her clothes. Then Des tore it from his hands and did the same. Both of them were making small, almost feral whimpering sounds as they emptied the entire unit. Des cursed and flung it away.
"We're good,"
JT said nervously.
"We're good. We're good."
But they were not good. At the far end of the hall was a big set of windows that looked out over the parking lot. Until now, that window was as black as the stormy night outside, but all at once it glowed with brilliant white intensity. "Flares?" ventured Des. Then the whole building suddenly began to shake. Heavy vibrations rattled with the drone of huge machines. They bolted for the far end of the hallway and stared out the window as a line of Apache longbow helicopters came tearing through the night sky over the line of pine trees, ghostly in the glow of the white phosphorus flares that drifted down on tiny parachutes. With them, flying close support, were 4 UH-60 Blackhawks. The strain on JT's face melted into a smile.
"Sweet Jesus,"
he said.
"I think the cavalry just arrived."
He began waving to the choppers. A moment later, the side door on the lead Blackhawk rolled back to reveal the ugly, multi-barreled snout of a minigun. "No!" screamed Des as she grabbed JT and tore him away from the window, a split second before hundreds of rounds chewed the whole wall into a storm cloud of flying glass, torn brick, and splintered wood. Chapter 98. The Auditorium. Trout reached out to Goat. "I'm sending you a lot of stuff," he said. "Get it on the net." "Okay, but we're doing this the slow way, Billy." "What do you mean?" "The way you've been doing your bits, live from the apocalypse. That's the key. We should be doing a live stream. We don't need to edit anything. We're not waiting for a broadcast time slot, man. This is raw and immediate. So let's go reality show with it." "Will anyone watch it?" "Billy, every fucking body is watching this. The whole world is watching. But I don't know how long we have before the feds find me and shut us down. I'm running this through a real maze of off-site bounce-around servers, but they will find me." "Then let's go live." Trout began doing interviews in the auditorium. Everyone was in shock. A few were absolutely catatonic with fear or grief. Trout could only imagine what some of them had seen. Family members torn apart by the zombies, friends and schoolmates dragged out of the buses, teachers slaughtered while trying to protect the kids. Or, as some people quietly suggested, a few teachers and parents simply running away, so wrapped up in their own immediate needs that they were willing to leave the innocent to their fate. Some of the people, adults and kids, were ebullient with a kind of excitement that was too big, too hopeful, and spoke of a fractured perception. Those were the ones, Trout knew, that would shatter if one more thing went bad. One little girl stared blankly into the camera and asked, "Mommy?" She said that one word, uttered that single plea over and over again. At the same time that Trout was aware that this was broadcast gold, he was also aware that his heart was breaking. He knew that the little girl's face would haunt his dreams the rest of his life, if there would be more life to live. He kept going, interviewing everyone. No one was grandstanding. No one was spinning a tale simply because they were on TV. These people were far too badly shaken. Their hurt was far too present in their minds for any artifice, and Trout knew that this would be evident to anyone who watched the video. Anyone who was unmoved would have to be more dead inside than the creatures who were laying siege to the school. A few of the adults he interviewed, a disheartening few, seemed to have found some measure of dignity and courage. On the other hand, many of the kids were displaying genuine courage that bordered on heroism. One 11-year-old girl in particular, Bailey, had gathered the littlest kids into a corner and was entertaining them with stories. However, Trout saw a broken field hockey stick standing against her chair. It was jagged and covered with blood. He bet there was a story there, and he hoped he would have a chance to see it told. Another kid, a hulking 6th-grade boy, whom puberty had hit like a runaway train, wore most of a set of football pads over his street clothes and carried an aluminum baseball bat. Trout interviewed the boy, Brian, who told him about how he had been chased into the gym by a couple of the dead and found 5 girls already there, hiding in the big wire cage where they stored the sports gear. Brian had run into the cage, put on as many pads as he could, including a football helmet, then grabbed a baseball bat and left the cage to attack the zombies. It was a wild story, and Trout might have doubted Brian's word if not for the 5 girls who sat nearby giving the boy adoring stares. Trout did as many short interviews as he could. Some were stories of combat and victory. Some were narrow escapes, but most were about terror and loss. And in the case of many of the children, the stories were about abandonment, either by cowardice or, more often, because the parents and teachers had died during the fight. To a terrified child, though, it amounted to the same thing. And that made him think about Des. She was the same age as most of these kids when her parents died, and even though she knew, with all of her considerable adult intelligence, that those deaths had been beyond the control of her parents, Des was still caught up in abandonment issues to this day. As he set up to interview a librarian who had been rescued by a cheerleader, the whole auditorium suddenly froze into a listening silence. Trout spoke quietly into the mic. "We're hearing gunshots. It sounds like... Yes, they're coming from upstairs. That's the Stebbins police officers, Desdemona Fox and J.T. Hammond. They're hunting the last of the infected in order to ensure that this building is safe and secure." He paused and aimed the mic at the ceiling. The shots continued, and Trout wished that he felt as confident about what was happening up there as he sounded. But he needed to convey the message that the school was under control. "The shooting has stopped," he said, and panned the camera to show that every one of the 800 faces in the auditorium was tilted upward, eyes wide, expressions showing mingled hope and dread. The silence in the big room held and held. And then the whole building began to vibrate. "Helicopters!" said one of the men in the back. "The Army's here!" Wild cheers erupted throughout the hall. Trout goggled at this, but then considered that these people were here in the school long before he got here, so they may not have seen the ruthlessness of the National Guard. "Listen to this," he said in the mic. "People are cheering because they hear helicopters. They're hoping that the military is coming to rescue them. I had that same hope when I crossed the quarantine zone. And call me crazy, folks. I still hope that the guys in the white hats do come along and save our butts, because I'd love a happy ending here." He tilted the mic up again and waited with the others, muttering, "Come on, come on, come on," under his breath, as the heavy throp, throp, throp of the rotors beat closer and closer. And then the miniguns opened up. The cheers instantly turned into a shrill chorus of screams as the windows exploded inward in storm clouds of glittering glass. The shards swept across the packed crowd, slashing and tearing. Children dove under the seats. Adults tried to shield them with their own bodies. Bullets buzzed above the massed people like a swarm of furious hornets. Billy Trout dove behind an upright piano used for school shows, and the bullets coaxed a mad, disjointed tune as they ripped the instrument into kindling. Despite the madness raining down around him, Trout punched the record and send buttons and aimed the camera at the windows. Chapter 99. Stebbins Little School. The Black Hawk hovered in the air like a nightmare, the minigun growling like a dragon, spitting hundreds of rounds at the top floor of the school. A second helicopter coasted with monstrous slowness past the far side of the school, firing at the row of lighted windows. Below them, the living dead moaned and reached with aching fingers toward the sky, trying to tear the machines down, to tear them open for the meat inside. But the choppers were too high, and the dead could not reach them, and the intensity of need within those moans rose to a horrible shriek. "This is Billy Trout reporting live from the apocalypse," he yelled. "I don't know if you can hear me, but we are under attack. Please, if anyone can hear me, we need help." He turned up the gain on the lavalier mic, clipped to his lapel so that his words could be heard over the din of screams and automatic gunfire. "We've been begging for help from the government,
and this is how they respond."
Des was curled in a fetal crouch, her arms wrapped around her head, her body bleeding from dozens of cuts. Her eyes were squeezed shut, but her mouth was open as a continual red raw scream tore itself from the deepest part of her. A dozen feet away, J.T. Hammond was curled into a similar knot, trying to shrink into himself. He, too, screamed.
"This is not an attack by a terrorist organization. These are not the infected that I've been telling you about."
Billy panned the camera to show the helicopter hovering outside, its cannons filling the air with fire and death.
"That is a UH-60 Blackhawk helicopter. It is part of the Army National Guard detachment sent to contain the plague outbreak in Stebbins. It is not firing on the infected. There are no infected where I am. I am in the auditorium of the Stebbins Little School, a regional elementary school. Most of the people in this room are children. There are also teachers and some citizens of Stebbins who were told by authorities to come to this place because it is the county emergency shelter. I repeat, the people here are not infected. There are mostly children and people directed here as an official shelter."
Mrs. Madison crawled off the stage and into the sound room. The bullets couldn't reach her in there, and she began waving to people, adults and children, to follow her. It was a risk, though. It meant running across the no-man's land of the stage. A few tried. Not everyone succeeded. From the booth, Mrs. Madison could see Billy Trout huddled under the piano. She knew what he was doing and could hear snatches of it. Then she saw the big microphone on its silver stand, the one that was provided for the pianist when she sang along with the children. The wires snaked across the stage and the leads were still socketed into place on the soundboard. The auditorium, she knew, was part of the emergency services set up in the school. The backup generator that powered the lights also provided power to essential emergency equipment, including the public address system. Mrs. Madison flipped a row of switches and channeled the feed from the fallen microphone into the main public address system, then turned the volume all the way to the right. Suddenly, Billy Trout's voice boomed like thunder from every speaker mounted inside and outside the school. When Trout heard this, he grinned, reached out and pulled the mic closer.
"This cult of secrecy and the military's obsession with owning the worst weapons of destruction has brought us all to this moment. More than 6,000 people have died today. They were murdered. Nearly the entire population of Stebbins County. These people are no less victims of terrorism than were the nearly 3,000 people who died when the Twin Towers fell, or the 266 people in the 4 hijacked planes used on 9/11, or the 125 people killed at the Pentagon that day, or the thousands killed in Iraq and Afghanistan. But what makes it more tragic, more unforgivable, is that the people of Stebbins were not killed by Al-Qaeda or the Taliban. There are no terrorist cells operating in Stebbins County. These people were murdered by the U.S. government because some people believe that it is better to kill the innocent than to admit a mistake."
On the other side of the building, the children and teachers and parents and refugees from the storm crawled under the auditorium seats, screaming and crying out in fear and confusion. For many of them, the light of hope was blasted out of their eyes, not through injury, but as they tried and failed to grasp the meaning of what was happening. First, the infected attacking and slaughtering so many, and now the rescuers, the army, turning their haven into a killing ground of flying glass and blood.
"We cannot allow ourselves to become a nation of fools and slaves. We cannot allow our own government to serve its own agendas at the expense of the people. I appeal to every true American, every patriot, whether you're left or right, to stand up and say, 'Stop!'"
Outside the fence line, hundreds of National Guardsmen stood ready, waiting for the helicopters to do their work so that the next phase of the cleanup could start. Sergeant Polk sat among them, listening to the words that boomed from the speakers mounted outside the school. He smoked a cigarette, chain-lighting it from the last. Discarded butts lay in a puddle by his feet. One of the men in his squad chortled, Do you hear this bull crap? Polk turned to him. What's wrong, Sarge? Polk nodded toward the school. I didn't sign up for this shit. Jeez, man, what'd that bitch cop do to you? You going all girly on us? Polk drew in the smoke, held it in his lungs, and exhaled slowly. Then he abruptly got out of the vehicle and began walking toward the gate. Hey! Yelled the other soldier. Polky! What the shit are you doing? Taking a goddamn stand. What for? Polk whirled. There are people alive in there. Haven't you fucking been listening? He turned and kept walking. A lieutenant started to run after him. Sergeant Polk, get your ass back to the line right goddamn now. Polk turned again. This is wrong. We're supposed to be here to help. We can't help these people, growled the lieutenant. We didn't even fucking try. He reached the row of parked Humvees and climbed into one. Sergeant, I am ordering you to stand down. Polk started the engine and put the Humvee in gear. The lieutenant drew his sidearm and pointed it at Polk. Sergeant, stand down and step out of the vehicle or I will shoot. Polk took his foot off the brake and let the Humvee roll forward. The lieutenant ran to stand between him and the gate, and a lot of the guardsmen swarmed with him. All around them was the roar of the choppers, the thunder of the machine gun fire, and the amplified sound of Billy Trout's voice. Polk pressed lightly on the gas, and the Humvee began moving toward the gate. Other soldiers raised their weapons and pointed them at the vehicle, but the soldiers were cutting looks back and forth between Polk and the lieutenant. By now, the complete file of how this plague started, including a complete confession by Dr. Herman Volker, will have been sent to every major news service in the country. There are no more secrets to defend. You kill us now, it will be an act of revenge, and everyone will know it. Polk revved the engine, then leaned out of the window. Either unlock the gate and stand back, or watch your ass, because I'll roll right over it. Sergeant, you are buying yourself a world of hurt with this nonsense. Stand down before I put you down. Polk revved again, and a single soldier stepped away from the masked soldiers and began walking toward the Humvee. The lieutenant yelled at him, too, but the soldier held up one fist, forefinger extended. Then he turned and walked backward, his rifle in hand, but the barrel pointed to the ground. He's right, Lieutenant, the man yelled. This is bullshit. This is wrong. The lieutenant shifted the barrel of his pistol to cover the second soldier. Drop your weapon and stand down. Sir, I respectfully decline to accept that order. On what fucking grounds? Screeched the lieutenant. His face boiled red. On the grounds that I enlisted to protect my country and my fellow Americans. Haven't you been listening to what that reporter's been saying? They have proof that this was something of ours. Maybe it was a mistake, or maybe somebody went batshit and released it, but we started this. How the hell can killing Americans be a right and proper military response to that? That's not for you to decide. The man brought his weapon to port arms. It is now. Fucking right it is, said another man, and the lieutenant turned in horror to see a third man step out of the line and walk toward Polk. Then a fourth. Then 5 more. 10. So please, stop the slaughter. Stop the killing. Save the children of Stebbins County. We're here. We're alive. We need your help. Please. As the lieutenant stood there, his pistol still pointed at arm's length, at least half of the men deserted his side of the parking lot and went to stand in a ragged line around Polk's Humvee. Other guardsmen were hurrying along the fence line to see what was happening. Another officer, Captain Rice, came to stand beside the lieutenant. Eddie, he said softly, you're about to make the biggest mistake of your life, and I can guarantee that no matter how this all plays out today, it'll be the last one of your career. They're deserting during a time of crisis. That's one way to see it, said Rice. But tell me, son, you ever heard of General George Custer? Then Captain Rice pushed the lieutenant's gun arm down, turned, and walked across the concrete to stand with the others. And then the guns stopped. Smoke whipped up out of the barrels to be threshed by the whipping rotor blades and scattered as mist into the rain. The choppers, those two and the others that hovered above the parking lot, still filled the air with thunder, but the madness of the gunfire had abruptly stopped. Glass tinkled as pieces fell from the shattered window frames. In the parking lot, the dead moaned. In the auditorium, the wounded cried out. Billy Trout crept cautiously out from under the sagging ruin of the piano, brushing glass from his hair and lacerating his hand without realizing it. He stared around at the damage. Everyone seemed hurt, but no one looked dead. He frowned, trying to understand it. He could see the Black Hawk holding station outside, the gun still pointed into the school. Why have they stopped? He wondered. Chapter 100. Stebbins Little School.
Is it over?
Dez's voice was tiny, a whisper from a raw throat. The air thrummed with the sound of the rotors. Inside her head, there was a more terrible thunder as her pulse hammered her brain. As she rolled onto her hands and knees, glass fell from her hair and clothes. She stayed there, unable to move, feeling the entire day burning in every bruised bone, every aching muscle, every fried nerve. J.T. Hammond crawled slowly to the wall, shedding debris and leaving a trail of bloody hand and knee prints. He grabbed the shattered sill and pulled himself up. The two Blackhawks pulled back from the building. Beneath them, the dead were massing into a huge crowd. The sound of the gunfire and the voice from the speakers drew them from every part of the parking lot. Thousands of bone-white hands reached for the birds. Thousands of mouths moaned and bit the air. As the first two Blackhawks moved away, their machine gun barrels trailing smoke, the other two flew out over the crowds of the living dead. The cries of the dead rose into the cold drizzle of midnight.
Is it over?
Dez asked again.
No,
he said. The guns swiveled up toward the window. Then there was a mechanical squawk behind them. Dez and J.T. turned and looked down. The walkie-talkie lay there. Officer Desdemona Fox, please respond. Officer Desdemona Fox, please respond. The call repeated and repeated. Dez did not recognize the voice. Ah, said Dez. Ain't that interesting as shit. J.T. laughed. He turned around and slid down to sit with his back to the wall. Dez climbed painfully to her feet and tottered over to where the communicator lay amid the rubble. She bent over with a groan and picked it up, keyed the send button, and spoke. This is Fox. Desdemona Fox? No, it's Michael J., asshole. Please verify your badge number and the last 4 digits of your Social Security number. After a moment's hesitation, Dez complied. The voice said, Confirmed. Thank you, Officer Fox. Please hold the line.
Is this some kind of trick?
Asked J.T., but Dez didn't reply. Another voice spoke, one she hadn't heard before.
Officer Fox?
This is Fox. Who's this?
This is Major General Simeon Zetter, commander of the Pennsylvania Army National Guard.
A day ago she would have been impressed to the point of speechlessness. A lot had changed since then. What can I do for you, General?
Is Mr. Trout with you?
He's in the building. Why?
His videos have gotten quite a bit of attention.
Kind of the point, General. We've got more ready to roll.
No doubt. However, before you broadcast them, I want you both to listen to me, said Zetter. I'm speaking frankly to you, and I want to appeal to your integrity and your patriotism.
Save the recruiting speech, barked Dez. We've been playing fair. You fuckers haven't.
Dez,
J.T. said softly. Zetter said,
I understand your feelings, Officer Fox. I doubt apologies would carry much weight right now.
Not much, no.
I've just taken tactical command of this situation.
What happened to Dietrich?
He's been relieved of his duties, Officer Fox.
I am speaking to you now on the direct orders on behalf of the President of the United States." "I didn't vote for him," she said, just to be pissy. "That doesn't make him any less your president or any less my boss," said Zetter. "I give you my personal word, for whatever you think that's worth, that we are willing to listen to what you have to say." "That's not enough, General," she fired back. "I'm looking out the window at a bunch of gunships. If we hadn't posted those videos, we'd be dead right about now." "Yes," agreed the General, "you would. And I make no apology for that. We are facing a terrible crisis, and the nature of it has forced us to make some very hard choices." "Like slaughtering an entire town?" The General paused only a moment. Des had to give him that. "Yes," he said. "As horrible, tragic, and regrettable as that is, the disease pathogen at large in Stebbins has no equal on Earth. Though it will sound harsh to say it, I believe that it is because of God's mercy that we had this hurricane, because without it, the plague would doubtless have spread much farther than it has. That is not a fatuous comment, Officer Fox, and it is not as heartless as it sounds." "I'm sure we're all touched by your concern." "The President wants me to assure you that everything that should and must be done will be done to bring those responsible for this disaster to justice." "That doesn't do much for the people of Stebbins, General. And it doesn't do much for the kids here in the school. I want to know what you're going to do to resolve this situation." "The simple truth is that the best and safest way to protect the entire country would be to carpet bomb Stebbins with thermobaric weapons. That plan was approved prior to posting of your second video." "That's what you have in the Apaches?" "Yes." "And now?" "Now this has become a different matter. Even as we speak, the entire country is raising its voice in protest. Stebbins is on everyone's tongue. The White House switchboard has been totally jammed for 2 hours. No one is talking about anything else." "So, does that mean you're going to get us the hell out of here?" "We are discussing options on how to do that," said Zetter. "I need to know that you understand how serious this is." "We're trapped in a school surrounded by zombies, General. Yeah, we get how fucking serious it is." "Then tell me, if you were in my shoes, knowing what you know about this disease, what would you do?" "Nice try," said Des. "But I'm not a general, a scientist, or the president. We want you to solve this." "We can't. The best we can do is either eradicate it or wait it out. The thermobaric option has a 93% estimated chance of success." "What are the odds on quarantine?" "To be frank, 50-50 at best. I advised the President that it is a gamble not worth taking. I stand by my comment. If one infected person breaks quarantine, then we are likely to be facing an apocalyptic plague. Those words are chosen with precision, Officer Fox. This would be a biological apocalypse." "Okay," Des said tersely. "So why are we talking? I'm still looking out the window at rockets and miniguns." "My scouts said that the back door of the school was open for a significant length of time, and they reported gunfire from inside the school. That suggests that some of the infected are inside the school." "All of the living dead have been taken care of," said Des. "What about people with bites or exposure to the black blood? Do you know what that is?" "Yes." "Anyone who has had contact with that is likely to be infected, even if they are not yet showing signs." "We have a few bite victims, but they've been quarantined in locked rooms. Everyone in the auditorium is uninfected." "That's not good enough, Officer Fox. If you want us to help you, then you need to help us. There can't be a single infected person in that building. There can't be a single suspected case. Not one. Are we clear on that?" Des looked at J.T., who was sitting with his head in his hands.
"Christ,"
he said.
"He's talking about kids and friends of ours, and—"
"J.T.," she whispered, "what choice do we have?" He shook his head.
"You're killing me here, Des."
Into the walkie-talkie, she said, "We'll do what has to be done." "Send the infected out of the building," said the General. "Are you going to quarantine them? Are you going to take them to a secure medical facility?" Zetter paused. "I'm sorry, Officer Fox. but that is not possible. Not with this plague. Des closed her eyes. "What about us?" she asked hoarsely. "You will be under quarantine for an indefinite period. We are trying to determine the absolute outside range of the parasite's life cycle. That means that you survivors are a community in there. We'll airdrop food, weapons, medical supplies, hazmat suits, and other materials. None of my people will enter the building. Anyone who leaves the building before the quarantine is lifted will be terminated. No exceptions. That order comes down from the President of the United States, Officer Fox." "What about the rest of Stebbins? There may still be people out there. Pockets of resistance?" The general sighed. "Officer Fox, there is no rest of Stebbins. Not anymore." Des almost threw the walkie-talkie out of the window. Instead, she walked over and sat down next to J.T. "Okay," she said into the mic. "God damn you all to hell." Chapter 101. Stebbins Little School. Billy Trout was covered in blood. Some of it was his. A lot of it belonged to the children in the hall. After the shooting stopped, he and the other adults swarmed through the hall, coaxing children out from under chairs, hurting them and carrying others onto the stage and into the dressing rooms and green room backstage. It disturbed Trout that so few of the children were crying. Right now, even hysterical screams would be more normal than the drawn faces and empty eyes of these kids. He had seen this kind of thing before, mostly in newsreel footage and photos of children in Iraq and Afghanistan, in Somalia and Chechnya, in war-ravaged places around the globe. The hollow stares of hollow children who have been emotionally and psychologically gutted by fear, horror, and the betrayal or abandonment of those who were supposed to be there to protect them. The only relief, and it was a small one, is that there were no casualties. Despite injuries, some serious, to everyone in the room, no one had been killed. In Trout's view, as far as miracles went, this one was kind of left-handed. He could hear the helicopters outside and wondered why they had stopped. His camera was on a stool at the edge of the stage. The record and send buttons were still locked down. The images of bloody children crawling out from their marginal niches of safety did not need a narrator, and Trout was too busy anyway. He thought about the diatribe he'd given during the attack. The phrasing was probably too colorful, a bit over the top. On the other hand, this whole thing had a worst-case scenario flavor to it. There was a knock on the door and everyone froze. The teachers with guns rushed over, grimacing with impotent anger. Trout ran with them. If this was another attack, then Team Stebbins was going to rack up some points. The knock came again. 3 hits, then 2, then 3.
"It's Des,"
Trout said, as he shouldered his way past the armed teachers. He unlocked the doors and pulled them open. Des Fox and J.T. Hammond stood there, bloody and shaken, looking as battered and abused as the people inside. Even though he had no invitation, no right, no permission to do so, Trout took Des in his arms and pulled her into a fierce embrace. For a moment, she tensed to push him back, but then wrapped her arms around him, and they held each other, feeling unuttered sobs tremble beneath each other's skin.
"God, Des,"
Trout whispered, kissing her hair. The teachers lowered their guns, and Trout slowly, reluctantly released Des. She did not move away from him, and he was glad of that. J.T. still stood in the hallway, apart and alone, his shotgun held in his bloody hands. The expression on his face was indescribable. It was a bottomless sadness, mixed with a realization of the worst horrors.
"We heard from the National Guard,"
he said.
"They called Des on her walkie-talkie. They offered us a deal."
The crowd pressed close to listen.
"What kind of deal?"
asked Trout cautiously.
"A bad one,"
said Des softly.
"But it's all we're going to get."
Trout watched her eyes as she looked out at the sea of faces. Most of the little children were backstage now, but there were teenagers here and babies in the arms of people who had probably rescued them from the things that had been their parents. "Tell us," said Mrs. Madison. She told them. That's when the weeping began. Shock from the helicopter attack crumbled in the face of this new grief. "How many bite victims do we have here?" asked Des. Mrs. Madison shook her head, refusing to say. One of the other teachers put her hand on the principal's shoulder, but looked at Des.
15 adults, 3 children.
Des sagged back against Trout, and he caught her. "You can't send the children out there," insisted Mrs. Madison. "It's inhuman."
"It's a plague,"
snapped J.T. so harshly that it silenced everyone.
"If the infected stay in here, they will get sick and die, and then they will reanimate. Even if you keep them locked up, you can't save them. All you can decide is whether they die a slow, agonizing death, or go more quickly."
His voice broke at the end, but his words hung in the air. Mrs. Madison turned to the other teacher and buried her face in her shoulder and wept. Everyone stood there and watched her thin back hitch and buck with each terrible sob. J.T., Des, and Trout went to do what had to be done. They asked for volunteers and got none. Not one. The 3 of them closed the auditorium doors and walked down the hallway to the classrooms where the infected were being kept in isolation. Trout thought that it felt like walking that last mile from a jail cell to the execution chamber. It had the same sense of finality at the end of it, the same enormous dread of the unknown. But what he said aloud was, "With everything that's happened, we've kind of lost sight of how this started."
"Volker?"
asked J.T. "No, Homer Gibbon. Volker said that he'd be different than the other infected, that he might still have some conscious control over his body. I wonder, could he be out there now? Is he the reason this spread so fast? Is he going around like some monstrous Johnny Appleseed, spreading the plague?" J.T. said nothing. Des shook her head. "If he is, then the guard will have to hunt him down."
"Right now,"
J.T. said softly,
"it's hard to say who's worse. Gibbon, Volker, or the people in the government who allowed anyone to work on the Lucifer thing. They're all monsters."
Des nodded, and Trout agreed wholeheartedly. The bite victims were in one room. Those sick from the black mucus were in another. "Billy," said Des, "you unlock the door and then get behind us. We're going to have to go in guns out, just in case they're turned." Trout looked at her. "Would it be easier if they have?" J.T. and Des said it at the same time. Yes. But none of them had. They were all there, still alive, but terribly sick. They sat slumped in chairs with their heads on the little desks, or they lay on the floor covered with coats and anything else that would keep them warm. Trout looked around the room and then at J.T. and Des. "We're all going to hell for this."
"Already there,"
said J.T. He knelt by a man who was a friend of his, Greg Shower, who owned a little bookstore in town. He touched his shoulder and rocked him gently.
"Hey, man. Hey, Greg."
Shower opened his eyes like a sleeper after a long night, but his gaze remained vague and disconnected.
"J.T.,
what's going on, man?"
"Come on, Greg,"
said J.T., as he tucked his hands under Shower's armpits and pulled him to his feet.
"Time to go, brother."
Shower peered at him with dreamy eyes.
Go where?" "Outside. They're waiting for us."
"Who?"
"The National Guard."
Shower managed a weak smile.
"About time the cavalry arrived."
J.T. sniffed back tears.
"Yeah, the good guys are here to take care of us."
He shot a look of black hatred at Des. It wasn't meant for her, and she knew it. He was sharing what could not be expressed, and she met him with equal intensity. The good guys. The words were like a curse, or the punchline of a bad joke told in front of good people. One by one they helped the sick people to their feet. Des produced her last pairs of polyethylene gloves from the compartment on her utility belt. She gave one to Trout and dragged the others over her own lacerated hands. There was no trouble, no resistance. The people were too sick and frightened, and those who had the energy to be involved in what was happening were guided along by the thought that they were walking toward rescue and medical treatment and safety, even though none of them had been told that beyond J.T.'s cynical comment, "The good guys are here to take care of us." When the infected were all out in the hall, Des reached for the doorknob to the second quarantine room. That was where the 3 children were kept. Trout stepped up and pushed her hand away. "No," he said. "I'll do this." It meant so much to Des that Trout understood this about her, and she smiled through her tears. "No," she said, and she opened the door. The children were small. There were 2 boys of about kindergarten age, and a girl who looked to be in 2nd grade. All past tense designations now. These little ones would never go back to school. They would never learn, never play, never grow up. They would always be remembered as children, if there was anyone among the survivors who knew them. Despite the risk of infection, Trout bent and picked up one of the little boys. The child was on the edge of a fevered coma, but his eyes were still open. He looked despairingly at Des, who nodded. He understands, she thought. J.T. picked up the other boy and cradled him in his big arms. The child had a bite on his arm that was already festering.
"We have to do this quick,"
he said. Des went to the little girl. The child was as hot as a furnace, but her eyelids fluttered open as Des gently picked her up. "Are we going home now?" the little girl asked. A sob broke in Des's chest, and for a moment she stood there, clutching the girl to her chest, her face crumpled into a knot of grief. "Yes," she whispered to the little girl. "Yeah, baby. We're going home now." She led the way out of the room and down the hall. J.T. and Trout waited for the staggering adults to follow, and then they came last, a procession of the dying and the broken. They walked to the stairwell and then down the cold tower that was no longer part of a knight's castle or a princess's glittering palace or a wizard's lair. Now it was cold stone, as lifeless as the stones on the walls of a crypt. They stopped at the back door and, still holding the girl, Des unclipped the walkie-talkie and keyed the send button. "We're bringing out the bite victims. 3 of us are not sick. 2 cops and a civilian in a blue shirt and khakis. Do not fire on us." "Roger that," said a voice. Not Zetter. "We don't want to get overrun either. Can you draw the infected away from the door long enough to let us bring them out?" "Yes, ma'am. You'll hear it." Trout grinned at Des. "Ma'am, you'd have threatened to kneecap me if I ever called you that." "That still applies, so don't get any ideas." Suddenly outside, a siren began howling. Another joined it, and another. Des leaned close to the door to listen. The sound began to move, to fade. "They're using sirens to draw them away." J.T. nodded approval.
"First smart thing they've done."
After a couple of minutes, the walkie-talkie squawked. "You're clear, Officer Fox," said the voice. "It's a tight window, so hurry." J.T. pushed on the crash bar, and the door opened. There were bodies outside, crumpled and broken. J.T. looked around for movement and saw none.
"It's clear."
He stepped outside and held the door as the line of infected people shambled out. Trout and Des came last, still holding the children. The soldiers had popped more flares, but they were on the far side of the parking lot, and trucks with sirens were parked on the other side of the fence. "Are they going to help us?" asked one of the bite victims. "They're coming," said Des, hating herself for the lie inside the truth. She told the wounded to sit down by the wall. Some of them immediately fell asleep. Others stared with empty eyes at the glowing flares high in the sky. For a moment, it left Des, J.T., and Trout as the only ones standing, each of them holding a dying child. The tableau was horrific and surreal. They stared at each other, frozen into this moment because the next was too horrible to contemplate. Then they saw movement. J.T. peered into the shadows.
"They're coming."
"The guard?" asked Des, a last flicker of hope in her eyes.
"No,"
he said. They heard the moans. For whatever reason, pulled by some other aspect of their hunger, a few of the dead had not followed the flares and the sirens, and now they staggered toward the living who stood by the open door. "We have to go," said Trout.
"And right now,"
agreed J.T. He kissed the little boy on the cheek and set him down on the ground between 2 sleeping infected. Trout sighed brokenly and did the same.
"Des, come on,"
murmured J.T. But Des turned half away as if protecting the little girl she held from him. "Please, Hoss."
"Des,
"I can't."
give her to me, honey. I'll take care of her. Don't worry."
It took everything Des had left to allow J.T. to take the sleeping girl from her arms. She shook her head, hating him, hating the world, hating everything.
"Better get inside,"
J.T. warned. Some of the zombies were very close now, 20 paces. Trout ran to the door. "Des, J.T., come on! We have to go! We can't leave the door open!" Des retreated toward the door. backing away from the child she had to abandon. Trout reached down and took her hand, and when she returned his squeeze, it was crushingly painful. He pulled her toward the door as the first of the dead stepped into the pale light thrown by the emergency light. "JT, come on, let's go!" Trout yelled. The big cop did not move. He held the little girl so gently, stroking her hair and murmuring to her. "JT!" cried Des. "We have to close the door!" He smiled at her.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"You do."
They waited for him to come, but he stayed where he was. "JT?" Des asked in a small, frightened voice. "What's wrong?" JT kissed the little girl's forehead and set her down with the others. Then he straightened and showed her his wrist. It was crisscrossed with glass cuts from the helicopter attack. "What?" she asked. Then she saw it. A semicircular line of bruised punctures. Des whimpered something. A question. "Oh."
"Upstairs, when those bastards tackled me. One of them got me. I didn't see which one. Doesn't matter. What's done is done."
Then the full realization hit Des. "No!" It was all Trout could do to hold her back. She struggled wildly and even punched him. The blow rocked him, but he did not let go. He would never let go. Never. "No!" Des screamed. "You can't!" The dead were closing in on JT. He unslung the shotgun. Across the parking lot, the last flares were fading.
"Go on, honey,"
JT said.
"No goddamn way, Hoss!"
she growled, fighting with Trout, hitting him, hurting him.
"We stand together, we fucking well go down together." "Not this time,"
JT said. And he was smiling. Trout could see it, even if Des could not, that JT was at peace with this.
"I'm gonna keep these bastards away from those kids as long as I can. I need you to go inside. I need you to tell the National Guard to do what they have to do, but make sure they do it right. They gotta wipe them all out. All of them."
What he meant was as clear as it was horrible.
"JT, don't leave me!"
He shook his head.
"I won't ever leave you, kid. Not in any way that matters. Now, go on. There are kids inside that building who need you. You can't leave them."
And there it was. Des sagged against Trout, and he pulled her inside and held her tight as the door swung shut with a clang. They heard the first blasts of the shotgun. Trout didn't hear the next one, because Des was screaming. Chapter 102. Stebbins Little School. J.T. Hammond stood with his back to the line of bite victims, holding the shotgun by its double pistol grips, firing, pumping, firing. There was almost no need to aim. There were so many, and they were so close. He emptied the gun and used it as a club to kill as many as he could before his arms began to ache. Then he dropped the gun and pulled his Glock. He had one full magazine left. He debated using the bullets on the wounded, but then he heard the whine of the helicopter's rotors change, intensify, draw closer, and he knew what would happen next. He just had to keep the monsters away from the children until then. Soon it would be all over, and it would happen fast. He took the gun in both hands and fired, and fired, and fired. Then one of the dead came at him from his left, and J.T. turned to see that it was Doc Hartnett. He almost smiled.
"Sorry, Doc,"
he said, and fired. Doc Hartnett saw J.T. Hammond fighting for his life. He would have given everything to help this man, to save a single life. It would not repay all of the lives he had taken, but it would give him at least a moment's grace. However, he had no control over the body. It staggered toward the officer, legs moving quickly as the hunger built to insane levels. His white hands reached for JT, ready to grab, to rend and tear and expose all of that fresh meat. Then JT turned toward him and raised the pistol. Hartnett looked into the barrel of the black automatic. It was bottomless and as dark as forever.
"Sorry, Doc,"
said J.T. Hammond. There was a moment of intense white, brighter than the sun. Then everything went black. Hartnett felt his body falling. Then he felt something else. Inside the hollow body, he felt himself fall, moving, being pulled down into a well of darkness. He panicked and tried to fight it, but it was like being pulled into the gravity well of a black hole. Hartnett fell, and as he fell, he could feel the connections to his stolen body snap and fall away, as if the scaffolding that kept him in position within the empty shell was collapsing. He could not feel the body of the hollow man. He could not feel anything. Not the hunger, not the pain, nothing. And soon he could not think anything. As his body fell to the bloody ground, Doc Hartnett fell into the black well of death and was truly and completely gone. J.T. Hammond stood above the children, his smoking gun in his hand, the slide locked back, the gun empty. Searchlights swept across the sea of zombies and focused a burning ring around him. J.T. raised his arms out the side, letting the pistol fall. The living dead swarmed him. The Blackhawks opened fire. The heavy bullets tore into the zombies, punching through meat and shattering bone, knocking the dead backward and off their feet, exploding skulls and tearing limbs from their sockets. In the White House Situation Room, the President of the United States sat with his aides and Scott Blair, National Security Advisor, and watched the slaughter of the infected.
"What have we done?"
whispered the President. Blair took off his glasses and rubbed his face.
"We did the right thing, Mr. President."
The President shook his head.
"No,"
he said.
"No, we did not."
Inside the school, huddled together on the floor, Des and Trout held each other as the bullets hammered like cold rain on the walls. It seemed to go on forever. Pain and noise and death seemed to be the only things that mattered anymore. The barrage began chewing through the walls, showering them with debris. And then, silence. Plaster dust drifted down on them as the rotors of the helicopters dwindled to faintness, and then were gone.
"It's over,"
Trout whispered. He stroked Des's hair and kissed her head and wept with her.
"I won't ever leave you, Des. Never."
Des slowly raised her head. Her face was dirty and streaked with tears, and her eyes were filled with grief and hurt. She raised trembling fingers to his face. She touched his cheeks, his ear, his mouth.
"I know,"
she said. Des wrapped her arms around Trout with crushing force. He allowed it, gathering her even closer. They clung to one another and sobbed hard enough to shatter the whole ugly world. Chapter 103. Bordentown Starbucks. Goat looked out at the storm. The night sky was still black, but the rain had slowed to a gentle drizzle. From where he sat, he could see the lines of red taillights and white headlights on the highway. He wondered how many of those travelers knew what was happening. Probably all of them by now. The story was everywhere. It was the only story on the news right now, and Goat suspected that half of those oncoming headlights were reporters trying to get to Stebbins while the story was still breaking. He had already seen ABC, CBS, and CNN vans come through. He trolled the online news. Fox was the first to pull the word zombie out of the info dump of the Volker interview. Zombie plague in Pennsylvania. Goat snorted. It sounded like an SNL skit. Wasn't funny at all. He looked down at the clock on his laptop. 10 minutes to 1. It wasn't even 24 hours since this thing started. Felt like a year. The news feeds broke into the story to announce that the president was going to address the nation at 3 a.m. Goat wondered if he would pass the buck onto the previous administration or to spooks within the intelligence community who still clung to the glory days of the Cold War. Or would the president take the hit, be the captain of the ship? Either way, a lot of things were going to change. Goat sipped his coffee and wondered when Billy would call. The last message from him said that they were going to take the infected outside. Since then, nothing. Headlights flashed as a car pulled into the lot. Goat flicked a glance. A metallic green cube. Ugly. Same make and color as the one in Aunt Selma's front yard. It made him think of that, and how it all started. Then his mind ground to a halt as the driver's door opened up and a man got out. A tall man, bare-chested, despite the cold. A grinning man, with a tattoo of a black eye on each flat pectoral. Goat wanted to scream, but he had no voice at all. He wanted to run, but he was frozen in place. The man walked the few steps between the car and door in an awkward fashion, as if his knees and hip joints were unusually stiff. Goat's fingers were on the keyboard. Almost without thinking, his fingers moved, tapping keys as the bare-chested man pulled open the door and stepped into the Starbucks. The few remaining customers turned to look at him. The barista glanced up from the caramel macchiato she was making. She saw the bare chest and the tattoos. She saw the caked blood and the wicked smile. The man stood, blocking the door, grinning with bloody teeth. Goat's fingers typed 8 words. The barista screamed. Goat loaded the address of the press and media listserv into the address bar. The customers screamed. Goat hit send. Then he, too, screamed. In Bordentown, Homer Gibbons, quarantine failed. It's here. Chapter 104. This is how the world ends. This is how the world ends. This is how the world ends. Not with a bang, but a bite.